When I learned that I was going to die, I instantly lost all sense of direction. I walked out of the hospital, took a deep puff of cigarette, and temporarily suppressed the pain in my heart. I picked up the phone and dialed my wife's number. The phone rang 3 times before it was finally connected, but she was very impatient. Holong, why do you keep calling me? I'm very busy. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. Shunley, I just came out of the hospital. The doctor said I'm seriously ill. I tried to stay calm and told her my condition, but her response chilled me to the bone. Will I die? Probably not, the doctor said. I wanted to say something else, but she interrupted me. If you're not going to die, don't bother me. I am Busa. I'm hanging up. As soon as the voice fell, a man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Dear, hang up the phone. Let's continue. I was very disappointed, and perhaps too sad, and I was so angry that I vomited blood. Who was that man? I don't know. I don't want to believe that she would betray me. Looking back 5 years ago, my partner's betrayal left me with nothing, and I even wanted to end my life. At that time, the appearance of Shunley changed my destiny. She treated me to some steamed buns and talked to me about her dream, to start a business and make a lot of money. Her dream deeply touched me, and I decided to give up my own chance of revival to help her realize her dream. 5 years later, Shunley went from a college graduate to the president of Shun Group. That day, the company cut the ribbon and she took me to get the marriage certificate. I thought everything would be fine, but Shunley changed. Since Shun Group established itself, she started to stay out all night and almost never went home. Her circle of friends is always about her getting drunk in bars and taking photos with gigolos. Every time I asked her why she didn't go home, she always responded coldly. Why don't you think about why I don't go home every day? What's wrong with you? If you were as gentle and considerate as those people, would I still not go home? I worked my ass off to run the company for her, but all she gave me in return was sarcasm and ridicule. Over the years, our arguments became more and more frequent, and eventually she stopped coming home altogether. Her indulgence and indifference made me extremely sad, but the most unacceptable thing was that when I learned that I was terminally ill, I planned to tell her, but I found out that she was entangled with another man. I couldn't believe her behavior, and I wanted to ask her angrily, has your conscience been eaten by a dog? But the anger of the past few years has long dissipated. Now, there's only one thing left in my mind, and that is the listing of Shun Group. After completing this mission, I can completely get rid of all contact with her. After leaving the hospital, I returned to Shin Group and wanted to plan for the company again. I walked to the front desk and instructed Xiaoya, remember to arrange for General Manager Su to come to my office and notify everyone of the afternoon meeting. Everyone must be present. The receptionist replied coldly, I'm sorry, Mr. Hua. I'm afraid I can't help you. What? I frowned. You were fired? She shook her head and whispered, Boss Hua, didn't you receive the transfer order? You are no longer the executive director of Shin Group. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, completely shocking me. What? I am no longer the director? When did this happen? She handed me a document, and when I saw the contents, I just laughed angrily. My position was replaced by a man named Li Mingxiu. Is Mr. Shen here now? Exist. I took the documents and walked straight to the elevator. I said no more, and the anger in my heart made me decide to settle the matter with Shunley. When I walked to her office door, I heard a man's voice coming from inside. Shunley, is it appropriate for you to transfer Holong from the position of executive director without telling him? Shunley replied coldly. What are you afraid of? I am the president of Shun Group. How can he turn the world upside down? As long as you're by my side, I can help you get the position of vice president, not to mention director. I pushed the door open and saw her panicked eyes and the man standing next to her, Li Mingxiu. My heart was completely cold. Is this your new love? Li Mingxiu seemed a little panicked. He hid behind Shunley, looking extremely scared. I sneered, very good, very strong tea flavor. Shunley saw me barging in. She immediately scolded me. Didn't I tell you not to enter my office without my permission? She said viciously, you will lose all your salary and bonus this month. I looked at her cold face, but I was unusually calm. You transferred me from the position of executive director. Do you think Shin Group can't do without me? I asked coldly. Shunley responded disdainfully. I can give the position of executive director to anyone I want. When will it be your turn to agree? Her words stabbed into my heart like a knife, but I had no reaction. Seeing this, Li Mingxiu walked up to me with a fake smile on his face. Boss Shun asked you to transfer because he values your ability and thinks you're overqualified for the position of executive director. So he asked me to take over. You said you're wasting your talents? I gritted my teeth and smiled. From being transferred from executive director to the purchasing department, it seems that you are the real talent. I didn't wait for him to finish and slapped Li Mingxiu in the face. I was talking to Shunley. When did you have the right to interrupt? Li Mingxiu was stunned by the beating, and tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. Shunley was furious when she saw this scene. Holong, are you still a man? Are you so angry just because you were transferred to a new position? I was so blind to fall in love with you in the first place. Seeing Li Mingqiu's confused look, I couldn't help but laugh. Then I slapped him in the face. I was talking to Shunley. When did you have the right to interrupt? Li Mingqiu was stunned. Tears welled up in his eyes instantly. Shunley saw this and yelled madly. Holong, are you still a man? You got so angry just because I transferred you to another department. I must be blind to like you. Every word she said stabbed into my heart like a knife. If you really don't want to do this anymore, just get out. Shin's group doesn't need you. You don't need to go home anymore. Let's get divorced. Divorce. Shunley's two words were like a knife piercing my heart. At that moment, it was as if I was back to the wedding day. She was wearing a white wedding dress, as beautiful as a swan. I asked sincerely, Shunley, will you marry me? Her answer was, I will, and I will never leave you. But just a few years later, it all fell apart. She filed for divorce, and my heart instantly turned cold. Watching her whispering to Li Mingqiu, comforting him, I responded calmly, okay, it's a deal. I turned and left. The pain in my heart was beyond words. Li Mingqiu spoke cautiously. Boss Shun, how about chasing him out and explaining? Shunley suppressed her anger and said, no need, he doesn't have the guts. She thought I would be weak like before, but this time I decided to end it all. When he returned to the office, all the items had been moved away. Wang Donghai came in hurriedly and asked anxiously, Boss Hua, Boss Shin suddenly ordered you to leave. What should I do? I calmly replied, it doesn't matter. The company's listing is a foregone conclusion. After Wang Donghai left, I took out the divorce agreement I had prepared long ago. Shunley's proposal for divorce allowed me to finally put an end to this relationship. In the conference room, all the directors gathered and I started to discuss the listing. But suddenly, Shunley and Li Mingqiu burst in. She announced bluntly, Holong is no longer the executive director. The new executive director is Li Mingqiu. Hearing this, the entire conference room exploded. Zhao Guochang said bluntly, when was the transfer order issued? Why didn't you notify us? Shunley's face was gloomy, and she retorted, I am the president, and I have the final say in Shun Group. Zhao Guochang sneered. It's you who is the president, or the talents who can bring benefits that are most important. He pointed at Li Mingqiu. Do you think he can lead the Shun Group to go further? The atmosphere in the conference room was as cold as an ice cellar, and Zhao Guochang's voice was still echoing. Shunley's face was livid, and she gritted her teeth. Li Mingqiu, he graduated from the finance department of Wandu Ocean and studied for both his bachelor's and master's degrees. Li Mingqiu stood up and smiled. I have already arranged for the listing of Shun Group. If you trust me, give me a chance. The whole room was silent. The directors looked at each other, hesitant. Shunley snorted coldly and ordered Wang Donghai to plug in the USB drive. Li Mingqiu began to explain the PPT. At first, the directors did not have much confidence in Li Mingqiu, but after listening to his plan, expressions of surprise appeared on their faces one by one. Li Mingqiu not only pointed out all the problems of Shun Group, but also proposed financing and cooperation plans. Li Guochang finally gave in and showed a satisfied smile. Other directors also nodded and praised Li Mingqiu's talent. However, Holong clapped his hands gently a few times, breaking the harmony. Director Li, the plan is good, but have you ever thought about what to do if no one from Shun Group takes the initiative to seek cooperation? Li Mingqiu was stunned for a moment, and a trace of panic flashed across his eyes. Holong's smile deepened. Since you stole my things, how could you not study them thoroughly? The entire conference room froze in an instant. Shunli's face changed, and she stood up quickly. Holong, you still dare to question me? You are just a fired executive director. Holong sneered. Shunli, I have never valued this position. With a wave of his hand, Wang Donghai took down Li Mingqiu's USB drive and replaced it with his own. Holong made detailed arrangements for the subsequent financing plan and emergency plan. There was an uproar in the conference room, and Shunli's expression changed instantly. How is this possible? The directors questioned. Shunli hurriedly ordered the security guard to kick the man out. When the security guard came in and saw that it was Holong, he actually hesitated. Long sneered. Don't worry. I will leave and will quit Shin Group forever. As soon as she finished speaking, Shunley became furious and picked up the teacup on the table and threw it at Holong. Bang! The teacup hit Holong's head and blood dripped from the corners of his eyes. Holong remained calm. Li Mingqiu's PPT just now was a steal from me, and he didn't even change the copywriting. He looked up at the shocked directors and said, if you don't believe me, go and compare the two PPTs. Shunley's face turned pale, but Holong smiled. Boss Shun, only you and I can access the file. How come it is in Li Mingqiu's hands now? Everyone's eyes turned to Shunley, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Boss Shun, shouldn't you give an explanation to the directors? Holong, I'm the president. I can give the file to anyone I want. Why do you have the right to interfere? Shunley's tone left no room for doubt. The atmosphere in the conference room froze instantly. All the directors were watching quietly, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Zhao Guchong slammed the table and said, nonsense. This document concerns the future of the company. How can you just pass it on to others? Then tell me, who is the president of Shin Group? Shunley fought back with a cold light in her eyes. Zhao Guchong said calmly, our board of directors controls a large number of shares. Mr. Shun, don't forget that what the group lacks is a president, and it is definitely not something you can control alone. Shunley was stunned, and anger rose in her heart. She thought everything would go smoothly today, but these directors turned out to be so difficult to deal with. Suddenly, she realized that she had underestimated Holong. If he hadn't stood in front, the group would have been devoured by this group of people long ago. She gritted her teeth and turned to Holong. Holong, is this the whole chess game you planned? You are really vicious. Calculation. Holong chuckled, his eyes showing no sadness or joy. If you think this is a calculation, then take it as it is. After he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Li Mingqiu. His eyes were indifferent, and he didn't care about Shunley's threats. At this moment, Holong's disappointment with her had reached the extreme, and he no longer had any emotional fluctuations. Shunley's eyes widened. Isn't it just a change of position? Are you still a man if you care about even such a small matter? Li Mingqiu interrupted. Mr. Shun is right, Mr. Hua. Everything Mr. Shin does is for the future of Shun Group. Holong smiled coldly, walked straight to Li Mingqiu, and slapped him in the face without any hesitation. You are a thief, and you dare to give orders here? He said coldly, and then slapped her again. You stole the PPT and can't even figure out the basic financing plan, and you dare to speak so shamelessly? Holong, are you crazy? Shunley exclaimed. Holong glanced at Li Mingqiu's aggrieved expression with disdain, took the tissue handed to him by Wang Donghai, wiped his hands, and was too lazy to look at him again. Li Mingqiu shouted angrily, I'm calling the police. You hit me. Holong looked up at him with a sneer on his face. Call the police? I want to see how you explain trespassing into a restricted area and stealing secrets. Li Mingqiu's face changed. The document was given to me by Mr. Shun. Why did the police arrest me? Holong asked calmly. Oh, really? Then report it. At this time, Shunley's voice sounded coldly. No. Call the police. Li Mingqiu, you are completely finished. Shun Li's heart sank. She knew that if she really called the police, Li Mingqiu's words would prove that she had stolen Holong's documents. The group's reputation would inevitably plummet, and the plan to go public would be completely ruined. Holong sneered. Shunley, I'm tired of hearing your threats. Do you really think I care about that position? I never cared from the beginning. You. Shunley was so angry that her hands were shaking and a hint of viciousness flashed in her eyes. Holong stood up, pulled out a chair, took out the signed divorce agreement, and threw it in front of her. Since things have come to this, let's end it once and for all. My part has been signed, and you are the only one left. What is this? I looked at the document in her hand, and my heart sank. Don't you have eyes? Can't you see? Shunley sneered, with a hint of provocation in her eyes. She glanced down at the handwriting on the document, then immediately looked up and responded, Holong, you want to threaten me by showing me the divorce agreement? You're making a wrong calculation. I didn't answer. She thought divorce was just part of her threat to me, but she was wrong. I saw through her disdain for me in her sarcastic tone. How does she see me in her heart? Is everything I have done over the years worth it? I suddenly felt a hint of sneer, and my anger dissipated. Instead, I felt a little ridiculous. Was I always so unbearable in her eyes? Shunley thought I was angry, so she glanced at the agreement and signed it directly. Okay, now, it's as you wish. We are divorced, and for now on you're no longer a part of the Shin Group. Okay, I replied in a low voice without any fluctuation. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly changed, and all the directors were talking in low voices. Li Guichang stood up suddenly. No, now that President Hua is gone, what will happen to the group's listing? We must not let President Hua leave. All the directors objected. Shunley glanced at him coldly. Since you're no longer a member of Shin Group, then hand over your shares. I looked at her, and a chill rose in my heart. In order to stabilize the position of Shun's, I kept 5% of the shares to myself and didn't even make our marriage public. At that time, she needed me, and I supported her behind the scenes. Now she wants to take all that away from me. Are you sure you want to do this? I whispered. Her eyes were cold. Nonsense. We are already divorced, and you still want to take my shares. I chuckled, feeling helpless. Okay, after I leave, I will send the equity transfer agreement to you. I picked up the divorce agreement from the table, walked out of the meeting room without saying a word and without looking back. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly fell silent. Li Guichang was still protesting. Boss Shun Group is now at a critical stage of listing. Shunli ignored him and responded coldly. Holong has been divorced, and the shares in his hands have been transferred to me. I, Shunli, am the president of Shun Group. She looked grimly. Listen carefully, everyone. The future of Shin Group is now controlled by me. Anyone who wants to participate must listen to me. When she finished speaking, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to refute. With the listing imminent, no one dared to give up this piece of cake. She turned to Li Mingxiu and said calmly, Director Li, please go over the unfinished PPT content. I left Shun's group with nothing but the divorce agreement. There was nothing worth taking away. All the pain was over, and the burden on me was lightened. Walking out of the company gate and standing in the sunshine, I didn't feel sad at all. The self-torture in the past was no longer important. On the contrary, I felt more relaxed than ever before. I took out my cell phone and made a call. Hello, it's me. Come to the entrance of Shun's group to pick me up. Soon, the car arrived, and Wang Donghai ran over breathlessly. Mr. Hua, wait a moment. I looked at him, my lips curled slightly. If you're not afraid of being fired, why are you running out? He waved his hand. I don't want to do this anymore. I've had enough of these stupid places. Shin's group can get to where it is today, all thanks to you. Now they kick you out. It will be over sooner or later. His words made me laugh. You came out just for this. More than that, Wang Donghai showed a serious expression. Boss Hua, I want to continue working with you. I raised an eyebrow. Follow me? I was kicked out of the group, and you still dare to follow me? He scratched his head and chuckled. Boss Hua, you may not be in trouble right now, but I, old Wang, have been with you for so many years, I will never make a mistake in you. I patted his shoulder and smiled calmly. Who told you that I have no money now? Huh? He was stunned, and before he could react, the Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of us. The door opened, and the beautiful secretary got out of the car and said respectfully, Sorry, Mr. Hua, I'm late. I looked at the Rolls-Royce parked in front of me, and next to it was the secretary. Wang Donghai was stunned. I patted his shoulder and said calmly, Want to continue following me? Report to Shangyue Group the day after tomorrow. Shangyue Group hearing this, Wang Donghai's eyes widened instantly, and his breathing became rapid. Boss Hua, is this really what you said? When have I ever lied to you? I smiled and got into the car. The executive department is interested in following you. Just go over and tell them I said so. Wang Donghai stood there in a daze. Shangyue Group? That was not something the Shun Group could compare to. Shangyue, from a rising star to a company with a market value of 100 billion, took only 4 years and almost bankrupted the industry giants. More importantly, no one knew who their boss was. Suddenly, he realized that I was the only one who could allow him to skip HR and enter Shangyue Group. I left, but Wang Donghai was still standing there, his heart beating faster, the words Shangyue Group echoing in his mind. He grabbed the phone and hurriedly planned to resign. Not long after, he returned to the office panting, just in time to see Li Mingxiu holding documents and issuing orders to his subordinates. You're finally back. Li Mingxiu frowned, obviously unhappy. I just notified you of the meeting. Why are you here so late? Wang Donghai's eyes turned cold, and he picked up the documents on the table. I'll deduct your mother's salary. You took the credit for Mr. Hua's work, and you still dare to deduct my salary? He threw the document fiercely in Li Mingxiu's face, You stole the business plan that President Hua led us to make. How do you not ask for a bonus? I'm not going to this class anymore. Li Mingxiu was stunned and his face turned ugly. He wanted to fight back, but was interrupted by Wang Donghai. Everyone, President Hua asked me to tell you that if you want to stay in Holong Group, I respect you. But if you want to make more money, follow me and don't stay here and suffer. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere in the department instantly became tense. Wang Donghai sneered. Mr. Hua just said that I should report to Shunley Group the day after tomorrow. If you don't want to go with me, then stay. This news exploded in the office like a bomb. Old Wang, you are not kidding, are you? Did Mr. Hua really say that? A person jumped out, his eyes full of desire. Shunley Group. I submitted my resume several times, but it was not accepted. Can I really go there now? Wang Donghai nodded. You can also follow me. Mr. Hua said that if you don't want to leave, forget it. Li Mingxiu was anxious, his face livid. Don't leave. We are about to go public. Are you betraying the company at this critical moment? Betrayal? Wang Donghai sneered. If there is betrayal, it should be President Shun who betrayed President Hua and us first. The listing document was originally in the hands of only President Hua and President Shun. How did it end up in your hands? What have you done to dare to say that President Hua is not capable? As soon as the words fell, the whole department fell silent. A trace of panic flashed in Li Mingxiu's eyes. Wang Donghai continued. If you dare to fire Mr. Hua today, then our entire department will be next. Li Mingxiu's face changed immediately. He obviously didn't expect Wang Donghai to speak out everything in his heart. Wang Donghai didn't give him a chance to respond and turned around and said, Boss Hua has given me this opportunity. If you want to make money, follow me. If you want to stay here and suffer and wait to be fired, that's fine too. Don't come crying and begging me to open a back door. Wang Donghai turned and left. People in the office stood up one after another, smiling. Wait for me, I'll go with you. I won't work this shift. Employees stood up one after another, and Li Mingxiu's face became uglier and uglier. None of you are allowed to leave, he roared. But no one in the entire department listened to him. I don't know what's going on in the executive department, and even if I did, I wouldn't care. Isn't the purpose of working to make money? How can you expect a horse to work hard without giving it grass? I trust the people in the executive department. After all, I trained them all. Boss Hua, how did you hurt your head? Send the driver to the hospital. Xie Xiaoyu looked at me with concern and handed me a handkerchief. I took it and wiped the blood off my head, saying calmly, It's okay. She wanted to say something more, but when she saw that I didn't look well, she swallowed her words. After wiping off the blood, I handed her the divorce agreement and said, Send this to the Civil Affairs Bureau later. She widened her eyes and was shocked when she saw the words on the agreement. Mr. Hua, are you divorced? I looked at her and said calmly, Is this surprising? Her heart was in turmoil. I was her boss and her follower for many years. I was the one who supported Shunley's counterattack. For the sake of Shun Group, I gave everything I had and handed over my business empire to her. For Shunley, even the Shunley Group I founded became her bargaining chip. But now, all the plans collapsed in an instant. Shun Group has not yet gone public, but I have already announced my divorce. Mr. Hua, you are not kidding, are you? I chuckled. What do you think? She was silent for a long time and finally said solemnly, I understand. I will arrange it right away. I turned around and took one last look at the office building of Shun Group. The road I had paved for Shunley was now completely paved by me. At the moment of divorce, I felt hopeless, but also a little relieved. Little fish. Mr. Hua, I'm here. After returning, order someone to draft a 5% equity transfer agreement and send it to Shun's group. Yes, Mr. Hua. She agreed, unable to hide the complexity in her eyes. Suddenly, she hesitated. Mr. Hua, you have arranged investment for the listing of Shun's group, and the bidding for Shifu real estate has been internally decided to Shun's group. I interrupted her. Withdraw. She was stunned and executed it immediately. Boss Hua, the arrangements have been made. Go home first and get some things. I finished, my voice low. Back to Fenglin's Inn. It was once the home of Shunley and I. Built on the mountain, it was one of the most expensive villa areas in Linhai City, but now there are only empty memories. Shunley started not coming home every night, and finally I lived alone in this villa. Boss Hua, what do you need? Nothing much, just a few changes of clothes. Just as he finished speaking, there was a noise at the door, followed by a harsh curse. Holong, you were just called to tell me that you two are divorced, and she also asked me to come early to prevent you from stealing things. I turned around and saw Wong Shouan. her eyes full of contempt. Wong Shouan, Shunley's mother, opposed my relationship with Shunley when we first started dating, mocking me for being older than Shunley. Later, Shunley married me regardless of everything, and she was so angry that she was almost hospitalized. As the Shun group became more successful, her attitude towards me became worse. I have always respected her, given her gifts and skincare products, and never resisted even when she mocked me. But today, when I heard her treat me like a thief, I felt a chill in my heart. Wong Shouan, stop talking. She sneered. You were just stealing. Don't even think about taking anything away today. I was about to speak when Xiaoyu stood in front of me and stared at Wong Shouan coldly. Please show some respect to Mr. Hua. This is Mr. Hua's home. Her tone was cold, as if she had everything under control. When did returning to your own home make you a thief? Wong Shouan was not to be outdone. Her voice was sharp. She wanted to squeeze me, but she didn't expect Xiaoyu's strong response, which made her frown instantly. She sneered. I advised you at the beginning that you are not a good person. Now that you are divorced, you actually bring another woman home. Holong, you are nothing. Wong Shouan cursed like a tide and even scolded Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's face suddenly became gloomy. You are making up rumors without any evidence. Believe it or not, I will sue you now. Sue it. Wong Shouan smiled. Go ahead if you have the guts. I want to see whether the police will arrest me first or you too. Before she finished speaking, Xiaoyu was so angry that her face turned red and she was speechless. I sighed in my heart. Xiaoyu was vigorous and decisive in business situations, but facing this kind of street shrew, he really had no way to deal with it. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I ignored her and turned to walk upstairs. Holong, what are you doing? Wong Shouan's voice came from behind. This villa belongs to my daughter. Get out now. I stopped and looked back at her coldly. Okay, report it. My voice was cold and my eyes were even colder. Wong Shouan subconsciously took a step back, her anger rising. She called the police. Xiaoyu panicked when she saw this. Boss Hua, do we really not need to take care of this? It doesn't matter. I smiled faintly. Let her report it. After going upstairs, I packed a few clothes and prepared to leave. In fact, this house was originally for Shunley. Now, even if we are divorced, I still have to live here until I find a new place. Xiaoyu came in, looked at me worriedly, and said, Boss Hua, do we really not need to take care of her? It's okay. I responded calmly. Just prepare the previous documents. Okay. Soon, the documents were sorted out, and I took Xiaoyu downstairs. When I got downstairs, Wong Shouan was standing in the hall. When she saw me coming down, she immediately shouted, It's them. They broke into my daughter's villa and tried to steal things. The office staff walked up to me and asked, Are you Holong? It's me. This aunt called the police and said you broke into a private house and stole things. How you explain that? I sneered. If I really wanted to steal something, why would I be waiting here for you? This house is mine. Why should I steal it? I spoke slowly and my face was cold. Wong Shouan immediately jumped out. You and my daughter have already divorced, and all the things belong to her. When did they become yours? The office staff ignored her and turned to me. You said this house is yours. Do you have any evidence? Of course. I motioned for Xiaoyu to hand over the documents. This is the property certificate. My name is on it. I continued. These purchase documents are also signed by me. You can check them. The office staff took the document, looked through it, and nodded. Mr. Hua, please show your ID card. I handed over my ID card, and the document matched my identity one by one. The staff member's expression softened a little. Mr. Hua, I'm sorry, we misunderstood you. It's okay. I responded calmly, but my heart was full of disdain. Wong Shouan couldn't stand it anymore and continued to shout. You have already been kicked out of the house, and all the things don't belong to you. You are now a thief. Can't you see that he is a thief? The office staff's face darkened. Ma'am, please be careful with your words. We will not take sides. Since you want to catch him, why not? Wong Shouan was like a mad lioness. I responded calmly. Although I am divorced from Shunley, the agreement has not yet taken effect, and the house is still in my name. All these furniture and objects were bought with my own money. Do you understand? This is impossible. Wong Shouan shouted angrily. She pointed at everything in the house and shouted angrily. These things were obviously bought by my daughter. When did they become yours? I was too lazy to explain. The evidence was there. No matter how Wong Shouan made a fuss, it would be useless. If she continued to pester me, it would only affect my mood. I turned to the civil servant and said coldly, "Have you verified the things? Can I leave now?" "Of course, Mr. Hua. Please feel free to do as you please." The civil servant nodded slightly. I turned around, holding the bag, and Xiao followed closely behind me, preparing to leave. Wong Shouan suddenly rushed over, grabbed my clothes, and screamed, "No one can leave today. Don't even think about taking anything from the villa." I frowned slightly. I didn't expect her to dare to act like a spoiled child in front of the public official. I didn't have time to deal with her. I said directly to the public official, "This villa is mine. Now I want to sue her for trespassing and robbery." "Excuse me, is there any problem?" The civil servant's face changed, and he was already angry at Wong Shouan's behavior. He immediately responded, "No problem." Then they quickly took out the handcuffs. Wong Shouan was stunned. "You are in the same group. You and Holong are in collusion. I will sue you." She was still struggling, but was quickly taken away. The civil servant stood in front of me and said, "Mr. Hua, although it may be a bit presumptuous, please come back with us to the police station to record your statement. It will be done soon." "Okay." I agreed lightly. Xiao quickly followed and contacted the company's legal department in advance, just in case. Shunley sat in the president's office at Shun's group with mixed feelings. After Holong left, she should have breathed a sigh of relief, but she felt an inexplicable sense of emptiness. She had thought about teaching Holong a lesson, letting him know that without her, he was nothing. But it seemed that it was not so simple. She thought he would regret it, but now she felt a little uneasy. Suddenly, the phone rang, and the business manager reported breathlessly, "Mr. Shun, something big has happened." Shunley raised her eyebrows. Now that Shun Group is about to go public, how could something big happen? "Mr. Shun, several partners and suppliers called us just now and wanted to terminate the contract. Shifu Real Estate directly withdrew its bid and canceled our qualification to bid." The manager explained in a panic. "What?" Shunley roared, her heart suddenly sinking. "Didn't they sign the contract? We have already negotiated the penalty for breach of contract. Why would they suddenly withdraw their investment? They said that even if we had to pay the penalty, they would still cut off all cooperation with us." The manager responded tremblingly. Shunley felt dizzy and couldn't believe it. The withdrawal of those investors and Shifu Real Estate, these cooperative relationships that should have supported Shun Group to its peak, disappeared overnight. These losses are not only billions of liquidated damages, but also the cornerstone of the future of Shun Group. Poor construction, Shangyue Group's bidding, and the expansion of high-cow trade, all of which were once within reach, but now dissipated like a dream. There was only one question echoing in her mind. Why is this happening? How could they breach the contract at the same time? Shunley's heartbeat accelerated sharply. She forced herself to calm down and asked, "Did you ask them why?" When asked, they didn't give a reason. They just said they were determined to withdraw their investment. Shunley was so anxious that she almost collapsed. On the phone, the manager of the business department said anxiously, "They didn't say anything. They just notified the legal department to cancel the contract clause." "Okay, you delay for now. I'll contact them right away." She hung up the phone quickly. Shunley collapsed in the chair, her mind blank. Why did they choose to withdraw their investment at this critical moment? Shun Group was about to go public, and they could have gotten a share of the profits, but they withdrew at this time. She couldn't understand it, but she had no time to think about it because her cell phone suddenly rang. She called them one by one, but all the numbers were turned off. Anxiety and anger quickly took over her heart. Why did these people lose contact at the critical moment? Just when she was getting extremely annoyed, the office door was pushed open and Li Mingxiu walked in. "Mingxiu, have the tasks of the executive department been arranged?" She asked, try calm down. Li Mingxiu was silent for a moment, with a look of grievance on his face. "Shunli, the people in the executive department are crazy." "Shunli, what do you mean?" Li Mingxiu's eyes almost turned red as he hurriedly told the story of how Wang Donghai instigated the executive department to go on strike and poached all the people from the Shin Group. He even mentioned that he was preparing to lead these people to join the Shangyue Group. What? They want to join Shangyue Group? Shin Li's face suddenly changed, and she burst into anger. She threw the cup in her hand to the ground. These traitors! How dare they do this? Holong had always been in control of the executive department, and almost all cooperation and contracts were planned in advance by the executive department. She had made an exception and offered the executive department a salary higher than the industry standard because of Huolong's insistence. But these people actually betrayed her. They are simply ungrateful wolves who can never be tamed. Shunley was furious. Li Mingqiu was not in a hurry to persuade her at this time, but secretly delighted. Shunley was extremely angry, and he knew that she would rely on him more. More importantly, the resignation of the executive department saved Shin's company a lot of economic compensation. Shunley, don't be angry. If it weren't for Holong's instigation, they wouldn't have resigned. Li Mingqiu took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Holong, Shunley asked with gritted teeth. Did they all follow Holong? That's right. Wang Donghai told me personally that all of this was Holong's instruction. He even said that Shunley Group had given them a chance to resign. Shunley Group? Shunley was shocked, but quickly calmed down. Impossible. Shunley Group's internal assessment has always been strict, and people from the executive department can't pass it at all. Seeing that Shunley didn't believe him, Li Mingqiu hurriedly urged, Shunley, could I lie to you? Wang Donghai said it himself. You can check the surveillance. Shunley directly checked the surveillance video, and after seeing Wang Donghai's words, her face became completely gloomy. Holong, she whispered through gritted teeth. She had originally planned to teach Holong a lesson, but she had not expected that he would threaten her in this way. Holong's purpose was obvious. He wanted to sabotage the listing of Shun Group and force her to compromise. Holong, do you think this can affect Shun's listing and force me to give in? Shunley said angrily, dream on. Just as she was about to call Holong to warn him, her cell phone suddenly rang. It was Holong calling. Shunley looked at the number and answered the call without thinking, ready to curse. However, a strange voice came from the phone. Hello, is this Ms. Shunley? Shunley was slightly stunned. The voice was not Holong's. She asked coldly, Yes, who am I? We are police officers from the Dongguan District Police Station. Your mother has been detained according to law on suspicion of violating the law. Please come over as soon as possible. A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Shunley was stunned, her heart skipping a beat. Her mother? Why was her mother detained? Chapter 11. Don't try to threaten me to remarry you. What? Shunley heard the voice on the phone. Her mind went blank. Wong Shouan was arrested, and the call was made from Holong's cell phone. Okay, I'll be right there. At this time, Shunley didn't care about these things and hurried to the police station. Shunley, where are you going? Looking at Li Mingqiu's aggrieved expression, Shunley's forehead veins popped out, and she suppressed her anger and patiently explained, I'll talk about the company's affairs when I get back. I have to go to the police station now. Then I want to go with you. Looking at Li Mingqiu's determined eyes, a hint of concern and hesitation flashed across Shunley's eyes. To be honest, she didn't want her family to meet Li Mingqiu too early. After all, she is now divorced from Holong. But it won't be long before he asks me to remarry him. If I bring Li Mingqiu to my family at this time, it might be embarrassing later. Noticing Shunley's expression, Li Mingqiu quickly explained, Shunley, don't misunderstand me. I am mainly worried about you going to a place like the police station alone. If something happens, at least I can still help you. After Li Mingqiu said this, Shunley didn't say anything more. Well, let's go. Good. Soon, Shunley drove Li Mingqiu to the police station. Here, she met Wong Shouan, and I learned the whole story from the police. Shunley learned that it was Holong who sent Wong Shouan in. She was furious. Shunley, what did I say at that time? When you married him, I told you that he was not a good person. Are you okay now? He even dared to send your own mother to the police station. Looking at Wong Shouan, who was crying and sobbing, Shunley's face became extremely ugly at this moment. Holong, Shunley roared in her heart. But now is not the time to pursue this matter. She turned to the office staff around her and asked how to get Wong Shouan out. Holong's consent was required to sign the letter of understanding. Shunley's pretty face was as cold as ice. Li Mingqiu stood aside and said indignantly, No, how could Holong be like this? Although you are divorced, you are still his mother-in-law after all. How can a son-in-law send his mother-in-law to the police station? Isn't he afraid of being laughed at if others tell others about it? I heard the person standing next to my daughter speaking for me. Wong Shouan looked at Shunley in confusion. He is the new executive director of our company. Shunley just finished her introduction. Hello, Auntie. My name is Li Mingqiu, and I am now Shunley's most capable subordinate. Li Mingqiu has already started introducing himself to Wong Shouan. Wong Shouan looked at Li Mingqiu. Although his appearance was not as good as Holong's, his words really touched her heart. Young man, do you have a girlfriend now? Seeing Wong Shouan asking, Li Mingxiu quickly said, "No, Annie, I just joined Shin Group and am now preparing to help Shunley get the company listed." As he spoke, Li Mingxiu turned his head and looked at Shunley, his eyes full of tenderness. As a person who had experienced this, Wong Shouan naturally saw through Li Mingxiu's thoughts at a glance. Good, good. You have great ambition. With you by Shunli's side, Auntie is relieved. When the group goes public in the future, you guys... Mom, that's enough. Seeing Wong Shouan mention this matter inexplicably, Shunli suddenly felt annoyed. You're still in the police station. If Holong doesn't agree to sign, you will be detained for at least a month. Are you still in a mood to chat here? He dares. Wong Shouan's face changed, and she cursed. I don't believe he dares to lock me up here for a month. Just as Wong Shouan finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Ms. Shun, Mr. Hua agreed to negotiate with you in person. Good. Seeing Holong agreed, Shunli stood up and walked out in her high heels. Seeing this, Li Mingxiu said to Wong Shouan, "See you later, Auntie," and hurriedly followed Shunli out. Come to the mediation room. Shunli just came in. He then noticed Xie Xiaoyu, who was standing behind Holong. After Shunli sat down, she said to Holong in a cold and sarcastic voice, "Of course, we just got divorced, and you found a new partner right after that. Or were you already hooking up with her before we got divorced?" After hearing this, Holong did not explain. Xie Xiaoyu's face was grim, and then he said seriously, "Boss Shun, I need to remind you that Boss Hua and I have no private relationship. Now I am with Boss Hua completely because of work needs." Work? Shunli sneered. I've already fired him, so how can he get a job? That's enough. Seeing Shunli pestering her endlessly, Holong then interrupted and said, if you come here now to talk about this, then there is no need to continue chatting. Wait a moment. Seeing Holong was about to leave, Shunli shifted her attention from Xie Xiaoyu to Holong and said indifferently, since you want to leave, sign the letter of understanding before leaving. Huh? Hearing Shun Li's words, Holong looked at her as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person. Why? Shunli didn't expect Holong to suddenly say this. She said with an unpleasant expression, she is my mother. So what? Seeing Holong was unmoved, Shunli suddenly became furious and slammed the table and shouted angrily, Holong, we're divorced now. Divorced, understand? Are you still a child? Do you think that by threatening me with such a despicable method, you can remarry me and return to Shun's group as the executive director? I'm telling you it's impossible. We are completely done. In Shunli's heart, she subconsciously felt that Holong did this just to remarry her, so he used such despicable means. Shunli, who was speaking righteously. Holong suddenly laughed, and he looked very happy when he smiled. Why are you laughing? Shunli glared at him fiercely. Holong was not afraid at all. He just said slowly, I laugh at you for being stupid. I laugh at you for taking yourself too seriously. What do you mean? Holong stared at Shun Li's furious face. I was just going back to the villa to get 2 pieces of clothes and leave, but she called the police to arrest me and even falsely accused me of being a thief and stealing my clothes. She didn't even say a word of apology, so why should I sign the letter of apology? Shunli gritted her teeth and said, it is clearly written in the divorce agreement that the villa belongs to me. Holong, but the agreement has not yet been stamped by the Civil Affairs Bureau, and my name is still on the property certificate. Chapter 12, Who Said I Agreed to Sign? Shunli was very annoyed. Holong narrowed his eyes and continued. Besides, you just said it yourself. We are divorced. Since we are divorced, what relationship do your mother have with me? We are completely done. Didn't you say that yourself? Now that it's over, there's even less reason for me to sign, right? Shunli looked at Holong in front of her in disbelief. She thought Holong would sign the letter of understanding obediently, but she didn't expect him to say such words. In the past, Holong never dared to speak to her in this tone. How dare he do that today? Holong, I'm telling you one last time, sign it now, or I'll be very angry. Oh. Shunli was about to explode when she heard Holong's casual words. How dare he talk to her like that? On the contrary, Holong looked at the furious Shunli with surprisingly calm eyes. Was too indulgent to Shunli before. He was so indulgent that she felt that he would agree to any request. Yeah, it's ironic. He also tried to stop Shunli, and even had several big quarrels with her, but in the end he always compromised. Perhaps it started from that time. The relationship between them has changed. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Holong had lost the desire to continue talking to Shunli, because he knew that even if he continued, he would not get an apology. but just when he was about to push the door and leave. Li Mingxiu just happened to push the door open. Eyes met. Li Mingxiu smiled and said, Holong, what a coincidence. After being fired from the company. Now, when Li Mingxiu sees Holong, he is unwilling to even mention Mr. Hua. Holong had no intention of paying any attention to him. Holong felt disgusted with this kind of person even if he just looked at him for a second. Get out of the way. I heard your conversation just now. Li Mingxiu smiled brightly. Although Shunley doesn't want you anymore, Aunt Wong was your former mother-in-law after all. Aren't you afraid of being criticized by others for doing this? And if this matter gets out of hand in the future, will anyone dare to marry you? If it gets out, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Li Mingxiu stood on the moral high ground and pointed fingers at Holong. But faced with Li Mingxiu's moral blackmail, Holong just thought it was a little ridiculous. So what you mean is that I didn't do well enough. That's right. Li Mingxiu made no secret of his thoughts. Okay then. Holong, who was about to leave, sat back down and said, I didn't want to get too involved with you guys. But since it has come to this, today I will settle all my words and accounts with you. Hearing what Holong said, Shunley suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. Holong, what are you doing? Holong was too lazy to pay attention to her and ordered Xiaoyu. Notify the finance department to print out all the purchases and transaction lists of my company's personal account over the years. Shunley and I were married. All of Wong Shouan's gifts, bags, clothes, shoes, and even cars were paid with my personal bank card. The payment records and receipts are all recorded in my phone. Notify the Ministry of Justice later, gather all these materials together, and prosecute directly. Okay, Mr. Hua. Holong's instructions. Xiaoyu immediately started to execute them. Shunley and Li Mingxiu were all dumbfounded after hearing Holong's words. Li Mingxiu never expected that his provocation not only failed to get Holong to sign, but instead pissed him off. Shunley even asked directly, Holong, what do you mean? If you have any complaints, come to me. What do you mean by targeting my mother? Holong said calmly, I'm coming for you. Shunley. Holong's eyes were calm. I didn't intend to make a fuss about it. I just wanted to teach her a simple lesson. After all, she was the one who made the mistake first. But I gave you the steps, but you didn't want to go down. Didn't he just say that I'm an incompetent son-in-law? If that's the case, then why should I pretend to be a good person? Hearing what Holong said, Shunley gritted her teeth and said, but those things were originally given to my mother by you. But from a legal perspective, as long as I don't actively admit that it's a gift, then these things are still mine, right? Since it's mine and we're divorced, I should take it back. Is that okay? Holong, you. Shunley was so angry that she couldn't utter a complete sentence. Oh yes. Holong put his hands together and smiled at Shunley. As for that villa, I've changed my mind. I'm not going to leave it to you. What? This time, before Shunley could speak, Li Mingxiu shouted directly, Holong, are you still a man? How can you go back on your word on the divorce agreement you have already signed? I understand. You just want to use this method to threaten Shunley so that she won't divorce you. Hearing Li Mingxiu's analysis, Shunli's face became even uglier. She glared at Holong fiercely, then gritted her teeth and said, Holong, I really misjudged you at the beginning. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Do you think you can threaten me with a villa? I'm telling you it's impossible. Looking at the two self-righteous people, Holong just felt bored. If you think so, then so be it. Humph. You should drop a new contract right now. It's just a villa. I don't like it. Okowo. Holong directly asked Xiaoyu to arrange a new divorce agreement and send it over. Shunley signed on it without even thinking about it. Oh, by the way, I gave your mother something. I'll give it back to you. I was really blind to fall in love with you. Shunley with a look of disgust on her face. Holong just smiled. It seems that she has really forgotten how she could have the status she has today. I gave them all to her. If it weren't for that basket of buns, who knows what small company Shunley would be working for now. However, since we were already divorced, he didn't want to be affected by this kind of person anymore. The agreement has been signed, and I have agreed to the terms. Can you sign the letter of understanding now? Signature. Holong asked in confusion. When did I agree to sign? What? Shunley glared angrily. Holong, I have agreed to all the conditions you proposed. Don't push your luck. Pushing the envelope? Facing the furious Shunley, Holong smiled slightly. Even if I push myself too far today, what can you do to me? Chapter 13, How could I give birth to such a stupid daughter like you? Shunley had never seen Holong like this before. He is sharp and has a ruffian air. Since the day they met, Holong had been gentle and courteous in front of her, carrying towards her, even extremely gentle. Not to mention a tit-for-tat confrontation. They didn't even say a few harsh words, although they did quarrel later. But each time, Holong would back down. When did he develop such a wild side? She was obviously very angry, but she couldn't do anything to Holong. She could only watch him and Xie Xiaoyu leave the mediation room. Before leaving, Holong also warned Shunley, return everything within 3 days. Otherwise, Wong Shouan will never be able to get out of prison in her life. Shunley was so angry that her teeth were itching. But what followed was a feeling of powerlessness. Why is this happening? It was obvious that Holong had always listened to me. As long as I was a little angry, he should sign the letter of understanding. At worst, he could just kneel down and apologize to Wong Shouan. It's not like I can't speak up for him. Why do you have to do this? After the feeling of powerlessness, there's extreme irritability. First, the withdrawal of investment dealt a heavy blow to the Shun group, and now his mother is being detained in a detention center. These things happen one after another. Shunli's head was buzzing. Shunli, I'm sorry. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. When Li Mingqiu saw Shunli sitting at the table with her hands in her hair and a look of annoyance on her face, he also apologized carefully. I originally wanted him to sign the letter of understanding and let my aunt out as soon as possible. But I didn't expect Holong to be such a bastard. He even sent my aunt in. Not only did he not sign, he even shamelessly asked for things. It doesn't matter. Shunli waved her hands, raised her head, and tried to calm herself down, then forced a smile at Li Mingqiu and said, I know this is not your problem. I won't blame you. You just came back from abroad and don't know much about the company's situation yet. The most important thing right now is the company's listing. I'm here, and the company needs someone else. You go back to the company and take charge of the situation. I'll be back soon. Seeing Shunli's tired eyes, Li Mingqiu had no choice but to agree. After everyone left, Shunli found Wong Shouan and told her everything. When I learned that Holong not only did not sign the letter of understanding, not only did he take away the villa that originally belonged to Shunli, he also wanted to take away all the things he had given her over the years. Wong Shouan threw a tantrum and said, No, absolutely not. This bastard, you guys are already divorced. Why does he still want my things? You want to take back what you gave me? Dream. And you, are you stupid at work? That's a villa. You gave it to him as soon as he asked. Why did I give birth to such a stupid daughter like you? Wong Shouan was angry at her for not fighting back, and not only cursed at Shunli, but even belittled her. The general meaning is that money is not as important as life. It's impossible to give him a penny for the things. When Shunli saw Wong Shouan throwing a tantrum, her face also looked very ugly. Mom, could you please stop making trouble? Isn't it just a villa? After I divorce him, everything else will be mine. At that time, I can just buy another one. Buy another set? That's easy for you to say. Do you know that villa is worth several million now? Shunli felt very aggrieved when facing Wong Shouan's scolding. It was obvious that she did all this for Wong Shouan. Unexpectedly, she would actually dislike her. I said, why don't you have any brains? Holong said that if you don't pay it back, he will prosecute you within 3 days, and the sentence will be at least 20 years. He dares. Wong Shouan immediately became furious and said, I wonder if he has the guts to do that. He wants it. I won't give it to him. If he really has the guts, he can lock me up here forever. Facing the stubborn Wong Shouan, Shunli just felt weak. Okay, then you stay here for a few days, and I'll pick you up later. What? You want me to stay here for a few days? No, absolutely not. Without even thinking, Wong Shouan ordered, I don't care what method you use. I want to go home today, otherwise your father will bring you a stepmother at some point. Looking at the arrogant and domineering Wong Shouan, Shunli felt inexplicably suffocated. How can I take you out if Holong doesn't sign? I don't care, that's your business. Shunli moved her lips, but couldn't utter a word for a long time. The breath of air that had been hanging in my heart finally dissipated. She suddenly felt very tired. I really want to go home and sleep. I understand. I'll find a way to get you out as soon as possible. That's more like it. Wong Shouan had a ferocious look on her face and gnashed her teeth as she said, when I get out, I'm going to make that guy named Huapei. And that villa, don't even think about it. It's all mine. Shunli didn't say anything. After I came out of the detention center, the sky was gloomy and it was about to rain. The car was driven away by Li Mingqiu. Shunli called the car over, and when the driver asked her where she was going, for a moment she didn't know where else she could go. Go home. Ever since she became the president of Shun Group, her former home has disappeared. Now all she needs is for her to go back. Besides asking her for money, it's still asking for money. Later, she was tired of it and simply handed the matter over to Holong. Holong, who had been busy at the company until midnight before going home, immediately agreed after hearing what Shunley said. Now they're divorced. When she faced her parents again, the feeling of oppression and suffocation made her feel breathless again. Open the windows. A cool breeze whistled in. She took a few deep breaths, and her mood slowly calmed down. Girl, where are we going? Shunley hesitated for a long time before replying. Let's go to Shin Group first. At the same time, after Huolong and Xiao got in the car, Huolong sat in the back row and apologized to Xiao. I'm sorry, Secretary Xia. I drag you into this because of my personal affairs and cause you so much trouble. Hearing this, Xiao quickly waved his hand and said, Boss Hua, please don't be polite to me after you finish cleaning up. You helped me so much back then, and now I'm just doing some trivial things for you. It's not worth it for you to do this. Xiao is sincere. She was one of the first people to follow Huolong. I have been following Huolong since he started his business. Until now, she has not married and has never even had a boyfriend. Many people said that she was actually deeply in love with Huolong, but only she knows. She owed Huolong too much. That year, just as she followed Huolong, her father was hospitalized due to a serious illness. The medical expenses are $320,000. This amount of money is a huge sum for Xiao, who has just entered society. Just when she was at her wit's end, it was Huolong who found her. Not only did he help her pay for her medical bills, but he also left her 100,000 yuan and 3 months of vacation to take care of her family. Since then, Xiao never left Holong again. Holong also knew what Xiao was talking about and sighed slightly. I have told you many times that you don't need to take that matter to heart. I saw your value at the time, so I helped you. I know. Chapter 14, Fingerprint Recognition Error. Xiao was not upset by Huolong's words. Her eyes were extremely calm from beginning to end. Mr. Hua, what you do is your business, and what I think is my business. It seems that Xiao is still stubborn about this matter. Huolong said nothing more. Huolong closed his eyes tiredly. Xiao asked in a low voice, Mr. Hua, where are we going? Let's find a hotel first. Hotel? That won't do. Xiao refused without even thinking about it. Huolong rubbed his brows and said, Then I have to have a place to live, right? I have a good place. Okay, let's go to the place you said. Good. On the way, Huolong felt a stabbing pain in his head. This reminded him of what the doctor told him when he left the hospital. The last 3 months? Huolong leaned back in his car seat. It seems like it's time to give myself a good vacation. Ever since Huolong left Shin Group, from the outside, everything seemed calm. But in fact, the situation inside is turbulent. Because all partners, distributors, and even investors withdrew their capital, the Shun Group's originally normal operating capital chain was instantly broken. Without the qualification to bid for the Shifu real estate land, the plan to gain access to the sea for Shangyue Group also fell through. After several incidents, the blow to the Shun Group was undoubtedly huge. At first, Shunley was able to suppress the news. But the old foxes on the board had already smelled the blood and swarmed in. With the second meeting of the board of directors, the entire conference room became a vegetable market. Although Li Mingxiu came up with a plan to deal with it. But in front of this group of old foxes, they collapsed on their own. Boss Shun, I remember when you fired Boss Hua that day, you made a promise to us old guys, saying that even without Boss Hua, Shun Group could still go public. It hasn't been long since Mr. Hua left, and the company has already run into such a big mess. It doesn't matter if our partners and distributors cut off cooperation with us. We can always find other ones. But the withdrawal of investors has caused our Shun Group to suffer losses exceeding tens of billions. Boss Shun, are you going to give us an explanation? Zhao Guochang even directly attacked Shunley at the board meeting. Shunley was so angry at this old fox that her teeth were itching. But he still insisted, regarding the withdrawal of investors, I will follow up personally and solve this problem in due time. Mr. Shun said it was easy, but what if I can't get it down? If it's Mr. Hua. Shunley heard the name. She was so angry that her teeth itched. She growled at the directors in the conference room. Is the surname of this Shun Group Shun or Hua? Huolong for everything. What? Without Huolong, will Shun's group go bankrupt? Huolong gave us this investment of tens of billions. Shunli was about to explode. The conference room fell silent for a moment. But Zhao Guochang still refused to give in. Mr. Shun is trying to reason with us, but we don't care about reason. We only care about the benefits. Although you are the president of Shun Group, this kind of mistake has never occurred when Mr. Hua was in charge of the company. Now that such a big problem has occurred, Mr. Shin doesn't think about how to solve it, but instead shows off his power to us old guys. Is this the solution that Mr. Shin came up with? Zhao Guochang pressed forward step by step. If looks could kill, Shunley would want to cut him into pieces. But the most important thing now is to appease these people. After all, Shun Group is already in big trouble now. If you offend these directors, then once the stocks and shares are sold, whoever wants them will be in trouble. That would be like adding insult to injury, with no room for recovery. Shunley forced herself to calm down, and then said, regarding the solution, Mr. Lee already has a preliminary plan. Although the withdrawal of investors had a great impact on us, the liquidated damages from those partners and channel partners who took the initiative to terminate the cooperation amounted to several billion yuan. This amount of money is enough for our group to get through the difficulties of going public. It's easy to go public, but what happens after going public? Zhao Guochang crossed his arms and said indifferently, without the investment from investors, will we just sit back and eat up all the capital after going public and then wait to file for bankruptcy? Faced with Zhao Guochang's layers of difficulties, Shunley clenched her fists tightly, not even noticing her nails digging into her flesh. Why are these old foxes so difficult to deal with? Can't they just let themselves go? Before, she always thought that attending meetings was a very easy thing. She just needed to look at the documents and then make the final decision when the meeting started. But now these people are like blood-sucking leeches, biting me tightly and refusing to let go. Why did it turn out like this? Obviously, she has been handling it well all along. Why do they make things so difficult for themselves when it comes to going public? But she had forgotten. The reason why she felt easy to attend meetings in the past was because Holong helped her suppress these old foxes. Holong had also prepared the documents for her in advance. I have already helped her deal with all the problems. No more Holong. This group of old foxes are like wild beasts out of their cage, and no one can control them. Shun Li's face turned pale, and finally she let go of her hand and said with a stern face, regarding the subsequent capital injection and the stock price after listing, I will solve it. It will be better. Unexpectedly, Zhao Guochang did not hold on to it, as if his goal had been achieved. I hope Mr. Shin won't let us old guys down. Good. The meeting is over. Shunley returned to the office. Li Mingxiu stood aside and said aggrievedly, I'm sorry, Minghua. It's all my fault. I didn't expect them to be so dissatisfied with the plan. It doesn't matter. Although Shunley was very depressed, she still cheered up and comforted Li Mingxiu. You just came to work in the company. It's normal that you don't understand the routines of these old guys. By the way, have the people from the executive department returned? I heard Shin Li mention the executive department. Li Mingxiu shook his head and said angrily, these ungrateful people have forgotten that if they didn't have the company, they wouldn't know where to beg for food. Now, at the critical moment, they all ran away. I see. Shin Li's head was buzzing, and she couldn't hear anything. You go and arrange the next task first. I need to calm down now. Shunley, do you really not need my help? Li Mingxiu wanted to hold Shun Li's hand. If it were in the past, she would definitely not refuse, but for some reason, this time, she subconsciously pulled her hand away. Seeing Li Mingxiu's embarrassed expression, Shunley smiled and said, I'm not feeling well today. You should go back first. Okay then. Li Mingxiu took a deep look at Shunley and then reminded her, then you should pay more attention to rest. After saying that, Li Mingxiu left the office. When she was alone, Shunley collapsed on the sofa. How so? It seems that the company has always been going smoothly and there have never been any problems. Why did so many troubles arise as soon as Holong left? Shun Li's mind was in a mess. It was drizzling outside the building. Shun Li left the company in a daze and returned to Feng Lin Ziyuan's villa unknowingly. She didn't know why she came here, but now she just wanted to go in and rest, even just for a moment. But when she pressed her finger on the fingerprint lock, the fingerprint lock suddenly sounded a prompt. Fingerprint recognition error. Chapter 15. Are you here to laugh at me too? Fingerprint recognition error? How is this possible? Shunley was stunned for a moment, and she tried it again without daring to imagine. As a result, the prompt sounded again. Fingerprint recognition error. Impossible. She remembered clearly that it was she and Holong who replaced the fingerprint lock of the villa. To be exact, it was Holong who changed it. That was when they first bought the villa, and she was very busy. As soon as she came back and lay down, Holong came over to her excitedly and told her that the new fingerprint lock of the villa had been replaced and asked her to quickly enter her fingerprint. She was very impatient at the time and felt that Holong had disturbed her rest. I even got very angry about it. But in the end, she recorded it anyway. She still remembered that Holong was extremely excited that day and kept repeating that this would be their home from now on. But now they have just divorced, and Holong has changed the fingerprint lock? I was already annoyed because of the meeting today. After trying several times in a row, the fingerprint failed. She took out her cell phone and called Holong. She wanted to question Holong on what basis he had changed the fingerprint lock of the villa, but no matter how many times she hit him, no one answered the phone. Asshole, grievance, dissatisfaction, anger. Shunley almost shed tears. Towards Holong in his heart increased a little. But if I can't get into the villa now, where else could she go? Go home. Because Holong refused to sign, Wong Shouan is still being held in the detention center. She refused to return the things Holong gave her. The lawyer's letter has been sent to Shunley. As for her father, Shunley became even more annoyed when she thought of her father, who only knew how to ask her for money. But where else could she go? The rain is still falling. Shunley's eyes were full of confusion. Just then, her cell phone suddenly rang. She thought it was Holong calling to admit his mistake, so after answering the call, he started cursing. You bastard, who told you to change the fingerprint lock? The person on the other end of the phone obviously didn't expect Shunley to suddenly lose her temper. Half a day later, Li Mingqiu's puzzled voice came from the phone. Shunley, what's wrong with you? What locks were changed? It was Li Mingqiu's voice that I heard. Shunley reacted suddenly, then rubbed her brows and said tiredly, Nothing, sorry. I lost my composure just now. It doesn't matter. Li Mingqiu said generously on the phone. I know you are in a bad mood because of the meeting today, so I specially booked a good restaurant tonight. I wonder if you have time to have dinner together. Shunley was in a bad mood. I wanted to refuse directly, but he turned around and looked at the closed door of the villa. She agreed for some unknown reason. Good. Seeing Shunley agreed, Li Mingqiu's tone also became excited. Okay, you go directly to Lin Hai Mingzhu, and I will rush over right away. After hanging up the phone, Shunley suddenly realized that she didn't drive here this time. Looking at the rain outside, Holong's shadow inexplicably emerged in Shunley's mind. If it were him, would he let himself go to the restaurant for a date on a rainy day? It doesn't seem so, since the day they met, rain or shine, Holong would always pick her up on time. If the two of them made an appointment to have dinner together, no matter when and where, Holong would always appear in front of her and pick her up. Bang! Shunley slapped her face twice. His eyes also perked up again. That's enough, Shunley. You and Holong have already divorced. Why do you still miss him? And there are men like him everywhere on the street. It won't be long before he realizes that he can't live without you, and then he will come back on his own initiative. Why are you being so sentimental? Shunley convinced herself. Then he called a car over. When she arrived at Linhai Mingzhu, she found that Li Mingqiu had not arrived yet. The Pearl of the Sea, the most luxurious private restaurant in Linhai City. Not only do you need to make reservations in advance to dine here, but guests will also be seated on different floors based on their needs and membership cards. The cloud box on the top floor costs $3 million just for an entry membership card. It's not like Shunley hasn't been here before. In previous dates and on their wedding anniversaries, Holong would book a private room and birthday party for her here in advance. So when she came again, she wanted to go in as if she was familiar with the place. But this time he was stopped outside by the front desk. Shunley was immediately displeased when she saw this and asked, Are you new here? Don't you know who I am? Of course I know, Miss Shun. Since you know that, why don't you let me in? Seeing Shunley was angry, the receptionist smiled and explained, Miss Shun, you should know the rules of our Linhai Pearl. If you don't make an appointment in advance or inform the guest information in advance, you're not allowed to come in. What's the meaning? Hear what the front desk said. Shunley said coldly, Didn't Li Mingqiu book a private room here in advance? Upon hearing this, the receptionist smiled and explained, We only have one private room reserved in our restaurant today, and it's not in Mr. Li's name. Without waiting for Shunley to ask further questions, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind her. Hey, isn't this Mr. Shun? Hearing this familiar voice, Shunli's body suddenly froze. When she looked back, standing in front of me was a fairy who looked like she had walked down from the Moon Palace. She was very tall, but not thin. She wore a black tasseled long dress, which made her look noble and elegant. Her black hair was tied up, revealing her slender neck. Her eyes were as bright as the moon in the sky, which made people fall in love with her. It's no exaggeration to say, no matter where she stands, she will undoubtedly become the focus of everyone's attention. But when Shunley saw her, she couldn't be happy at all. Lululemon. Shunley squeezed out these three words one by one from between her teeth. It seems that Mr. Shun still remembers me. But since Mr. Shun is here, why doesn't he go in? And why has he made himself so embarrassed? Lululemon was clearly concerned about her. But to Shunley, these words were like a sharp needle piercing her chest. The business district near the sea is very large, but the circle is small, especially for those at the top. Their circle is extremely small and exclusive. And Lululemon is not just a member of that smallest circle. It is still the most dazzling pearl among them. The Lu Group mainly engages in maritime trade. It not only occupies 40% of Haikiao's business in Linhai, but is also the head of the business circle of the entire Shanghai province and holds great power. As the only daughter of the Lu family, Lu Ningming was destined to be extraordinary from the moment she came into this world. Not to mention, the business talent she showed since school days amazed even the old foxes in the business circle, and she was worthy of being the only heir to the Lu Group. Until the emergence of Shun Group. In just 5 years, the Shun Group turned the entire Linhai business district upside down. Later, Shangyue Group emerged and defeated other competitors to secure its position as the leader of Linhai Business District, which calmed the turmoil. As the president of Shun Group, Shunley was naturally compared with Lululemon by everyone. Shunley in all aspects, but the development speed of Shun Group was unstoppable. In addition, the emergence of Shangyue Group took away most of the Haikiao business that originally belonged to Lu Group. The Lu Group suffered a huge blow. The situation took a turn for the worse. Since then, the two have been evenly matched and have been competing against each other secretly. Normally today, Shunley wouldn't care too much if anyone saw her in such a miserable state. But it was Lululemon, the person she least wanted to see. Shunley clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white. She ignored Lululemon's concern and just gritted her teeth and said, "What are you doing here? Are you here to laugh at my joke, too?" Chapter 16, Are You the Secretary of Shangyue Group? Joke? What joke? Lu Ningming smiled particularly happily when she saw Shun Li's pale face. Of course I came to keep the appointment. Otherwise, would I be waiting for someone outside like Mr. Shun? Facing Lululemon's ridicule, Shunley suppressed her dissatisfaction and said sarcastically, "It seems that the Lu Group is really going to fail. Even you, the eldest lady, have to come out to solicit customers in person." Lu Ningming didn't take Shunley's ridicule to heart at all. She just smiled and said, "Although the Lu Group's revenue has indeed been declining in the past 2 years, I will seize even the smallest opportunity. Besides, I'm not like someone else. For a little immediate benefit, the biggest trump card is given away." Hearing Lu Ningming's words, Shunley frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Seeing Shun Li's ugly expression, Lu Ningming was also full of surprise. "Don't you know?" "Know what?" Shunley looked confused. Shunley really didn't know anything. Lu Ningming ignored her image and covered her mouth and laughed. The happier she laughed, Shun Li's face became uglier. Boss Shun, to be honest, I used to admire you. But now it seems that you are just a frog in a well, and you're not worthy of being on the stage." "Lululemon, what do you mean by this? Explain it to me clearly." No matter how much Shun Li tried to endure it, under Lu Ningming's repeated provocations, she could hardly hide her anger. Seeing Shun Li got angry, Lu Ningming also stopped, then walked to Shun Li's side with lotus steps and said softly, "Since Mr. Shun is curious, it's okay for me to tell you. I came here today to secure the cooperation with Shangyue Group. Why don't you guess again? Who is the president of Shangyue Group?" "Shangyue Group?" When Shunley heard these 4 words, she looked at Lu Ningming with shock in her eyes. "This is impossible. Why would Shangyue Group discuss cooperation with you? Everyone in the Linhai Business District knows about it. Not long after Shangyue Group was founded, the first thing it did was to attack the Lu Group. The Lu Group originally controlled all maritime trade businesses in Linhai. The Shangyue Group took away 60% of the Lu Group's business in just 2 years, which led to the current situation of the Lu Group being in a period of transition. The relationship between the two families cannot be said to be a lifelong separation. They are definitely incompatible. What's more, maritime trade is a highly profitable business. Shunley just couldn't believe that Shangyue Group would throw up what it had eaten and hand it over to others. And they have always been rivals. But Lu Ningming didn't take Shunley's rebuttal seriously at all. Is Mr. Shin so confused that he has even forgotten the basic rules of the business circle? In this business world, there are no permanent enemies. Shunley stared at Lu Ningming's smiling face. There is an indescribable depression in my heart. And she said, guess who is the president of Shanyue Group? It made Shunley feel as if someone was grabbing her heart tightly. In fact, many people initially thought that the reason why Shanyue Group was able to grow so quickly and become the leader of the Linhai business district was because they had connections behind them. But they soon understood one thing. That is, the reason why Shanyue Group is so powerful is not because of how strong their connections are, but they have an extremely mysterious president. It is precisely because of his existence that almost every external decision made by Shanyue Group can be said to be fatal. It's like two knights in the martial arts world. One is a famous knight, while the other is a masked swordsman. The latter knows all your tricks, but you don't know the style and methods of the masked man. It looks like a random punch kills the master. However, every punch from Shanyue Group hit the enemy's weak spot. By the time Shanyue Group had secured its leading position in the Linhai business district, no one was dissatisfied, and confusion and suspicion followed. Everyone wants to know, who is the president behind Shanyue Group? How does he manage to always make accurate sniping shots and have such a forward-looking vision? But no matter who wants to meet, the result is just two words, gone. Even Shunley wanted to make friends with him at that time. As a result, I was politely turned away before I even entered the door. Now, from Lu Ningming's words, she felt a deep sense of crisis. Could it be that Lu Ningming had hooked up with the mysterious president of Shanyue Group? How is this possible? Just as Shunley was daydreaming, an Audi A4 stopped in front of Linhai Mingzhu. Then an urban beauty in black business attire got out of the car. At first, no one noticed her, until she walked to the gate of Linhai Pearl. Lu Lemon took the initiative to greet her, and Shunley barely perked up a bit. But when she saw the person's appearance clearly, Shunley's body froze instantly. How could it be her? Secretary Xia, why are you here so late? The president asked me to go back and get the documents. Since Miss Lu is here, why don't you go up? The president is already waiting for you in the box. Hear the conversation between the two. Shunley opened her mouth, but no sound came out for a long time. At this time, Xie Xiaoyu also noticed Shunley next to Lu Ningming, and his face suddenly turned cold. Why is it you? Shunley swallowed the words and finally said reluctantly, are you the secretary of Shanyue Group? The two had met before, in the detention center. At that time, she thought Xie Xiaoyu was Holong's new love. But now, seeing Lu Ningming's attitude toward her, Shunley's heart almost jumped out. A horrible thought popped into her mind, but she soon suppressed it again. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could he possibly? Xie Xiaoyu naturally did not have a good face towards Shunley. I am not. Hear Xie Xiaoyu's answer. Shunley's tense nerves finally relaxed. She just knew it. She just knew it. I'm the personal secretary of the president of Shanyue Group. Snap. Shunley's heart stopped for a moment, and she almost forgot to breathe. She looked at Xie Xiaoyu in disbelief, trying desperately to find any signs of lying on her face. But unfortunately, she failed. Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could she be the personal secretary of the mysterious president of Shanyue Group? Thinking back to the scene in the mediation room that day, and the scene where Xie Xiaoyu called Holong Mr. Hua, if all this was true, then Holong. Shunley's entire brain exploded, and the whole world was spinning at this moment. Shunley, why are you here so early? At this time, Li Mingqiu also drove over in a hurry. When he saw the three stunning beauties standing in front of the door, his eyes almost popped out. Who are these two? He naturally recognized Xie Xiaoyu, but he didn't take it to heart. After all, what kind of future and status can someone who follows someone who was kicked out of the company have? He was more interested in Lu Lemon. Except he said, Li Mingqiu's complain. Shunley is very beautiful, but her beauty is only superficial. Lu Ningming's beauty comes from the inside out, and it's the confidence and temperament that emanates from her bones. She stood with Shunley. Although from the outside, they could be said to be equally matched. But if you look at it for a long time, everyone will focus their attention on Lu Lemon, but not Shunley. In front of Lu Ningming and Xie Xiaoyu, Li Mingqiu asked this kind of question, which made Shunley not know how to respond for a moment. Lu Ningming looked at Shunley deeply, and then looked at Li Mingqiu, who was standing next to her. She narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, Boss Shun, it seems that this is the pretty boy you want to keep by your side, even at the cost of divorce. Lu Lemon said this. Shunley and Li Mingqiu's expressions changed at the same time. Lu Lemon, what are you talking about? Shunley widened her eyes and stared at Luningming, her eyes almost spitting fire. But Lululemon was not afraid at all. She curled her lips and said, Mr. Shun got divorced for a gigolo, and the news spread in our circle right after. What? You've already done it, and you're still afraid of what people will say. Lululemon, shut up. If she wasn't concerned about her image, Shunley would have wanted to rush up and tear Lululemon's mouth apart. Li Mingxiu noticed the tense atmosphere between the two. He immediately acted like a good guy and explained, Miss, you may have misunderstood. Mr. Shun's divorce was not because of me, but because... Before Li Mingxiu finished speaking, Lu Ningming interrupted with a smile. I'm sorry. I've never been in a relationship, nor have I ever said anything to a man, especially since my parents taught me that since I was a child. Don't talk to uneducated men on the street. So, can you please shut up while I'm talking to Shunley? Li Mingxiu thought that if he stood up, the other party would give him face and a way out. He didn't expect it. Lululemon was so disrespectful. In front of Shunley, he was completely humiliated. His face turned blue and purple, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. Seeing Li Mingxiu staring at him like a fool, Lu Ningming smiled even more happily, then took Xie Xiaoyu's arm, turned around, and walked into Linhai Mingzhu. Before entering, she also left a message for Shunley. I wish Mr. Shun a happy divorce and have fun with his pretty boy. Watching Lululemon's disappearing back, Shunley couldn't bear it any longer. She clenched her fists and was about to rush in to teach her a lesson. But he was stopped by Li Mingxiu. Shunley, forget it, forget it. There's no need for us to bother with such people and lose our own value for nothing. What's more, now is a critical juncture for our company to go public. If this matter gets out of hand, it will be very detrimental to our company. Hearing Li Mingxiu's dissuasion, Shunley then stopped, her clenched fists pale as a bloodshot eye. That's right, be patient. You must endure it. Shunley calmed down. She reminded herself again and again that this was the critical juncture for the Shun Group's listing and nothing could go wrong at this time. If I had a conflict with Lu Ningming at this time, everything would be over. But for some reason, she became calmer. The more aggrieved I feel in my heart. Tolerate? Does she still need to endure? All along, no matter what problems she encountered, whether at work or in life, she would vent them directly. If anyone dares to talk to her like this outside, then someone will rush up immediately and give him a good beating. As a result of, when does she need to consider the consequences? Etc. Why did she think of that person again? Because of regret? No, absolutely not. Shen Li's eyes became increasingly gloomy. It must be because Lu Ningming had deliberately provoked her, and Xie Xiaoyu was confusing her. That's why she acted like this. Yes, that must be it. Okay, Shunli, let's go in too. Don't let her ruin our date today. Okay. Shunli responded and followed Li Mingxiu into the restaurant. Pearl Tower, a landmark tourist building in Linhai City. The Linhai Pearl is located on the 27th floor of the Pearl Tower. After arriving at the restaurant, Shunli subconsciously wanted to go to the 28th floor, but was stopped by the waiter at the stairs. I'm sorry, Miss Shun, there is no reservation for you on the 28th floor today, so you can't go up. Linhai Pearl is the most upscale private restaurant in Linhai. Naturally, remember every distinguished guest, especially guests like Shun Li who are qualified to enter the customized box on the 28th floor. But this time she was stopped outside. Shun Li frowned and was about to speak when she heard Li Mingxiu say, Shun Li, the restaurant we booked is on the 27th floor. What are you doing upstairs? After hearing Li Mingxiu's words, Shun Li finally reacted. This time I had dinner with Li Mingxiu. She turned around and forced a smile. Nothing, I just took the wrong path by accident. Hearing this, Li Mingxiu said very considerately, It's okay. After all, this is the most upscale private restaurant in Linhai. It's normal for you to go the wrong way since it's your first time here. First time here? Hearing what Li Mingxiu said, Shunli a strange look. Wasn't she a regular on the 28th floor and also a guest on the restaurant's most distinguished VIP list? When did you come here for the first time? Shunli noticed the waiter's gaze and hurriedly took Li Mingxiu to find a seat by the window. Soon, the waiter came over with a menu. Ladies and gentlemen, our restaurant is a private restaurant. Here is a basic menu. If you have any special needs, you can tell us directly. Our chef will definitely satisfy your needs. Hear what the waiter said. Li Mingxiu smiled and said, Shunli, take a look at what you want to eat. Just order it. Shunli glanced at the menu and said casually, fried salmon with blue cheese, grilled conch slices, black truffle foie gras, and a grilled lamb chops cooked to medium rare. Oh, and open a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Remember to let it rest for half an hour. Yes, ma'am. After the waiter finished speaking, he turned to look at Li Mingxiu and smiled. Sir, what would you like to eat? Let me take a look. Li Mingxiu took the menu and was about to order, but when he saw the prices on the menu, his eyes almost popped out. Is your restaurant a black market? Why are the dishes here so expensive? Li Mingxiu questioned the waiter without thinking. But the waiter did not get angry because of Li Mingxiu's words. Instead, he smiled and explained, Sir, all the prices in our restaurant are clearly marked, and the ingredients we select are all the best ingredient from all over the world that are airlifted in. If you think the price is unreasonable, we can help you cancel the order in advance. Do you need me to cancel the previous dishes? Li Mingxiu looked unhappy. He just took a quick glance just now, and the total amount of things Shunley ordered was more than 100,000, especially that bottle of 1982 Lafite, which costs more than 60,000 yuan. He listened to his friend and spent 2,000 to book this restaurant. Now he works for Shun Group, and his monthly salary is just over 30,000. After eating this meal, it was as if he had worked for half a year in vain. How can this be possible? Shunley in embarrassment. Shunley, there are only two of us. I'm afraid we can't eat so much. Do you think we should cancel a few dishes? Chapter 18 Lu Group, Lululemon. How many items should be canceled? Shunley frona tunkunciosly. Shunley had been to this restaurant many times before, and each time Holong made reservations in advance according to her preferences. Not to mention, there has never been a precedent for cancellation. But after seeing Li Mingxiu's embarrassed expression, Shunley nodded, just watch it. That's good. Seeing Shun Li's understanding, Li Mingxiu smiled and said to the waiter, cancel all the orders just now and just serve 2 steaks. Yes, sir. Wait until the waiter leaves. Li Mingxiu complained to Shun Li in a low voice. This restaurant was recommended to me by my friend. I thought it was a high-end restaurant, but it turned out to be a rip-off shop. Next time I'll take you to a more affordable restaurant and never come here again. Shunley heard this. She didn't know how to respond for a moment. Just a figure popped up in my mind, subconsciously. If it were him, would he tell me that this is a shady shop and go to a more affordable restaurant? Shunley, what's wrong with you? What are you thinking about? Why are you ignoring me? It was not until she heard Li Mingxiu's voice that Shun Li's distracted eyes recovered. Then she forced a smile and explained, Nothing. I was just thinking about the company's affairs. I see. Hearing Shun Li's answer, Li Mingxiu showed a hint of hesitation and entanglement on his face. Shunley, are you blaming me? Shunley was stunned for a moment. Why do you say that? Today, everyone on the board of directors is suppressing me. They only have eyes for Holong. They didn't even look at the proposal I proposed. The company is about to go public, but I haven't received their approval. The more Li Mingxiu spoke, the more he blamed himself. Seeing his guilty look, Shunley pursed her lips and then replied, Don't worry, it's not your fault. You went abroad to study after graduating from university. Now that you have just returned to China, it is normal that you are not familiar with the rules of the Linhai Business District. When Li Mingxiu heard Shunli's comfort, his eyes lit up. Sure enough, Shunley, you think so too, right? He said angrily. I have always felt that those old guys are deliberately trying to trip me up. When the company is successfully listed, I will definitely give them a slap in the face. So Shunley, you must support me. Looking at Li Mingxiu, who was looking at him expectantly. Shunley moved her lips and took a long time to respond. Good. After getting Shun Li's assurance, Li Mingxiu became full of energy and started talking about his plans and ideals. Look at him now. Shun Li's thoughts drifted away. Li Mingxiu is different from those pretty boys she had played with in the bar before. Even if someone were to delve deeper into the pretty boys in Shun Li's circle of friends, they would find one thing. They all look somewhat like Li Mingxiu. Wan is like you. That's how it should be said. Because she knew Li Mingxiu earlier than Holong. At that time, she was just an ordinary student in the university. Although she was pretty, she was unknown everywhere else. And Li Mingxiu is her senior. He is also a well-known figure in the school. The competition he organized received praise from everyone, and his song at the graduation party caused all the girls in the school to scream. He is a carefree person, and his friend's circle shows him either climbing snow-capped mountains or having fun in the sea. I met such a person when I was young. It's hard not to like. Shunley was the same, but after learning that he had graduated and was going abroad to study, she kept her feelings deep in her heart. Later, she married Holong. To be honest, she didn't think Holong had any shortcomings as a husband. He is dedicated, considerate, and capable. Almost every aspect can give her full satisfaction. But she could never forget the boy in her mind who was venting his youth at the party. and subconsciously began to compare Holong with Li Mingxiu. Compared with the energetic Li Mingxiu, Holong is like an antique, boring and depressing. She gradually began to want to escape, so she indulged herself and got drunk, arguing with Holong, even to the point where I didn't return home that night. So when she heard that Li Mingxiu was returning to China to find a job, she recruited Li Mingxiu to the company without a second thought. She should have been happy and joyful. But Li Mingxiu was right in front of him. But she found that she was not as passionate and fond of him as she had imagined. Is it because we have been apart for too long that we feel alienated? Shunley herself couldn't explain it clearly. But it's okay this way. If it were Li Mingxiu, he would not necessarily be worse than Holong. He would have a better life and unprecedented experiences. That's what she thought. Just as Shunley was slowly convincing herself, Li Mingxiu suddenly asked, "By the way, Shunley, who was the woman you were talking to just now?" Seeing Li Mingxiu asking another woman in front of him. "Shunley Yabros Sululi Kurva. Why, you want to meet me?" No, I'm just curious. Why is there anyone talking to you like this in Linhai? She is so arrogant." Seeing Li Mingxiu's angry expression, Shunley thought he was helping her vent her anger, so she forced a smile and explained, "Her name is Lu Lemon, the only daughter of the Lu Group. The boss of the Lu Group is in poor health, so he handed the company over to Lu Lemon to manage." Lu Group? After hearing this, Li Mingxiu's eyes suddenly lit up. "Are you talking about the Lu Group that mainly does maritime trade?" I don't know if it was an illusion, but Li Mingxiu's eyes lit up when he mentioned the Lu Group. Shunley felt very uncomfortable. But didn't I hear that in recent years, the Lu Group's maritime trade business has been taken away by the Shunley Group? How come she still has the leisure to come here for dinner? During the conversation, the waiter brought 2 steaks. Shunley cut a piece and put it in her mouth. Although the taste was good, it was tasteless compared to what she had eaten here before. She came here this time to discuss cooperation with Shunley Group and take back the business in Haikou. What? After hearing this, Li Mingxiu dropped the steak in his mouth onto the plate. If I remember correctly, didn't Shunley Group open the bidding to the public this time? How did she contact Shunley Group? Have no idea. It would have been better if Li Mingxiu didn't say anything. When this matter is mentioned, Shunley's mood, which had finally calmed down, became irritable again. Originally, as long as they could acquire the land of Shifu Real Estate and build a warehouse at the harbor, the Shun Group would be 100% sure to win the bid of Shunley Group this time. But Shifu Real Estate inexplicably canceled the Shun Group's qualification to bid for the land. The Ministry of Commerce has not yet given a reason. The qualification for this bidding just slipped away from her hands, and Shunley was in a very bad mood. Just at this time, she remembered Lu Lemon's words again. Guess who is the president of Shunley Group? And Xie Xiaoyu's words. "I am the personal secretary of the president of Shunley Group." Could it be that? Chapter 19, Disdain and Doubt. No, absolutely not. She has been married to Holong for 5 years. During these 5 years, she knew Holong very well. There is no way he would have the energy to start another company. And that's Shunley Group, an existence that even Shunley herself has to look up to. Holong is the president of Shunley Group. But if not, then why did Xie Xiaoyu stand with him in the detention center before? Shunley's mind was in a mess. Seeing Shunley's face turn ugly, Li Mingxiu rolled his eyes, then stood up and walked directly to Shunley's side, then stretched out his hand. "Shunley, let's go and meet the people from Shunley Group." What? Shunley's pupils shrank when she heard Li Mingxiu's words. Think about it. Since the Lu Group can meet with the Shunley Group, why can't our Shun Group? Besides, the Lu Group is going downhill now, but our Shun Group is thriving and will be listed soon. If we can meet the president or person in charge of Shunley Group, they will definitely choose us, right? Looking at Li Mingxiu's confident expression, Shunley bit her lips. What Li Mingxiu said makes sense. Moreover, now that Shun's group is about to go public, the withdrawal of investment by original investors and partners has dealt a huge blow to Shun's group. If we could get the cooperation with Shunley Group at this time, not only will it solve the current economic and listing crisis, but it will also firmly establish a foothold in Linhai. Even the old foxes in the company would have to give her some respect. But the rules of the business circle are that barging in when others are discussing cooperation is tantamount to a provocation to others. If the situation gets out of hand, it might even turn into a fight to the death. This is not friendly to the Shun Group. Seeing Shun Li's intention to move, but still a little hesitant, Li Mingxiu continued to persuade him. And it is said that the CEO of Shunley Group is very mysterious? Don't you want to see his true face? And if we can meet him this time and make friends with him, wouldn't the Shun group be able to rise to prominence from now on? Who dares to look down on you? Li Mingqiu's words directly hit Shun Li's heart. Her originally hesitant look also became firm. Okay, let's go check it out. Although this might offend Lu Lemon and the Lu group, it would all be worth it if it could win the favor of the Shang Yue group. Moreover, what Lu Ningming and Xie Xiaoyu said just now made her feel uncomfortable all over. She must see for herself who the president of Shang Yue group is. Si Shenli agreed. Li Mingqiu shouta accidentally baited. What do you need, sir? Which box has Shang Yue group reserved today? Hearing Li Mingqiu's question, the waiter was stunned for a moment, then explained in a gentle voice. I'm sorry, sir. Our restaurant pays attention to the privacy of our guests, so I can't tell you. Please understand. What? When Li Mingqiu heard this, his face suddenly turned ugly. I'm spending money here. Can't I tell you a little bit of information? I'm sorry, sir. This is the rule of our restaurant. Li Mingqiu slammed the table and said angrily, then call your manager over. I want to see if your restaurant has this rule. Li Mingqiu made quite a noise, and people at the surrounding tables looked over. Shunley didn't expect Li Mingqiu to do this. My face fell hot. Okay, stop talking. Since this is the rule of their restaurant, don't embarrass them. Shunley, you are just too kind. Li Mingqiu was obviously unwilling to give up, but when Shunley spoke, he couldn't ask further, so he could only snort coldly. Since you won't tell me, I'll go find it myself. Shunley, let's go. After saying that, Li Mingqiu was about to take Shunley upstairs, but he was stopped at the stairs. Sir, do you have a reservation or membership card? Upon hearing this, Li Mingqiu wanted to get angry, but when he thought of Shunley still being by his side, he endured it and said impatiently, Isn't it just a membership card? How much is it? I'll get one now. Okay, sir, the minimum membership card standard here is 3 million, and there are 4 other standards, 6.88 million, 8.88 million, and 12.88 million. Which standard do you want to apply for? How many? Li Mingqiu's eyes almost popped out when he heard the waiter's words. I'm asking you guys to go crazy for money? You want 3 million for a membership card? Sir, you misunderstood. Our prices are clearly marked and we are fair to everyone. After you get the card, you can hold business dinners, entertain VIPs, hold weddings, etc. here. Our restaurant will be prepared according to the highest international standards, and that's enough. I don't want to hear any more of your nonsense. Go call your manager over here. I want to see why you won't let me go upstairs. Yes, sir. We have to admit that as the highest standard private restaurant in Linhai, the attitude, quality, and politeness of the waiters here are extremely high. But before the restaurant manager came over, people around have started talking. Whose family is this low-class person from? Making such a scene in a place like this. That's right. You don't even know the rules of Linhai Pearl, and you still have a nerve to call me manager. A shame. The noise around was not loud and was just heard by Shunley. For a moment, her face turned red with embarrassment. When she came here before, everyone was very respectful to her. Even the manager had to serve her personally. The private rooms upstairs are open to anyone. She never expected that this time, when she came here with Li Mingqiu, not only would she eat the worst steak, but she would even be stopped by the waiter when going upstairs. If it wasn't because I wanted to establish a good relationship with Shang Yue Group, she wished she could turn around and leave right now. Don't worry, Shunley. I will make him give an explanation this time. Shunley couldn't refute and could only respond. Soon the manager came over, and after learning about Li Mingqiu's complaint, he smiled and explained, That's indeed the restaurant's rule. If you don't have a reservation or a membership card, you're not eligible to go to the rooftop box. You okay, file a complaint. I'm going to call the Industry and Commerce Bureau to file a complaint against you right now. Okowo. The manager had a polite smile on his face from beginning to end. It seemed that Li Mingqiu was planning to continue pestering her. Shunley really didn't want to stay here any longer, so she walked up to the manager and said, I want to go up now. Do you have qualifications? Shunley, who spoke, he smiled and replied, If Miss Shin wants to go upstairs, of course you can, but our restaurant has not received Mr. Hu's reservation today. However, if you want to go up, do you have Mr. Hu's membership card with you today? If you have it, I'll help you with it right away. Shunley, I didn't bring it today. The manager smiled and said, I'm sorry, but without Mr. Hu's reservation or membership card, you can't go up, Miss Shun. Shunley was rejected. His eyes were a little surprised, but there are more doubts and confusion. She had never been stopped every time she came here before, so she didn't think there was anything special about this Linhai Pearl. But just now the manager was asking her if she had brought Holong's membership card. That's when she realized something was wrong. Holong's salary better than her. With a base salary of 30,000 yuan a month, plus bonuses, it is only about 100,000 yuan, and all his salary cards are in Shunley's hands. Where did he get 3 million to apply for a membership card here? Chapter 20 President, Ming Shouan. At the same time, top floor box. The restaurant general manager came personally to summarize the situation downstairs. When Ming heard that the ones causing trouble were Shunley and the pretty boy she brought with her, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Thank you, secretary. What do you think? Seeing Lemon throwing the question to him, Xiaoyu said calmly. Today is the private room of Lu Group. The guest follows the host's wishes. Okay then. When Ming saw that Xiaoyu had no objection, she waved her hand. Let them come up. Okay, Miss Lu. 27 floors. Li Mingqiu was still clamoring to make a phone call. At this time, after receiving the news, the manager bowed respectfully to Shunley. Please come in, Miss Shun. Shunley saw the manager suddenly give way. A hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. Li Mingqiu thought that his threat had worked and said to Shunley smugly, Shunley, look at what I said. This store is a shady shop. They won't dare to do anything if they are threatened. Facing Li Mingqiu's ignorant remarks. Shunley just thought he had just returned and was not aware of the rules here. After going upstairs, under the guidance of the manager, the two stopped in front of box. Looking at the familiar box number above, Shunley's heart beat faster. Holong would hold every birthday and wedding anniversary for her here. But now it is so difficult for her to even come up. Damn Holong! Shunley cursed Holong countless times in her heart. But when she stood in front of the door, she felt extremely nervous. She hoped it wouldn't be him. Don't let it be him. Shunley was praying in her heart. When the door of the box opened, the first thing that appeared was Lemon's face that brought disaster to the country and the people. Hey, isn't this Mr. Shun? Why don't you go downstairs to have dinner with your pretty boy? Instead, you're making a fuss and insist on coming up here. Facing Lemon's ridicule, Shunley ignored him and just stepped into the box and looked at everyone in it. Luningmun, Xiaoyu, and Shunley's pupils constricta. But he was soon relieved, and there was an old man with gray hair in a suit. It's not Holong, that's good. At this time, Shunley breathed a sigh of relief, and her mood eased a lot. Naturally, Lemon could see her every micro-expression clearly. The smile widened. When Li Mingqiu came in, his gaze was fixed directly on the old man. His eyes lit up instantly, and then he walked up to him in a familiar manner. Hello, are you the president of Shunley Group? Let me introduce myself first. I am Li Mingqiu, the executive president of Shun Group. Then that person is our company's president, Mr. Shun. Facing Li Mingqiu's self-introduction, the old man didn't even raise his eyelids and just said lightly, Mr. Liu, although you invited other guests over, I am not angry. But if the guest doesn't even know basic etiquette, then there's nothing to talk about today. I saw that the old man had a bad tone. Before Luningming could speak, Shunley directly blocked Li Mingqiu behind her, then extended her hand and said, Hello, I'm the president of Shun Group, Shunley. Looking at the hand that Shunley extended to him, the old man did not shake it, but just took a sip of tea. Then he said calmly, Mr. Liu, you have chosen a good place to discuss business. The environment is good, but some things ruin the scenery. Hearing the old man's words, Luningming quickly smiled and said, Maybe I was too casual. I will pay attention next time. For some reason, Shunley knew very well that she had never met this old man. But he seemed to hate himself and was very hostile. But when I think about it, he is the president of Shunley Group. She still suppressed her restlessness and forced a smile. You misunderstood. We came here this time on the one hand to talk to Mr. Liu, on the other hand. Shunley could finish her words. The old man interrupted her and said, On the other hand, it's to establish a good relationship with me and win the high-cow business of Shunley Group. Right? Shunley's face froze. She didn't expect the old man to speak so directly. Since you are here, I will tell you everything you want to know. The old man put down his teacup and said, Regarding the bidding in high cow this time, Shun's group was originally in the first echelon that our Shunley Group expected. Hearing this, Shunley was overjoyed. But the old man's next words directly pushed her into the quagmire. But I heard that Shun's group has lost the qualification to bid for Shifu Real Estate's land. Without that piece of land, Shun's group cannot build a warehouse at the port. Without even a warehouse, our Shunley Group will not consider the Shun Group anymore. These words are like a bolt from the blue, hitting Shunley hard. Shunley's face turned pale, but she was still unwilling to give up. She bit her lip and said, "You are right. Although we didn't get that piece of land, our Shun group can rent the warehouse in Haikou. When the time comes." I heard that Mr. Shun is divorced, right? Shunley was about to explain, but she didn't expect the old man to suddenly ask about this. Shunley couldn't understand what the old man meant for a moment, and her face was uncertain. Yes. See, Shunley admitted. The old man smiled. I'm old enough to not take these gossips to heart, but I heard that Mr. Shin got divorced because of a gigolo. That's not the case. Shunley subconsciously retorted. These are all rumors. That's right. Li Mingxiu also chimed in. The reason why President Shun divorced Holong is entirely because Holong is not doing his job well. Oh, is that so? The old man tapped the edge of the teacup with his fingers, then smiled and said, but why did I hear that the reason why Shen's group has been able to reach its current height in 5 years is all because of Mr. Hua's hard work behind the scenes? Shunli looked at the old man in surprise, wondering if it was her illusion. The old man mentioned Huolong. There was a hint of admiration in his eyes. Could it be that she saw it wrong? But now is not the time to think about these things. Shunli took a deep breath and then said seriously, although I don't know where you heard these rumors from, they are all false. And I thought that divorce was my personal matter and had nothing to do with the company. Yeah. The old man nodded in disbelief. Okay, since you've said that, I'll give you a definite answer. The old man picked up the teacup and took a sip, then put it down and said lightly, Shangyue Group's cooperation will never be given to your Shin Group. Not only that, starting today, Shangyue Group will cut off all cooperation with Shun Group. Chapter 21, Where is your pretty boy boyfriend? Shunli took a step back uncontrollably. How so? Looking at the old man with serious eyes, Shunli felt her mind go blank. Why is this happening? It was obvious that after she came up, she didn't say anything and didn't mention any interests or conditions. Why would he deny himself directly? Deny the entire Shin group? Lu Ningming seemed to have anticipated this result, so she had an expression of watching a show from beginning to end. On the other hand, after hearing what the old man said, Li Mingqiu shouted, why? Since it's an open bidding, it must be fair and just. If you do this, aren't you afraid that others will stab you in the back and accuse you of breaking the rules? Li Mingqiu had a serious look on his face and wanted to use moral blackmail on the old man. But the old man didn't even bother to pay him any attention. Just said to Shunli, look, you still didn't listen to what I just said. I see. Shunli's face turned pale. Shunli, what do you understand? He obviously. That's enough. Seeing that Li Mingqiu was about to continue speaking, Shunli yelled. Li Mingqiu had never heard Shunli talk to him like this before, and he got angry for a moment. He shrilled and said, Shunli, I'm clearly fighting for the interests of our company. Why are you yelling at me? Without waiting for Shunli to explain, Li Mingqiu slammed the door and left. Seeing that Li Mingqiu was angry, Shunli moved her lips, but said nothing. She just asked the old man, is there really no room for reconciliation between our two companies? The old man shook his head. Shunli took a deep breath, suppressed her emotions that were about to collapse, and said goodbye and left. The box was returning to peace. There was a flash of disbelief and deep disgust in the old man's eyes. Secretary Xia, could it be that Shunli divorced Mr. Hua just because of the man just now? I heard the old man asking. Xia Xiaoyu, who was tasting foie gras, nodded casually. There is no respect between superiors and subordinates for the elderly. After seeing Xia Xiaoyu admit it, the old man slapped the table hard and said angrily, is Shunli blind? Seeing the old man getting angry, Lu Ningming smiled faintly, stood up, walked to the old man, and personally poured him another cup of tea. Vice President Xiu, you don't know. This Li Mingqiu's identity is not simple. Oh, hearing Lu Ningming's words, Qiu Mingshan's eyes became gloomy. Why? Is he also from Tianjin? That's not the case. Lu Ningming shook her head, but he is our CEO Shun's first love. First love? Qiu Mingshan was dumbfounded. Just because of this? Qiu Mingshan covered his face and smiled. It's just a laugh out of anger. Stupid. Really stupid. For a shitty first love, you actually chose to divorce Mr. Hua. I think her head was kicked by a donkey. Who knows? Lu Ningming had a faint smile on her face from beginning to end, but the gloating in her eyes was not concealed at all. All along, Shunli has been a huge mountain pressing down on her. She even thought at one point that if the Shun group took over the Shangyue group's Haikou business this time, she would be destined to be crushed to death by a Shunli in this life. Shunli actually threw away her trump card herself. Before she could chisel the mountain, it collapsed on its own. Lululemon felt more comfortable than ever before. Vice President Xiao, now that the person who's in the way has left, can we continue? Okay, about the terms. Underground parking lot. Shunley caught up with Li Mingxiu, who was already in the car. Mingxiu, wait a moment. Seeing Shunley chasing him out, Li Mingxiu's face was full of grievances. Shunley, I know I don't understand the company, and I haven't been recognized by those old foxes. But I have always been working hard for you and the company. I know you're in a bad mood, so I spent so much money to book a restaurant for you to eat here. I want you to be happy. I just argued with reason to help us win this business. But why are you yelling at me? Looking at Li Mingxiu's red eyes, Shunley was at a loss for a moment. No, you misunderstood. If it's to discuss cooperation, then it's usually between the presidents themselves. Others can't interrupt otherwise. So in your eyes, I'm just an asshole who will only ruin your good things, right? That's not what I meant. Looking at the aggrieved Li Mingxiu, Shunley didn't know how to comfort him. Seeing Shunley said nothing, Li Mingxiu wiped his eyes, then closed the window and said, Okay, since you don't answer me, forget it. It's a good time for us to calm down. After saying that, Li Mingxiu drove away. Shunley was left alone in the underground parking lot, staring blankly in silence. Why did things turn out like this? What did it all start to go wrong? Is it because Li Mingxiu didn't pick her up? Or was it because she was eating on the most ordinary 27th floor? She knew that Li Mingxiu didn't have much money, but she still wanted to eat quietly in the box like before. It was obvious that when they had quarreled before, no matter whether he was right or wrong, Holong was the one who found ways to comfort her in the end. Why does Li Mingxiu need to be coaxed by himself? What went wrong? The dinner was ruined, and the cooperation with Shunley Group was also ruined. Shunley had a terrible headache and just wanted to go home and sleep, but then she suddenly remembered. She didn't drive, and Li Mingxiu drove the car away by himself. Shunley huddled on the ground in despair. She subconsciously picked up her cell phone and wanted to call Holong, but the result was still no one answered. Holong, you bastard. If it weren't for you, how could I be in such a mess? Shunley Qiang perked up a bit and walked out of the underground parking lot. At the same time, the negotiations in the box also came to an end. Xiao Mingshan could not accept the conditions proposed by Lu Ningming, but if he continued to lower the price, it would also exceed Lu Ningming's expectations. In the end, we didn't reach a complete agreement. Fortunately, during this process, Xiao Mingshan was extremely satisfied with Lululemon's attitude. The two sides reached a temporary rapport. Lululemon left first. The money for the box had been settled, so Xiao Mingshan and Xie Xiaoyu were allowed to rest here. As she drove out of the parking lot, suddenly I noticed that Shunley was alone under the eaves, hiding from the rain and waiting for the bus. Lu Ningming raised her lips slightly and drove the car directly in front of her. Boss Shun, where's your pretty boyfriend? Shunley's face turned dark blue. Lululemon, I advise you to stop. What? Mr. Shun dares to do it, but doesn't dare to let others say it? This is not your style. You, seeing Shunley getting furious, Lu Ningming smiled more happily than ever before. Get in the car. I'll take you there. Need not. Aren't you curious about who the president of Shunley Group is? Shunley hesitated for a moment after hearing this. But when she thought of the attitude of the old man in the box, Shunley's face suddenly darkened. Even without the cooperation of Shunley Group, our Shun Group can still be ranked among the top 3 in Linhai. All right, it's no use trying to persuade the damn ghost with kind words since Shunley doesn't appreciate it. Lululemon wouldn't try to make things difficult for himself. Inside the box, Xiao Mingshan looked at the two women's separation through the glass rooftop and said with his back to Xie Xiaoyu, Secretary Xie, Do I need to report this to President Hua? Xie Xiaoyu put down the knife and fork in his hand, his eyes grim. I will. Chapter 22. The woman who came down from the helicopter in high heels. Well, then there's nothing for me to do here. I'll go back first. By the way, Secretary Xie, you haven't told me when President Hua will come back to take charge of the situation. If he's not here, no one can control those old foxes. Upon hearing this, Xie Xiaoyu replied calmly. Soon. I hope so. Xiao Mingshan sighed and looked at the rain outside, which was covered with dark clouds. Just like his mood at the moment. Linhai without Mr. Hua is really boring. After Xiao Mingshan left, Xie Xiaoyu took out his cell phone and made a call. After a few rings, a gentle male voice sounded from the other side. Didn't you come to an agreement? The person on the other side seemed to have known the outcome of the negotiation a long time ago. Xie Xiaoyu nodded and said, The other party still wants to fight for another 3 points. 3 points? Okay, then tell Chiu Mingshan to push it down another 3 points. CS Xiaoyu didn't ask why the counterpressure was not released. He just replied, okay. Anyway, his decisions have never been wrong, and I just need to be responsible for their execution. But you call me not just to talk about this, right? I saw that the person on the other side had revealed what I was thinking. CS Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, then said, Mr. Hua, I met Shunley today. Holong, far away in Norway, is currently resting in a rocking chair. Different from the mainland. It is already very cold in Norway in July and August. He was covered with a thick blanket, but his complexion was much worse than when he was in Linhai. There are green mountains and white snow in front of me. Huolong's mood was not disturbed at all. Then what? It seems that she was invited by Li Mingxiu to come to Linhai Mingzhu for a date and dinner today. Yeah. Huolong leaned back in the rattan chair with a self-deprecating smile on his face. Then she must be laughing happily, right? Sorry, Mr. Hua, I didn't see it. Because they had a simple meal on the 27th floor. Huolong was stunned at first, then he couldn't help laughing. Haha, maybe they think the food on the 27th floor is more delicious. Besides that, is there anything else? Today, while we were discussing cooperation with the Lu Group, Shunley and Li Mingxiu broke into our box. In the end, Vice President Xiu drove them out and directly severed all cooperation between Shangyue Group and Shun Group. All distributors and partners have also been warned that if they choose Shun Group, Shangyue Group will blacklist everyone. Yes, I understand. Huolong paused and closed his eyes tiredly. I'm sorry you've worked hard in Linhai during this time I'm not here. It's not hard, this is what I should do. But, CS Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, then whispered, during the time when you were away from Linhai, Mr. Hua, the people from Shangyue Group seem to have started to make small moves again. It doesn't matter, let them make a fuss. Huolong said slowly, don't you think it's too boring if the grasshoppers don't jump after autumn? Yes, I understand, Mr. Hua. And what about your health? On the phone, CS Xiaoyu's concern was genuine. Huolong smiled and said, I'm fine now, but I want to rest here for a while, so I'll have to trouble you at Shangyue Group during this time. Understood, CS Xiaoyu said seriously. I will definitely take good care of the company before you come back, Mr. Hua. Hang up the phone. CS Xiaoyu came to the glass. Through the rain, she looked at Shunley, who was hiding from the rain alone, with unspeakable sarcasm in her eyes. Shunley, you really exceeded everyone's expectations. In the end, you must not regret it. Holong, who was far away in Norway, had a faint smile on his face. The Pearl of the Sea, the most expensive private restaurant in Linhai. It was also the restaurant where Holong took Shunley on their first wedding anniversary. In the past 5 years, he has taken Shunley there many times. But she never smiled, not even happy. Now, he has divorced Shunley. He left. I didn't expect Shunley would go with Li Mingxiu. This is really ironic. But this was also within his expectations. Li Mingxiu's information was sent to Holong, his mobile phone on the night of their divorce. One school, secret love, white moonlight, going abroad. Just a few simple words. Holong understood everything. The person living in Shunley's heart from the very beginning was not him. Shunley would rather divorce herself this time. Li Mingxiu must also be allowed to stay. Only. Holong opened his tired eyes, full of sarcasm. If she knew Li Mingxiu's real information and what he did abroad, I wonder how she would feel now. But these have nothing to do with him anymore. The road was chosen by Shunley. Then she will have to pay the price for her choice. Everything he had before was given to Shunley by him. Now is the time to take it all back. Mr. Hua, didn't Dr. Mike tell you not to go out unless necessary? You just had surgery and your body hasn't recovered yet. You can't catch a cold now. A beautiful blonde nurse hurriedly found Huolong, with a hint of complaint in her tone. Huolong turned his head and smiled at her, saying politely, sorry, I just feel that my body has recovered a lot, and the scenery outside the window is just right. If I don't look at it, it would be unromantic. I wonder if the beautiful lady would be so kind as to accompany me to enjoy the scenery for a while. Huolong has the charm of an intellectual man. In addition, he is tall, handsome, and has an angular oriental face and his gentle speaking speed, which is as lethal as a nuclear bomb to a young nurse who has just entered the hospital. The blonde nurse stuttered a little, but she was a Norwegian beauty after all, so she wasn't too shy. She just whispered, I'm still working now. If you want to see the scenery at my house is more beautiful at night. Do you want to see it? Holong pointed to his head and smiled gently. Next time, for sure. The blonde nurse saw the bandage on Holong's head and looked a little disappointed. But she was not discouraged. Instead, he mustered up the courage to write down a number on a piece of toilet paper and put it in Holong's hand. Here's my private number. If you ever want to see the scenery, feel free to call me. After saying that, the blonde nurse ran away without looking back. In Norway, such pure beauties are indeed rare, and in terms of appearance, she is definitely more beautiful than Shunley. But Holong casually threw the beauty's contact information into the trash can. Even after the divorce, Holong didn't mind having women around him. But he doesn't eat all kinds of food. At the very least, a gust of wind blew up the calm grass, and a helicopter landed on the lawn behind the hospital. A woman in high heels jumped directly from the plane and strode toward Holong. Holong narrowed his eyes. It also requires a woman as energetic as her. Chapter 23. Holong, you owe me 7 years. 7 years have passed. She still appeared in front of Holong. Haven't seen you for a long time. It's better to never see each other again. You're still so poisonous. Same here. The woman pulled Holong up from the recliner and lay down comfortably herself. Holong pointed to his head and said unhappily, "Come on, I'm the patient." Oh. The woman ignored him and just adjusted her perfect body curves. She said lazily, "It's none of my business." Holong was too lazy to pay attention to her. "Nurse, call security. Don't shout anymore. I've already bought this hospital." Hear the woman's words. Holong rubbed his slightly aching brows, looked at the woman in front of him as if she were crazy, and said, "Wenru, are you sick in the head? You have money, but nowhere to spend it. Not as good as you." The woman named Wenru narrowed her crescent eyes. The young master of the Hua family in Tianjin abandoned his beautiful fiancée and ran to a small city to play house games. He married a woman from an ordinary family and was dumped in the end. She smiled gently and said, "Hey, my eldest son of the Hua family, you are divorced now. Is your epilepsy getting better?" Faced with a gentle squeeze, Holong smiled helplessly. "Has the news of the divorce reached Tianjin?" "Nonsense. Otherwise I would come to you." The recliners were snatched away. Holong pulled a hard chair and sat next to Wenru. "So you came here just to laugh at me?" "Joke." Hearing these two words, Wenru suddenly stood up from the recliner, grabbed Holong by the collar, and said through gritted teeth, "Holong, you are not ashamed to mention the word joke in front of me. Do you know how I've lived for the past 7 years? They all said that you would rather marry a country girl than marry me. I was laughed at by people in the circle and almost expelled from the Wen family. Compared to you, I am the biggest joke in their eyes. You were supposed to be with her for a long time, and that would have been fine, but in the end you ended up getting dumped by a village girl. Holong, tell me whether I should come and laugh at you." Looking at Wenru's beautiful but annoyed eyes, Holong really couldn't get angry. "Feel sorry. You really should say sorry to me." Seeing that Holong looked calm, she gently loosened his collar and snorted heavily. "How long will it take for the brain to heal?" "About half a month. When I came here, the family asked me to tell you that if you have had enough fun outside, go back quickly. Don't embarrass yourself in public." "A shame?" Holong smiled. "Look, haven't you always known my status in the eyes of the Hua family? If that's the case, why should I go back? Continue to be laughed at by them." Wenru sighed softly. "I don't care, but you must give me an explanation this time." "What explanation?" "You have to prove to those people that it's not you who doesn't want me. It's you who I don't want. Change the terms. Help me take down the Wen family." Looking at Wenru's ambitious eyes, Holong sighed lightly. "I knew you were looking for me, for no good reason. You owe me this." Holong smiled helplessly, looked up at the green mountains and white snow in the distance, tightened his hospital gown, and said softly, "I'm sorry. I can't help you." "Reason? Haven't you seen it?" Holong pointed at himself and said with a smile, "You are a joke who left the Hua family on your own initiative. Even if you go back, you will never be recognized by the Hua family. What do you think I can do to help you? Stop pretending in front of me." In response to Holong's explanation, Wenru rolled her eyes. "I know everything about what happened back then, and I understand the grudge between you and the Hua family very well. A wolf cub like you will never let them go even if you leave Tianjin. You must have done something behind my back. What if I say no? Then I will castrate you now." Looking at the gentle and pretty face, Holong laughed and reached out to hold her head. "Your bad temper is still the same as before. It's all because of you." The two looked at each other and then smiled. "You're really not going back?" "No." Wenru stood up and returned the recliner to Holong. "Holong, you owe me 7 years. It's mine to pay back. Hearing the gentle whisper, Holong said, I know. But not now. How long will it take? I don't know. I could trust you, right? That's good. Got Holong's assurance. Wenru fell into a deep sleep on the hospital bed beside her. The bodyguard who came with Wenru wanted to step forward, but he was stopped by the bodyguard captain. Captain, if someone sees this and spreads it to the Dong family, this. Shut up. Just do your own job and don't mind other things. Yes. Gentleness soon left. Didn't stay here long. We met again after 7 years. Things are different and people have changed. He took the initiative to leave Tianjin, but was then betrayed and had nothing when he met Shunley. I thought I could forget the past. Unexpectedly, just after the divorce, someone came to my house. Since there is no way to avoid it, Holong didn't plan to hide anymore. Some things need to be settled eventually. For the next half month, Holong recuperated in the hospital. After Wenra left, she would come twice occasionally, but she would never give Holong a good look. At most, I would accompany him for a walk on the lawn behind a hospital, or take a stroll through the streets of Norway. But during this half month, the Shin Group is in complete chaos. Due to the withdrawal of investment by all channel dealers and partners, the supply chain of the entire group was completely broken and the company's valuation plummeted. For now, let alone going public, even if you want to stop the loss, you can't do it. Although the board of directors later helped Shunley find a new partner, the price out of town was 30% higher than that in Linhai. Shunley knew very well who would end up with the money, but there is nothing we can do. After all, if this money is not taken out, let alone going public, I'm afraid the entire company will not be able to survive. Until Shunley personally took over the business of Shin Group. Only then did she realize how difficult these problems were. As for the executive director, Li Mingxiu, although he seemed to be very busy, he actually did not help the group at all. Although the problem has been temporarily alleviated for now. But there are more serious problems to face next. That's the problem with going public. Originally, according to Holong's arrangement, there would be no problem with investors after the listing. After the listing, if they could obtain cooperation with Shangyue Group, the share price of Shin Group would surely skyrocket. But now the investors have withdrawn, and Shangyue Group has severed all cooperation with Shin Group. Even in the entire business circle, no one was willing to cooperate with Shin Group at this time. Shunley knew that she was being targeted, but I couldn't find out who was targeting me. Could it be Holong? This absurd thought was quickly suppressed by her. Absolutely not. Chapter 24. 2 billion breach of contract order. Shunley called the finance manager over. How much liquid funds does the company have on its books now? Seeing Shunley's ugly face, the finance manager did not dare to hide it and replied directly. President, the partners and channel partners breached the contract some time ago, and the liquidated damages have been paid. There is currently about 3.4 billion in liquid cash on the books. Only 3.4 billion? Hear this number. Shunley gritted her teeth. Why is it so little? It's like this. Originally, the company had about 5 billion in liquid funds on its books, but later, after our partners and channel partners severed their cooperation with us, problems arose in the supply chain, resulting in the company's original signed orders not being delivered in time. Our company lost 2 billion just for the compensation. Didn't I ask Mr. Lee to handle this matter? Why is the loss still so serious? Seeing Shunley getting angry, the manager of the finance department swallowed his saliva and said, Mr. Lee did go to deal with it, but those companies only recognize Mr. Hua. They won't give face to anyone except Mr. Hua. Not only that, but later on, after our company changed to a new cooperative supplier, although production was temporarily resumed, they required a one-time payment of a 10-year deposit. So, the finance manager was terrified. He was afraid that if he said something wrong, he would anger Shunley. But no matter how angry Shunley was, she couldn't vent it because the decision to change to a new supplier was originally made by her. The deposit for 10 years means 1 billion must be paid out at one time. This is undoubtedly a huge blow to the Shin Group, but she had no choice. Fortunately, the company is now operating normally, and there is enough funds on the books to temporarily alleviate the current pressure. But the loss of the 2 billion orders was like a sharp needle piercing Shunley's heart. Mr. Shun, there is something I've been wanting to say, but I don't know if I can say it. Explain. Seeing Shunley agreed, the manager of the finance department swallowed his saliva and then said carefully, although you and Mr. Hua, oh no, Holong are divorced. But this 2 billion order is not a small amount after all. They have already said that they only recognize Holong. Why don't you contact Holong? At worst, You can just deal with this matter and give him some compensation. It's better than suffering such a heavy loss. After listening to the proposal of the finance manager, Shunley lay on the chair and rubbed her eyebrows. I know about this matter. You go back first. I will find a way to deal with it. Good. After the finance manager left, Shunley then gritted her teeth and said, Hua, Shang, you've already left, and you still dare to leave me such a mess. For the 2 billion order, only Holong is recognized. It was obvious that this was a trap set by Holong. Shunley about this matter when he first went there. It is said that these people have no eyes and only recognize Holong. Shunley called Holong directly to ask him what he was trying to do. As a result, the call could not be connected. Later, after she calmed down, she tried to persuade Holong to come back and deal with the matter first. After all, divorce was a private matter between the two of them, and the operation of the company should not be affected by this matter. But after half a month, she still couldn't contact Holong. Did he disappear from the face of the earth? Shunley was almost hating Holong to death. But compared to regret, she felt more hatred in her heart. Holong, do you think that with this 2 billion order, you can threaten me, force me to bow to you, and then remarry you? Dream. Shunley threw the cup in front of her to the ground, and her breathing became much faster. Do you really think that the Shun group can't survive without you? Then I am not as you wish. Just when Shunley was getting angry, Li Mingxiu happened to push the door open. Seeing Shunley angry, Li Mingxiu looked puzzled and asked, Shunley, who offended you? Phoenix. In front of Li Mingxiu, Shunley suppressed her resentment, and her complexion slowly returned to normal. How are the orders going? It still doesn't work. I tell you, those people are simply old and confused. Mention the order. Li Mingxiu was filled with grievances. I went to 3 companies today, but none of them were willing to give in. They also said that unless Holong came, they wouldn't even give us room for negotiation. I've already reduced the cost of next year's contract by 20%, but they still won't agree. They're just a bunch of assholes. See Li Mingxiu fail again. Shunley seemed to have known the answer long ago and sat back in her chair tiredly. I know about this matter. I will find a way. Hearing Shunley's tone, Li Mingxiu suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He walked to Shunley anxiously and asked, Shunley, you're not talking about going along, are you? Shunley raised her head and frowned when she heard this. Why do you think so? Shunley opened her mouth. Li Mingxiu said with a wronged look on his face. Because I have been running for 2 weeks in a row, even the manager of the business department can see how hard I am working. But those people only recognize Holong. Shunley, tell me, is Holong really better than me? Don't let your imagination run wild. Seeing Li Mingxiu complaining nonstop, Shunley's already uncomfortable head became even more irritated. But she still patiently comforted him. Holong came in earlier than you, and he controlled all the resources before, so it's normal that those people don't know you and don't give you face after he left. I see your abilities. You are much stronger than Holong. Really? After hearing this, Li Mingxiu regained his smile and said, I knew you understood me, Shunley. But can you promise me one thing? Ensure. Right. Li Mingxiu stepped forward, grabbed Shunley's hand, and said aggrievedly, Promise me that you will never contact Holong, okay? Hear this. Shunley's body trembled. She took a long time to calm down before she spoke. But if he is not here now, then the loss of this 2 billion order. I don't care. Seeing that Shunley was thinking of contacting Holong, Li Mingxiu's eyes turned red. Shunley, since you have divorced Holong, you should not contact him anymore. Holong must be behind this incident. He just wants to put pressure on you through this incident, make you contact him, apologize to him, and force you to get back together with him. There's no way I can get back together with him, Shunley said firmly. But he wouldn't necessarily think so. Shunley, I did this because I was worried that you would be deceived by him. I did all this for you. Shunley has a lot to say. But looking into Li Mingxiu's eyes, she couldn't say a word in the end, but just promised tiredly. Okay, I promise you. Chapter 25 Dried Fish. I knew you were the best of me, Shunley. Seeing Shunley agreed. Only then did Li Mingxiu start to laugh. But Shunley couldn't laugh. The 2 billion yuan penalty was like a mountain pressing down on her, making it hard for her to breathe. By the way, Shunley, my college classmates and I are having a reunion soon, and they said that I must bring you along no matter what. You should be free the day after tomorrow, right? The day after tomorrow? Looking at Li Mingxiu's expectant eyes, Shunley really wanted to refuse. Now that the company is facing a huge economic crisis, she is really not in the mood to attend any party. But Li Mingxiu seemed to know what Shunli was thinking and bewitched her by the side. I know the company is under a lot of pressure recently, so I agreed to this for you. It's a good opportunity for me to accompany you to relax. And I've already agreed to it for you. You're not going to refuse, are you? Shunli frowned slightly when she heard this. She hates other people making decisions for her. Previously, Holong gave her an anniversary gift without her consent, but she threw it directly into the trash can and had a big fight with him. But when facing Li Mingxiu, the words of refusal finally stopped at her lips. Shunli rubbed her slightly aching brow. I know what's going on. I'll go after I finish dealing with things in the next 2 days. Okay, it's settled then. Seeing Shunli finally agreed. Only then did Li Mingxiu leave the office contentedly. Wait until Li Mingxiu leaves. Shunli leaned weakly on the backrest, her eyes a little dull. When I was managing the company before, there had never been such a big problem, even if there were problems in operations or decision-making. Holong will also deal with all the problems as soon as possible. Holong, it's Holong again. Shin Li's eyes were gloomy, and she clenched her teeth. If he hadn't quit and left this mess to her, how could things have turned out like this? The 2 billion yuan penalty will be repaid if we cannot find a way to make it up. That would be a major blow to the entire Shun group. But at this moment, she couldn't contact Huolong at all. It was as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. Huolong, you'd better not show up again in your life. Otherwise, I will never forgive you. But no matter how much we hate it, things still have to be resolved. Because of the penalty issue, the old guys on the board put a lot of pressure on her. So no matter what, she must find a way to stop the 2 billion loss. After taking a long breath, Shunli dialed the number of the Ministry of Commerce and said, please contact Dongfang Yaoshe for me. I will go there in person this afternoon. Okay, Mr. Shun. The East shines. Shun Group's previous largest partner. But ever since Huolong divorced Shunli and left Shun Group, Dongfang Yaoshe directly severed all cooperation with Shun Group. And originally, Dongfang Yaoshe had already reached an agreement with Shun Group that it would inject 1 billion yuan into Shun Group after Shun Group went public. But now, let alone capital injection, the losses have reached a point that Shunli simply cannot afford. Although the 2 billion order was a huge loss. But the cooperation with Dongfang Yaoshe is now Shun Li's biggest reliance for turning things around in the board of directors. When Shun Li sat in the office of President Dongfang Yaoshe, her face looked surprisingly ugly. Mr. Sun, the cooperation between our two companies has always been smooth sailing, and our Shun Group has never made any mistakes in cooperation matters. Why are you so determined to cut off all cooperation with our Shun Group? Shun Li made sufficient preparations and came here with full confidence. She had already made a plan to take down Dongfang Yaoshe, but in the end she was indeed rejected. She really couldn't understand. Sun Quanshan, who was sitting opposite her, didn't even bother to look at the contract that Shunli brought over. This was the most unacceptable thing for Shunli. Fussing Shunli, Isakastuning. Sun Quanshan's eyes were calm. He tapped the table with his fingers and said in a dull voice, Boss Shun, severing cooperation means severing cooperation, and no reason is needed. You're not a kid who has just entered the business world. We are businessmen and we value profits. And your Shun Group has brought no benefits to our Dongfang Yaoshe. If that's the case, why should I choose to cooperate with you? Shunli heard this. The veins on her forehead twitched, but she still suppressed her anger and said patiently, Boss Sun, what do you mean by that? Isn't our Shun Group doing well? Sun Quanshan just smiled and said, okay or not, Mr. Shin knows what's going on. If Mr. Shan wants to stay for a cup of tea, I welcome it, but if it's about cooperation, then forget it. Shunli has always been used to being strong in the Linhai business circle, although her status is not high enough. But the momentum of Shun Group in recent years is enough to make it among the best. I thought this cooperation was a sure thing, but I didn't expect to hit a wall with the first one. Seeing Shun Li getting angry, Sun Quanshan smiled gently and raised his hand to invite Shunli in. Goodbye. Shunli came with full confidence and then left in embarrassment. I didn't even understand it when I left. Why would Sun Quanshan reject her proposal for no reason? She had clearly shown enough sincerity. There is no way he would reject me, even if he just took a look at the project plan. Shunli really couldn't understand. In the top floor office of Dongfang Yaoshe, Sun Quanshan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass window, watched Shunli get into the car and leave, then took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, Secretary Xie? It's me, Sun Quanshan. Yes, everything is just as you expected. She came to see me after all. Don't worry, Everything has been resolved. We at Dongfang Yaoshi will never agree to the Shun Group's request. By the way, could you please tell me when Mr. Hu will be back? Linhai, Jinhua apartment. This is an apartment in an old neighborhood, and the people living here are almost all ordinary people. Fortunately, Jinhua apartment is located along the coastline. Just cross the road to the beach. So the rooms here are not low. Xiaoyu's house is on the first floor here. Although it is on the first floor, the lighting is much better than expected, and there is also an independent small courtyard. Xiaoyu is a person who can't sit still. So she planted flowers and plants in the yard and put 2 lounge chairs there. When she is tired, she will lie down and rest. And today, a male guest came to this small courtyard that belonged to her for the second time. Why do you say it's the second time? Because Holong had no place to stay on the day of his divorce. Xiaoyu invited him to stay for one night. The next morning, Holong boarded a plane to Norway. Holong curled up in the recliner, stroking the lazy black cat in his arms. I didn't have time to ask last time. What's this little guy's name? After hearing this, Xiaoyu, who was on the phone with Sun Quan-shan, put down his phone, turned around, and said to Holong, dried fish. It's called dried fish. Chapter 26, everything was as he expected. Xiaoyu repeated it twice. Dried fish. Holong tickled the kitten's chin and said with a smile, it's a nice name. Thanks, Xiaoyu, for the dried fish. Very good match. Although Xiaoyu put away his phone in time. But Sun Quan-shan still heard Holong's voice and looked at the back of Shunley Im's car driving away. Sun Quan-shan smiled and said, Secretary Xia, I have already done everything you arranged for me. Please tell Mr. Hua about our cooperation with Shunley Group. Xiaoyu responded absent-mindedly, glancing at Holong, who was curled up in a chair. Then she walked to a corner and made arrangements. I have sent the latest order information of Shunley Group to the Ministry of Commerce, and they will arrange someone to connect with Dongfang Yaoshi. That's good. After receiving Xiaoyu's affirmative answer, Sun Quan-shan smiled with satisfaction. I wish Secretary Xia and President Hua a happy life. Mr. Sun, it's a pleasure to work with you. Hang up the phone. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief, then turned and came to Holong. Mr. Holong, who had a lazy aura, Xiaoyu felt a little embarrassed. The first time for her and Holong to have such private communication. Holong also noticed Xiaoyu's embarrassment and said with a smile, was the call just now from Sun Quan-shan? Seeing Holong bring the topic back to work, Xiaoyu's uneasiness faded a lot. Everything is as you thought. Shunley did not deal with the default order issue immediately. Instead, she approached Dongfang Yaoshi first to attract investment. Having said that, Xiaoyu looked at Holong with eyes full of admiration. Holong had a terminal illness. She is one of them. It was thought that Holong only had 3 months left to live, but fortunately, there is always a way out, and Norway just happened to have a treatment plan for this purpose. It has been about half a month, and Holong should have been recuperating in Norway. As a result, 1 day ago, Xiaoyu suddenly received a call from Holong. He had just recovered from his illness and was still in the recuperation stage, but he came back like this. Holong does not plan to move back into the villa he bought with Shunley. Originally, Holong planned to find a hotel to stay for a few days. But considering that Holong still needs to recuperate, so after Xiaoyu met Holong, he took the initiative to invite him to his home. It was originally out of good intentions. But when she saw Holong's real life, she felt that Holong was completely different from her impression of him. In her mind, Holong is the president who is decisive and efficient in the business world and can decide the life or death of a company with just a single phone call. But now Holong looks lazy and languid. It makes people instinctively want to get close to him. Every time Xiaoyu faced Holong, she had this feeling. She even wondered if her brain was broken. But Holong is Holong. Nothing has changed. Although he did not go to Shunley Group. But all developments in the Linhai business district are under his control. As for the current situation of Shun Group, Xiaoyu just gave him a brief introduction to the situation they were facing. Holong immediately found all the loopholes in Shunley's plan. Dongfang Yaoshi, this is Shunley's first step but not the last. Baswa, Dongfang Yaoshi has severed its cooperation with Shun Group. Do you still need me to arrange the cooperation with other people? Hearing Xiaoyu's concerns, Holong smiled, closed his eyes, and quietly enjoyed the rare moment of peace and quiet. Unnecessary. Who among those who have been able to stay in the Linhai business circle for so long is not an old fox from the deep mountains? Everything in the world is for profit. The Shin Group is now in debt. Even if the Shunley group does not put pressure on them, no one will take the initiative to take over this hot potato. Holong's analysis. Xie Xiaoyu pursed her lips slightly. Is at the end of it. Hearing what Xie Xiaoyu said, Holong was stunned for a moment. He opened his eyes and turned to look at Xie Xiaoyu. At this time, Xie Xiaoyu had shed his cold working state, and his words were full of indignation. What's wrong? It's okay, it's just. When Xie Xiaoyu saw Holong looking at her, she hesitated for a moment to speak. Holong saw through her thoughts and chuckled. Are you trying to stand up for me? Seeing Holong took the initiative to bring up the topic. Xie Xiaoyu then spoke up. Bosswa, to be honest, I understand that you don't want to show up in public, but you've done so much for her in the Shun group. How could she be so heartless? Yes, how could she be so heartless? Holong also found a little funny. Shunley, when he was most helpless. In order to fulfill her dream, he tried almost everything to help her set up Shun group and bring it to the point where it was about to go public. But who could have thought that the once pure Shun Li would become like a different person after achieving success? Perhaps this is what is called nature. Holong waved his hand, motioning Xie Xiaoyu to lie down on the chair next to him, and then said with a smile, Of course I won't let it go so easily. Everything she had was given to her by me. Now that we're divorced, I'll naturally make her give up everything that belongs to me. But now it seems that I may not even need to take action. She will take the initiative to give up the opportunity. After hearing what Holong said, Xie Xiaoyu was a little confused. But when she thought about the decisions made by Shun Group in the past half-month, she felt much better. Let's not talk about this anymore. I guess my living here won't cause you any trouble, right? No. Hearing Holong's sudden question, Xie Xiaoyu waved her hands quickly, and the black cat in Holong's arms jumped into her arms. She peeked at Holong's profile, then whispered, Bosswa, you just recovered from a serious illness and need to recuperate. I'm worried about you being alone outside. Don't worry, I'm the only one living here. And I'm a pretty good cook. Hearing Xie Xiaoyu's answer, Holong smiled and said, Then I'll trouble you during this period of time. As for the expenses during this period, I will transfer it to you when the time comes. No. As it should be, one thing at a time. Holong did not give Xie Xiaoyu a chance to refuse. He then curled up in the recliner and slowly closed his eyes. Having just recovered from a serious illness, he was still a little weak, although he should still need to recuperate in Norway for a few more months. But time waits for no one. Thinking of the woman who bought the entire hospital, sleepiness came over me instantly. There were some things that he had originally been prepared to let go of, but in the end he just couldn't get over it. It seems that some things need to be put on the agenda. Holong was about to fall asleep. Xie Xiaoyu seemed to have thought of something and quickly said, By the way, Mr. Hua, the eldest lady of the Lu group has called me a lot recently and wants to meet you. Do you have time recently? Chapter 27. Dinner worth 2 billion. The eldest daughter of Lu group? Hearing Xie Xiaoyu's words, a figure emerged in Holong's mind. Lu Lemon. Right. Hasn't the cooperation with Lu's group been handed over to Chiu Mingshan to handle? Xie Xiaoyu was embarrassed when he heard this, but he finally said carefully, Originally, everything was according to your instructions, and the profit margin was reduced by another 3 points. She didn't agree? No, she agreed. That. Not only did she agree, she also took the initiative to give up 2 more points. Oh. Hearing this, Holong managed to perk up a little. As mentioned earlier, the Lu group was originally the leader in maritime trade in Linhai and was also the decision-maker in the entire Shanghai province business circle. But since the emergence of Shunley Group, everything has changed. Later, when the Shun group needed to develop, it was Holong's series of decisions that directly took away 70% of the Lu group's maritime trade resources. Since then, the Lu group has suffered severe damage. As an old enterprise in Linhai, it is impossible for the Lu group not to retaliate against the Shunley group. But for some reason, the Lu group only held a few press conferences, and then there was no further movement on this matter. Now, Shunley group has taken the initiative to invite bids and seek partners for maritime trade business. The original plan was to hand this over to Shun's group, taking this opportunity to help Shunley gain a firm foothold in Linhai and to help her raise the stock price after Shun's group went public. Unfortunately, before all this began, Shunley strangled herself to death in the cradle. This led to the Lu group taking the initiative to approach them. First of all, maritime trade business is not a small matter. Although it seems that there is no difference between pressing down 3 points and 5 points, there are just 2 numbers left. But in fact, the Lu group gave up at least 2 billion in profits. This is maritime trade. And this is why everyone wants to get on board the Shunley group. Point 3 is the limit of the Lu group's concessions calculated by Holong. I didn't expect that Lululemon would dare to give up 5 points on the original basis. What does she want? As a businessman, Holong directly asked the other party's purpose. CS Xiaoyu replied, "That day Lu Ningming contacted me and told me that she could give up 5 spots. She didn't have any purpose. She just wanted to take this opportunity to have a meal with you." Have a meal? Hear Lululemon's thoughts. Holong almost laughed out loud. 2 points. Take 2 billion in profits just to have a meal with yourself? Is a meal of mine so valuable now? Seeing that Holong did not answer, CS Xiaoyu asked tentatively, "Do you need me to help you refuse?" "Need not." Holong said calmly, "Please agree to it for me. I just happen to have some ideas and need to talk to some people about them." "Yes, Mr. Hua." After CS Xiaoyu finished replying to the message, he soon received a reply. "Mr. Hua has made an appointment with you at Toko Restaurant the day after tomorrow afternoon." "Good." CS Xiaoyu was about to say something, but Holong suddenly stretched out his hand and waved it gently. "It's a nice breeze today, Secretary Xia. Don't think too much. Stop and rest for a few days. Otherwise, you'll be busy later." Looking at Holong's profile, his long eyelashes sparkled in the sunlight. CS Xiaoyu nodded. Then she curled up in the recliner, hugged the black cat, and enjoyed the rare leisure time with Holong. White clouds pass by, and the wind blows on the beautiful woman's face. Different from the leisurely nature of the other two. At this time, Shunley was sitting in the back seat of the car, her face darkening. Why? Why refuse again? Seeing her plans being rejected again and again, Shunley was furious. Although Shin Group currently has a loss of 2 billion in orders. But as long as she can keep the original investors stable and wait until Shun Group goes public, she will be able to make up for the loss with the help of the stock market. But she went to 7 stores today and got the same answer from each one. They all chose to sever all cooperation with Shun Group. All original investment plans were canceled. Shunley has come all the way to where she is now, and she is proud and arrogant. When has she ever suffered such injustice? I was so angry that I started arguing with the other party on the spot. Saying that the other party is treacherous shows that they lack the basic spirit of contract. But what I got in return was not an apology from the other party, but ridicule from the other party. Boss Shun faced the reality. When you really see things clearly, you will know how stupid you are. These words were like a thorn piercing her heart. Madness? Shunli's eyes were red. Since she started her business, all the decisions she made along the way have been foolproof. No matter who sees her, don't they all praise her? When had anyone dared to call her stupid? Moreover, if she had sent other people to discuss cooperation, it might not have been sincere enough. But now, as the president of Shun Group, she came in person to discuss cooperation, but she did not expect that the other party would not give her any face at all. Are these people all crazy? Without these investments, although the Shun Group can still go public, the stock price will probably plummet as soon as it is listed. By then, the consequences would be something she would not be able to bear. Shunley, even more confused, was that when she asked the other party why they were withdrawing their investment, their answers were surprisingly the same. "Mr. Shun can ask Mr. Hua to come and talk to us. As long as Mr. Hua asks us to invest, we will have no objection." Holong. It's Holong again. Shunli threw the documents in her hand hard onto the seat. "Damn bastards. I've already given away 30% of the profits, but I didn't expect them to still refuse to budge. In their eyes, is Holong more important than the entire Shin Group?" At this time, the driver looked at Shunli, who was furious in the back seat, and asked cautiously, "Boss Shun, where are we going now?" Shunli was originally feeling irritated and was just about to go back. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was Li Mingqiu calling, Shunli breathed a sigh of relief and then answered the call. "Hello, Shunli, where are you now?" Li Mingqiu's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Shunli thought something had happened to him and asked hurriedly, "I'm outside, discussing cooperation." "What happened?" "Nothing. I just wanted to ask when you'll be back. I just found a nice sculpture shop, and I'd like to invite you to go there tonight." Hearing what Li Mingqiu said, Shunli's face froze. "Sculpture shop? Is this what you called her for?" Li Mingqiu on the other end of the phone saw that Shunli was silent, so he hurriedly said, "Qiu, are you busy? I spent a long time searching for this store online, and I have prepared a gift for you. You really can't come and stay with me." Chapter 28. Shun Group suffers sanctions. I heard Li Mingqiu's aggrieved voice on the phone. Shunli only felt a slight headache. She said patiently, "But I haven't finished discussing the cooperation yet." Before Shun Li finished speaking, Then Li Mingqiu continued, "Ah, we can discuss cooperation anytime. Besides, the world is so big. There are countless people who want to cooperate with our Shun group. We can't afford to miss a day. If you don't accompany me, I will be very sad." Shunley heard this and said helplessly, "Okay then." Yeah. Li Mingqiu on the other end of the phone became excited instantly when he saw Shunley agreed. Then Shunley, "I'll wait for you at the company." Good. Hang up the phone. Shunley closed her eyes tiredly. A sculpture shop? To be honest, she wasn't in the mood to play at all. In the past, whenever she encountered problems that she couldn't solve, she didn't need to show up. She just needed to make a phone call and tell Holong about her grievances. She didn't even need to wait until the next day, and Holong would help her solve all the problems. She doesn't need to worry about cooperation, nor does she need to personally negotiate the contract in a humble manner. If it's Holong, what would he say on the phone if he found out that these people were unwilling to cooperate? Would you invite yourself to a sculpture shop? No, definitely not. He would comfort himself first, then help her solve the problem immediately, and then considerately let her rest and leave everything to him, etc. Shunli suddenly opened her eyes full of hatred. Why did she think of Huolong? Damn it! Huolong had thrown all this mess at her. If he wasn't angry with her, why would she have to endure all the cold shoulder from others here? Huolong's fault. Shunli took a deep breath and gritted her teeth and said, "Huolong, do you think you can force me to bow my head and remarry you by using such a despicable method? I'm telling you, forget it." Shunli took out her cell phone and originally wanted to call Huolong again to warn him not to use such low-level tactics again. But when I thought about the fact that I had been calling for half a month and no one answered the phone, she could only put down her phone angrily. "Huolong, you'd better not appear in front of me again and don't even think about getting my forgiveness." This time I was really angry. "Boss Shun, where are we going now?" According to the original plan, Shunli had one last company to talk to, but she kept hitting a wall, plus Li Mingqiu called her just now. Shunli rubbed her aching brows, then said weakly, "Let's go back to the company." "Okay, Mr. Shun." "What?" "Shunli is not coming." Shichio Longjing headquarters. A middle-aged man with a big belly turned purple with anger after hearing his secretary's report. "Damn it, I finally convinced those old guys on the board of directors. Even if we might be targeted by the Shangyue group, as long as the Shun group goes public, we can make up for the losses. Shunli, this bastard, actually dared to stand me up." The middle-aged man became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and finally he picked up the teacup on the table and smashed it to the ground. "Tell Shunli for me that all cooperation between our company and Shun's group is completely canceled. Not only that, we will also restrict our suppliers. Once we find that any of them are cooperating with Shun's group, then Shichio Longjing will completely cut off cooperation with them." As Shichio Longjing's secretary, it was the first time that Xiaoyu saw a middle-aged man get so angry. Don't be fooled by the middle-aged man's potbelly. He looks like a bad person, but he is the backbone of the entire Shichio Longjing. This time, the Shun group was deserted by its friends and relatives, and many of them were related to the Shangyue group. Although Shichio Longjing is a well-known enterprise in Linhai, but they didn't dare to confront Shangyue group directly, but in order to protect their own interests. In the end, he still managed to persuade the board of directors, deciding to take a risk and help the Shun group. I didn't expect he had worked so hard for so long. Shunli actually stood him up. In this way, all his efforts in the past half-month were wasted. How could he not be angry? What are you still standing there for? Go now. Okay. I'll go right away. If Shunli knew about this, she would regret it. But now Shunli was in the car looking at the gift Li Mingqiu gave her heart filled with shock and speechlessness. "Is this the gift you prepared for me?" "That's right." Li Mingqiu sat in the passenger seat and said to Shunli proudly, "Isn't it beautiful? I looked at this for a long time online and bought it especially for you. It is said to be the hot necklace this year. It cost me more than 1,000 yuan. Looking at Li Mingqiu's boastful expression, Shunli didn't know how to respond. First of all, Shunli is allergic to silver. She discovered this when she was wearing her natal lock. Later, when Holong was preparing a gift for her, he specifically asked her if she was allergic to any material or stone. Ever since Holong first gave her a gift, he had paid attention to these details. So the gifts he gave to Shunli, besides being beautiful and valuable, had one more thing in common. He never gave her silver jewelry. On every holiday, Holong would give her expensive jewelry, bags, or gold jewelry. Looking at the cheap packaging and the crudely made silver necklace in my hand, Shunli to be happy. Seeing that Shunli didn't respond for a long time, Li Mingqiu looked puzzled and asked, "What's wrong?" "Shunley, don't you like the gift I gave you? I spent a lot of time choosing it for you, and it cost me a lot of money." After hearing what Li Mingqiu said, Shunley came back to her senses and saw that the other party looked aggrieved. Shunley quickly said, No, it's not that I don't like it. It's just that I haven't received a gift in a long time. So, it's a bit unexpected." "I see." After hearing Shun Li's explanation, Li Mingqiu started laughing again and said complacently, "Of course, I'm not like someone who doesn't even give a gift. If he doesn't love his own wife, how can he leave her for others to love?" Shunli subconsciously felt a little nauseous when she heard Li Mingqiu's words, but she quickly suppressed it. "What's wrong, Shunli? Are you really okay? I see you're not in a good state today." "Fine." Shunli didn't dare to let Li Mingqiu see that she was unhappy, so she hastily put away the gift and changed the subject. "Where's the sculpture shop you mentioned? Let's go there now." "Good." Just when Li Mingqiu was excited and ready to lead the way, Shunli's cell phone suddenly rang. She didn't want to answer it, but the other party kept ringing. After seeing that it was the manager of the business department, Shunli finally answered and said impatiently, "You'd better have something urgent to do, otherwise go to the HR department tomorrow to resign and get out." "What?" Shichio Longjing announced the complete termination of cooperation with our Shun group, and also unilaterally imposed sanctions on the Shun group. Chapter 29, Li Mingqiu's analysis. After hearing what the business manager said, Shunli was completely stunned. Shichio Longjing is one of the real estate tycoons in Linhai, although he is often teased as a dog tycoon. But it also indirectly proves that Shichio Longjing is rich. Compared with others who terminated their contracts with Shun Group in a neat manner, Shichio Longjing, which is seeking transformation, is the most moderate one, and is also the only group that did not make a final statement. This is also the reason why Shunli chose Shichio Longjing to talk to last. One is that Shunli feels the relationship is okay. Another reason is that Shichio Longjing is seeking opportunities for transformation, and Shun Group is definitely one of his rare opportunities. Therefore, Shunli felt confident that she could win over Shichio Longjing, but she never expected it. "I just got back to the company. How did things turn out like this? It would be fine if we just canceled all cooperation with Shun Group. I didn't expect that unilateral sanctions would be imposed. This means that Shichio Longjing has completely broken off relations with the Shun Group. Why is this?" Shunli was puzzled. She hung up the phone in a hurry and wanted to call the president of Shichio Longjing to find out what was going on. But before she could dial the number, she heard Li Mingqiu ask, "Is Shunli worried about work again?" Shunli did not hide anything from Li Mingqiu. She originally planned to ask for clarification and look for a chance to redeem herself. But Li Mingqiu suddenly took away her cell phone. "Mingqiu, what are you doing?" Shunli was already in a bad mood, and now with the sanctions from Shichio Longjing, and her cell phone suddenly snatched away by Li Mingqiu, she could no longer suppress her anger and yelled out. But when she finished yelling, what she got was not Li Mingqiu's apology, but his look of disbelief. "Shunli, you actually yelled at me?" "I." Looking at Li Mingqiu's eyes gradually turning red, Shunli felt a blockage in her heart. Seeing that Shunli had no intention of comforting him, Li Mingqiu said directly, "I know that the company has had some operational problems recently, so I picked out gifts for you and took you to the sculpture shop to relax. I just grabbed your phone because I didn't want you to be sad about work. I didn't expect you to yell at me because of this." Looking at Li Mingqiu's aggrieved look, Shunli felt as if a stone was pressing on her chest, and she couldn't say anything when the words came to her lips. Finally, she patiently told Li Mingqiu about Shichio Longjing's situation. She must contact the person in charge of Shichio Longjing as soon as possible. Only then might there be a turning point. But after listening to it, Li Mingqiu said, "Are you yelling at me just for this?" "No. If this matter is not handled properly, it will be very serious." "Oh." Li Mingqiu sneered and then analyzed. Now Shun Group is about to go public. Although it has encountered difficulties temporarily, as long as the listing is successful, then the money will continue to flow in. Now that the real estate industry is gradually going downhill, Shichio Longjing is eager to transform. So the people who are anxious now should not be us, but them. Now in the whole of Linhai, apart from the Shin Group, who else would give him such a chance? So all in all, Shichio Longjing issued this announcement entirely because you didn't go to meet them. They were embarrassed, and that's why they did this. In my opinion, you should leave them alone. Only in this way will they know who is the most suitable partner for them. When they regret it, we can talk about cooperation. By then, won't we still have the initiative in our hands? After listening to Li Mingxiu's analysis, Shunley really wanted to refute and tell him about the current predicament of Shun Group. But on second thought, it seemed that what Li Mingxiu said made sense. Domestic real estate is now on the decline. Although Shiqiu Longjing has a solid foundation, they cannot withstand the consumption. Now facing this situation, they are eager to transform. Looking at the entire Linhai, there are only two companies that can help Shiqiu Longjing out of its predicament. There is the Shun Group, which is about to go public, and the most mysterious Shanyue Group. But Shanyue Group never touches real estate. Therefore, Shiqiu Longjing's only choice now is Shun Group. After the analysis is completed, the heavy stone on Shun Li's chest also fell to the ground. After a sigh of relief, she turned to look at Li Mingxiu and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I lost my composure just now. It's okay. I forgive you." Seeing Shun Li apologize to him, Li Mingxiu pretended to be magnanimous and said, "But I was planning to accompany you to relax, but you suddenly yelled at me, and I feel very uncomfortable now." Shun Li quickly asked, "Then what do you want to do?" Seeing Shun Li's apologetic face, Li Mingxiu smiled again. "Don't worry. Just think of it as you owe me a request." Hearing this, Shun Li looked a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Li Mingxiu added, "Don't worry. It won't be anything that will embarrass you." Shun Li finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing these words. "Adjusted my mindset," Shun Li said gently. "Then let's go." "Good." At the same time, the entire Shun Group's business department is in complete chaos. Holong resigned before. It has brought a lot of trouble to the Ministry of Commerce. The continuous breach of contract has made them dizzy. It was finally quiet for a while. All matters were handed over to the people above to handle. But now Shiqiu Longjing pops up. If it was just Shiqiu Longjing, that would be fine. As a result, Shiqiu Longjing not only severed all cooperation with the Shun Group, but also imposed sanctions on the Shun Group. Although Shun Group and Shiqiu Longjing do not have much cooperation, they have many common partners and suppliers. After all, Shiqiu Longjing is also a listed group. Although the Shun Group is in its heyday, it has not yet gone public. Not to mention the foundation accumulated from years of real estate. These people dare not offend Shiqiu Longjing at all. As a result, emails choosing to terminate the contract with Shun Group have been pouring in like mushrooms after a rain. Why haven't you notified Mr. Shun yet? Why is there still no news from Mr. Shun? The general manager of the business department was already furious in his office, but after receiving the call from the board of directors, he could only bite the bullet and reply. Boss Shin just called back and said that we don't need to worry about this matter. Shiqiu Longjing will take the initiative to apologize in 2 days and renew the contract. When the board of directors heard the news, they asked directly, "Mr. Shun, have you told me whether Shun's group has found a new backer, investor, or partner recently?" "Not yet." The general manager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Damn it. Chapter 30. The watch he gave was a global custom-made one? The people on the board of directors have already cursed. The company has just taken out $1 billion in deposits to barely get through the difficult times, and there's still a $2 billion hole outside. After the company goes public, it will need other investments to ensure that it can stand firm after the listing. Shiqiu Longjing is a simple-minded and wealthy person, and is the best partner right now. Now Shiqiu Longjing has sanctioned our company. She has not found a new partner, but dares to leave the other party aside. Who gave her the courage? Facing the director's verbal abuse on the phone, the general manager of the Ministry of Commerce also has a lot of grievances. He called Shunley, hoping that she would come forward to solve the problem as soon as possible. But Shunley didn't take it to heart at all. It's not that he didn't try to solve the problem himself, but the other party saw that he was just a general manager and didn't even let him into the president's door. Now there are a lot of contract terminations, big and small, and he's feeling overwhelmed. Shunley, the only person who can solve the problem, is not in the company now, and no one knows where she's gone. If Holong were still alive. Thinking of this possibility, he just felt tired all over. If Holong were still alive, how could Shun Group be in such a situation? With the executive department led by Long himself, let alone terminating the contract, those people who were scrambling to cooperate with Shun Group would have no time to do so. Now that Holong is gone, even though no one said anything, anyone with a discerning eye could see it. Most of the Shun Group has collapsed. If you continue, the consequences are simply unimaginable. But it's too late to say anything now. The news of Shun, Li, and Holong's divorce has spread to everyone in the company. Li Mingxiu, who was the fuse of this incident, failed to achieve any results after taking office, and could not even solve the most basic mess. When those above cannot solve the problem, they take their anger out on the people below them. When superiors quarrel, common people suffer. He was even thinking that since Holong had left, he might as well resign. But in the end, I reluctantly gave up the idea. Now he only hopes that Shunley can come back as soon as possible and solve Shichio Longjing's problem. But at this moment, Shunley didn't know how critical the situation was. Instead, he accompanied Li Mingxiu on a date at the sculpture shop. Shunley was not interested in sculpture, but she vaguely remembered that Holong seemed to know a lot about it. When I attended an exhibition before, even the curator praised Holong after seeing him. She even remembered that Holong once excitedly gave her a homemade sculpture and told her that it was inspired by Shunley's appearance. This sculpture will also be exhibited in the exhibition hall, and I hope Shunley can accompany him to see it. But at that time, she was in a hurry to get off work and go to the bar to drink with those little boys, so she directly refused. But think about it now. That sculpture is really nice. Shunley, how did I do? Shunley looked at the thing in Li Mingxiu's hand, which looked like a jar or a cup, and compared them secretly in her mind. At least it was much better than this one. Shunley, it's very nicely done. Is that so? Hearing Shunley's praise, Li Mingxiu showed a proud look on his face. I made this specially for you. You must keep it well. Keep it? Shunley was stunned for a moment and took the strange sculpture from Li Mingxiu. Is this also a gift? Logically speaking, she should be happy since Li Mingxiu gave her a gift. But for some reason, she couldn't be happy even after receiving 2 gifts in a row. That's strange. What is going on? Shunley couldn't figure it out, but Li Mingxiu had already stood up. Okay, now that the sculpture is done, let's go out for a walk. Good. Shunley subconsciously wanted to throw away the unknown sculpture in her hand. But when she thought that it was made for her by Li Mingxiu after all, she finally asked the waiter to put it in a transparent box. This sculpture shop is located in a luxury mall. After going out, the two of them strolled around, and soon they came to a counter full of famous watches. When you get here, Li Mingxiu suddenly stopped and looked at these watches with eyes full of excitement and love. Shunley also saw what Li Mingxiu was thinking. But when she saw the prices of these watches, even someone as wealthy as Shunley couldn't help but frown. Very expensive. At this time, Li Mingxiu had already asked the clerk to take it out and try it on. Li Mingxiu tried one, then came to Shunley and said with a smile, Shunley, what do you think of this watch? It looks very nice. Yeah, I think so too. How about you give this to me as a gift? What? Shunley was stunned for a moment after hearing what Li Mingxiu said. She didn't expect Li Mingxiu to ask her for a gift so directly. Seeing Shunley's surprised expression, Li Mingxiu frowned and said, Shunley, I prepared 2 gifts for you today. I like this watch very much. I'll suffer a little loss. How about you give me this one? Shunley glanced at the price of the watch on Li Mingxiu's wrist and couldn't help but frown. This watch costs 170,000. Although this amount of money is not much for Shunley, she is not a fool. Just when she didn't know how to refuse, the clerk suddenly noticed the women's watch on Shunley's wrist and then asked in shock, Madam, can you take a look at the watch on your wrist? Mine. Shunley fronat. She didn't expect the clerk to ask to see her watch. But seeing that the other party looked sincere, he took it off anyway. After the clerk looked at the watch, he quickly called the manager over. When the manager saw the watch, his attitude towards Shunley became extremely respectful. Hello, Mom. This Patek Philippe Ladies Limited Edition watch was customized in our store. Since you have purchased this watch before, you can enjoy the lowest discount when you buy other watches in our store in the future. Patek Philippe Ladies Global Limited Edition, and it's a custom-made one? Shunley was stunned when she heard the manager's words. She looked at her watch in disbelief, because this watch was not bought by her, but was given her by Holong on their 3rd wedding anniversary. At that time, Holong happily gave her the watch, but she just thought of it as an ordinary watch and never took it seriously. She didn't expect that this thing was actually a global custom-made limited edition, and she knew the Patek Philippe brand. An ordinary watch costs hundreds of thousands. So how much does her global customized model cost? Shunley didn't dare to think about it. But soon, another thought popped in her mind again. When did Holong get so much money? Chapter 31. This thing is also called a sculpture? Previously at Linhai Mingzhu, the manager told her that Holong's card, there was the highest level membership. Now he gave himself a watch, which was also a global customized limited edition. Adding all these things together, it would be at least tens of millions more. Shunley remembered very clearly that since she married Holong, Almost all of Holong's money had been handed over to her. Whenever he needed any expenses, Shunley would transfer money to him. Holong, with his amazing business skills, earns around 100,000 yuan every month. In these 5 years, Holong earned at least several million. Although this money is not much for Shunley, it has always been in Shunley's hands. Holong get the money to apply for a card at Linhai Mingzhu, and he bought her a custom watch? Could it be that? Shunley's face gradually became ugly. Holong had hidden a lot of things from him during their marriage. Taken out all the stuff from Holong when signing the divorce agreement. Even for that villa, he should have listened to his mother and not left it to him. Ma'am, do you need this watch? Shunley did not answer immediately. Although she could get the highest discount now, the price of a watch was hundreds of thousands. Li Mingqiu saw Shunley's hesitation, and just when he was about to say something, he saw two people through Shunley's back. In an instant, his expression turned extremely ugly. Holong, what? When Shunley was hesitating about how to politely reject Li Mingqiu, she suddenly heard the word Holong. Her heart began to beat violently. She turned around quickly. I just happened to see two people walking to the door of the store. Holong, Xiaoyu. The two were seen walking side by side, talking and laughing. For some reason, Shunley felt as if a ball of fire was burning in her chest, as if it was going to burn all her internal organs clean. Holong, Shunley yelled without even thinking. At this moment, Holong, who had walked to the door, heard someone calling his name. So he stopped and looked in the direction of the voice. When he saw Li Mingqiu and Shunley beside him, Holong felt as if he was hit hard in the chest. But he soon calmed down and smiled. What a coincidence, Mr. Shun. Are you dating a new boyfriend outside? There was a smell of gunpowder in the air. Xiaoyu subconsciously stood in front of Holong and stared at Shunley with fear. Holong was in a good mood today, and he was still recovering from an injury, so Xiaoyu planned to buy some vegetables and make a good meal for Holong to nourish him. Holong learned that Xiaoyu was planning to go out to buy groceries. He offered to go with her. Xiaoyu originally wanted Holong to continue resting, but Holong is a man who can't sit still. Unable to withstand Holong's strong attitude, Xiaoyu had no choice but to give in. The two had just arrived at the mall and were about to go to the supermarket on the basement floor, but unexpectedly they met Shunley and Li Mingqiu here. About Holong and Shunley's divorce than anyone else. She was not defending Holong, but after she investigated Li Mingqiu, she knew very well what kind of person Li Mingqiu was. It's hard not to feel fearful when there's someone like this around. But Xiaoyu's little action took on a different meaning in Shunley's eyes. What was going on? They had just divorced, and Holong was newlywed, and even his new wife knew to stand in front of him? Facing Holong's ridicule, Shunley said angrily, Holong, get over here. What? Holong was stunned when he heard Shunley's words. I thought Shunley's temper would have calmed down a lot after not seeing each other for more than half a month. But I didn't expect that she would treat me like this right from the start. But it doesn't seem strange. Holong thought back to the past. Almost every time he was with Shunley rarely communicated well with him. Whenever I encounter a problem, I would always throw it directly to him. If there was a dispute, Shunley would always force Holong to apologize or obey her orders unconditionally. Before, Holong didn't think there was anything wrong with it because he liked it. But now seeing Shunley's attitude again, Holong instinctively felt sick. Facing Shunley's orders, Holong just said calmly, why? What? Shunley was stunned when she heard Holong's answer. Holong say just now? Why? What else does she need to give her orders to Holong to do things? Hasn't she always been like this? Whenever she encountered something that made her unhappy, she would always directly order Holong to follow her ideas. This trick works every time. Now, he actually asked himself, why? Shunley was furious and was about to lose her temper when she heard Li Mingqiu say, Mr. Holong, long time no see. Holong glanced at Li Mingqiu, who suddenly spoke, and then looked away. Answer? Unnecessary. Holong felt disgusted when talking to such a person, let alone answering him or even saying one more word. Seeing Holong ignoring him, Li Mingqiu's eyes flashed with malice, but he quickly suppressed it and said with a cheerful face, I thought I would hear news about you soon after you left the company, but I didn't expect you to disappear for half a month. I thought you disappeared from the face of the earth. Faced with Li Mingqiu's sarcasm, Holong was too lazy to pay attention. He glanced at Shunley and said calmly, if there is nothing else, we will leave first. Goodbye. It seemed that Holong was about to leave. Li Mingqiu also became anxious. Although he didn't want Shunley and Holong to have any more entanglement, now was a rare opportunity to take advantage of someone's misfortune. Shunley was supposed to come with me to buy a watch today, but I didn't expect to run into an old friend by chance. Buying a watch? After hearing Li Mingqiu's words, Holong stopped, turned his head to look at the store, and then looked at Shunley. You want to buy him a watch here? Originally, Shunley didn't plan to buy it. But for some reason, when she saw Holong's confused, puzzled, and slightly shocked eyes, she suddenly felt an inexplicable feeling in her heart. This feeling is hard to describe, but it makes Shunley feel refreshed from the soles of her feet to her mind. That's right. That's the look. That's right. Shunley's complexion gradually returned to normal, with a smug smile on her lips. Mingxiu invited me out on a date today. Not only did he give me a necklace, he also personally made a sculpture for me, so I plan to give him a watch as a return gift. Shunley spoke. She raised a transparent box in her hand and showed it to Holong on purpose. Holong took a look at what Shunley was holding in her hand and thought it was something valuable or an important gift that needed to be given to someone. As a result, when Holong saw it clearly, he froze. What is this? Cup? Yeah? Or what? If this thing can be called a sculpture, if Holong's former teacher knew about it, he would definitely break the legs of the person who made it. But look at Shunley's proud eyes. Holong was speechless. It seemed that she treated this thing as a treasure. Chapter 32, Angel of Vienna. Excuse me, how much does this sculpture cost? Holong asked out of politeness. Hearing this, Li Mingqiu gathered his clothes and said with a hint of pride, not much, just a few hundred yuan. Holong could sense a hint of arrogance in his voice. If you didn't know him, you would think he spent tens of millions on this sculpture. When he learned that the sculpture cost only a few hundred yuan, Holong couldn't help laughing, but he was just amused. A few $100 worth of stuff. And you can't even tell what this thing is, but Shunley actually treats it as a treasure. Holong still remembers it. Once when Shunley had her birthday, in order to celebrate her birthday, he risked being discovered by the whole family and returned to Tianjin to find his former teacher. Make a special gift for Shunley. With the inspiration from Shunley, he created a sculpture called Angel of Vienna. When he worked hard for a week to complete this sculpture, even his former teacher was shocked on the spot. He never thought that his student Holong would one day surpass himself in sculpture. Holong's teacher wanted to buy it for 30 million on the spot, but Holong refused. Gift that he made specifically for Shunley. If it is sold, it will be meaningless. Seeing that Holong was not going to sell it, his teacher had to settle for the next best thing, hoping to have it used as an exhibit in his global exhibition tour. Unable to bear the teacher's pleading, Holong finally agreed. But when he returned from Tianjin in high spirits and handed the sculpture to Shunley, what he received was not surprise or praise, but ridicule. Shunley thought that a sculpture was not worth much, and even if it was valuable, she would not be interested in it. In order to let Shunley know the value of this sculpture, he handed the Angel of Vienna to his teacher and invited Shunley to attend his teacher's exhibition. At that time, she would know the special meaning and value of this gift. But in the end, Shunley stood him up. He waited alone outside the exhibition hall for 3 hours. During this time, he called Shunley countless times. When Shunley finally answered the phone, she only said, I'm drinking. Don't bother me. Get out of here. That night was Shunley's birthday. She was having fun in the bar and enjoying life. Holong sat alone in the exhibition hall, watching the gift he had made for Shunley being sold at a sky-high price of 120 million yuan. At that time, Holong thought that Shunley didn't like sculpture at all. But looking at her proud expression now and the joy on her face, Holong finally realized that even if he could make a sculpture worth 120 million yuan with his own hands, what would it matter? Shunley doesn't like sculpture. She just doesn't like the ones he made. The strange feeling of reunion after a long separation completely disappeared at this moment. Holong, what are you expecting? Shunley changed her mind? Or was it her humble prayer and redemption? Looking at Shunley's proud expression and Li Mingqiu's smug face, Holong smiled calmly. Really? That's quite expensive. Of course, how could the things I gave to Shunley be cheap goods? Do you think everyone is the same as you? At this time, Li Mingqiu was chasing after Holong and adding insult to injury. But these words sounded extremely harsh to the ears of others. Same as whom? Holong. At this moment, Shunley's originally proud expression froze on her face. Because just now, the clerk told her that the watch Holong gave her was a global limited edition custom-made model, which means that this watch alone is worth millions, maybe even higher. She subconsciously looked at Holong, trying to see something from his face. She hoped to see Holong angry or furious. But unfortunately, she was disappointed. From beginning to end, Holong did not show the slightest sign of being angry. Facing Li Mingqiu's sarcasm, Holong just said calmly, "You are right. After all, I am a poor man. I can't compare with you, the executive director of Shun Group." Hearing this, Li Mingqiu said complacently, "Of course, it's a good thing that you and Shunley are divorced. Otherwise, she would not know what kind of miserable life she would have to live with you." Hard times? Holong's thoughts became a little vague when he heard this. He first started the business with Shunley. They did go through a hard time, but how long did that hard time last? 1 month? Or 2 months? Holong couldn't remember clearly. He only remembered the 3rd month. He helped Shunley earn her first million in her life. Because that day, Shunley was as happy as a child, jumping and skipping on the bed. That day, she hugged Holong and said excitedly that she would make a lot of money in the future. When she had money, she would definitely let Holong live a good life with her. Holong believed it, so he gave all his bank cards and salary cards to Shunley. From then on, except for basic living expenses, all other money was controlled by Shunley. If we really want to talk about hard times, indeed there was. But it was not Shunley's, but Holong's. Holong took a deep look at Shunley and finally said jokingly, "It seems that Mr. Shun didn't tell him anything." No matter how thick-skinned Shunley was, she was still made to blush by Li Mingqiu's continuous words. Holong's direct gaze again. Shunley felt inexplicably guilty, just like a primary school student who had made a mistake when he was young and was discovered and named in public. Say, what? After hearing what Holong said, Li Mingqiu's eyes flashed with doubt. From what Holong said, it seemed that Shunley was hiding something from him. Shunley didn't want Li Mingqiu to know too much about this matter. So she quickly said, "That's enough. Holong, I thought that after we divorced, you would at least know where you were wrong and would correct it. I didn't expect you to be the same as before. You haven't changed at all." Wrong. Holong, who originally had no intention of continuing to argue with him, slowly lost the smile on his face after hearing Shun Li's unreasonable words. The originally warm eyes gradually turned cold. Holong stared at Shun Li and sneered. "Oh, what mistakes did I make? What I need to correct? Mr. Shun, please tell me." "Oh." Seeing Holong's gradually indifferent attitude, Shun Li seemed to see through his little thoughts and said impatiently, "Do you think that if you divorce me and leave the company and then use some crooked means to make those partners cut off their cooperation with Shun Group, you can force me to admit my mistakes and remarry you? I'm telling you, you'd better give up those little thoughts as soon as possible. You want to remarry? It's impossible. If you know what's good for you, go and clean up the mess you left behind when you left. Otherwise," seeing Shunley suddenly accusing Holong, Xiaoyu, who had not said a word from the beginning until now, finally couldn't bear it anymore and stood in front of Holong, saying solemnly, "Mr. Shun, please watch your words in public." Chapter 33. Xiaoyu's horrible origin. It was not until this time that Shunley noticed Xiaoyu. After seeing Xiaoyu, Shunley's face became particularly ugly. If it were anyone else, Shunley could ridicule them without any scruples and clearly state Holong's relationship with her and tell her to get out. But this person happened to be Xiaoyu. The president of Shangyue Group is extremely mysterious. He has never appeared in public since the establishment of Shangyue Group. Later, after leaving Linhai Mingzhu, Shunley specially asked someone to investigate Xiaoyu's identity. Only then did she know that almost all of Shangyue Group's external cooperation, including corporate policies, were completed by Xiaoyu. It can be said that Xiaoyu is the real person in charge of Shangyue Group's external relations. Even people within the Shangyue Group, including those old foxes on the board of directors, recognized Xiaoyu's identity. And the Shangyue Group is definitely not someone that the Shun Group can target right now. Although Shangyue Group was established later than Shun Group. But Shangyue Group has long been the leader in Linhai, and its business scope almost monopolizes all industries in Linhai, even occupying a leading position in Shanghai province. Shunley had noticed Xiaoyu when she was in the detention center before. At that time, Xiaoyu stood behind Holong and called Holong Mr. Hua, and his attitude is extremely respectful. Although Shunley had also thought of a possibility that Holong might be the mysterious president of Shangyue Group. But she soon overturned this view. After all, Shunley knew all of Holong's activities when he was with her. In addition, When she was in Linhai Mingzhu, she even disregarded her dignity and broke into the cooperation site between Lu Ningming and Shangyue Group. Xiaoyu was also present at the time, but the so-called CEO of Shangyue Group, mentioned by Lu Ningming, was obviously an old man. Since Holong is not the president of Shangyue Group, then why did she protect Holong so much? Shunley's face was gloomy. No matter what Xiaoyu's purpose was, she had to let Holong deal with the 2 billion default orders today. Thank you, Secretary. Shunley's face darkened, and then she said seriously, I don't know why Secretary Xia is protecting him, but some things must be made clear. First of all, Holong is my husband, and while he's working, before Shunley finished speaking, Xiaoyu interrupted directly. Please be careful with your wording, Mr. Shun. You and Mr. Hua have already divorced. From a legal perspective, you're no longer husband and wife. Looking at Xiaoyu's serious expression, Shunley only felt a ball of anger burning in her chest, but she had no place to vent it. She suppressed her anger and gritted her teeth and said, Okay, as my ex-husband, Holong neglected his duties during work and caused huge losses to the company. Regardless of the reason, he has the obligation and responsibility to help Shun Group solve this trouble. After listening to Shunley's words, Xiaoyu's eyes were calm. She just stated calmly, Then I want to ask Mr. Shun, what mistakes did Mr. Hua make during his tenure at your Shun Group? That 2 billion order. Although I am not an employee of Shun's Group, I have heard about the order from Shun's Group. Xiaoyu stared at Shunley and said seriously, If I remember correctly, these so-called liquidated damages and termination contracts all appeared after Mr. Hua left, right? By that time, President Hua had already handed over all the work in his hands, and the loss was entirely due to problems with the Shun Group supply chain, which prevented it from fulfilling the contract. That's why the loss occurred. Since the incident happened after Mr. Hua left, and the problem still occurred within the Shun Group itself. Then let me ask Mr. Shun, what does the 2 billion liquidated damages that your Shun Group is facing now have to do with Mr. Hua? Xiaoyu's speech was clear, and every sentence hit the nail on the head. Looking at Xiaoyu, who was protecting Holong behind him, Shunley clenched her fists tightly. Damn it! Just as Xiaoyu said, logically speaking, the difficulties that Shun Group is facing now have nothing to do with Holong. But those people only recognized Holong. She thought that if she threatened Holong a little, he would listen to her, as before, and help her deal with the orders. But unexpectedly, Xiaoyu jumped out of nowhere. Why does she protect Holong so much? Holong be so close to the secretary of the president of Shangyue Group? When he left Shun's group, he should have been like a drowned dog. She just beckoned him with her finger, and he should have obeyed. Why doesn't he listen to me? At this time, Shunley's face was gloomy, but she couldn't say anything to refute. Li Mingxiu also saw Xiaoyu's attitude. He looked past Xiaoyu and looked at Holong behind her. He said sarcastically with a smile on his face, It has to be President Hua. He just left Shun's group not long ago, and he's already climbed up the ladder again. Miss, please don't be fooled by his appearance. And sir, please speak more respectfully. It seemed that Li Mingxiu was about to throw dirty water on Holong. Xiaoyu warned directly. First of all, Mr. Hua and I don't have any personal relationship. Even if there is, it is a private relationship between us. It is not your turn to point fingers here. Besides, Xiaoyu took out his cell phone and turned on the recording function on the spot. From now on, I will record all your comments. If your comments have a negative impact on me or Mr. Hua, I will hold you criminally responsible according to the law. Do you have anything else to say now? Xiaoyu is extremely aggressive. Looking at Xiaoyu, who is full of aura at the moment, all the words that Li Mingxiu originally wanted to say to frame Holong were stuck in his throat. His face was also extremely embarrassed. He didn't expect Xiaoyu to be so aggressive. Moreover, she actually kept the evidence in public. All the little tricks and conspiracies in Li Mingxiu's mind became a joke in front of Xiaoyu. Now he dared not say a word. The whole person looks like a clown. At this moment, Holong, who was standing behind Xiaoyu, looked at the petite figure standing in front of him, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. When she was by his side, Xiaoyu's attitude was always soft and gentle. Even when she encountered serious problems, she would handle them in an orderly manner. This was the first time he saw this side of Xiaoyu. But it has to be said, Xiaoyu looks quite handsome like this. Holong, it's time for you to make enough trouble. Seeing that Li Mingxiu was also defeated by Xiaoyu, Shunley knew that she could not focus on Xiaoyu. If she wanted to solve the problem, she could only start with Holong. She looked up at Holong, her eyes filled with indescribable annoyance. While I'm not angry yet, you'd better come back and change the password of the villa for me. Then, I could consider letting you return to Shun's group. This is the best choice for you right now. You only have one chance, so think it over carefully. If you miss this opportunity, you will never see this shop again. Chapter 34. Shunley, don't let me look down on you. Her attitude was extremely arrogant, as if letting Huolong return to Shun's group was a gift to him. Here are the conditions proposed by Shunley. Huolong could answer. Li Mingxiu could no longer sit still. No, this won't work. He had worked so hard until now, and finally managed to drive Huolong away. If Shunley let Huolong come back now, wouldn't that mean all the work he had done before would be wasted? Not only that, if he were allowed to continue staying with Shunley, no one could guarantee whether their old love would be rekindled. This is a situation that Li Mingxiu absolutely does not want to see. No, I won't agree. Without waiting for Huolong to answer, Li Mingxiu jumped out. Shunley, he has already left the company, and even if he comes back now, he may not be able to solve the company's problems. And you clearly promised me. Looking at the anxious Li Mingxiu, Shunley frowned slightly. To be honest, she didn't want to explain in front of Huolong. This was just a delaying tactic. Just let Huolong deal with these 2 billion default orders. Then when the time comes, won't she have the final say on whether to go or stay? However, seeing that Li Mingxiu was very emotional, she could only explain in a low voice. This is only a temporary solution. Otherwise, what about the 2 billion liquidated damages? But don't worry. Even if he comes back, the position of director of the executive department is still yours. He can only start from the bottom. Besides, I will find a way to lift you up higher. Oh well. Although Li Mingxiu was extremely reluctant, he could not resist Shun Li's suggestion to promote him. Moreover, if Huolong comes back and starts from the bottom, he has plenty of ways to drive Huolong out again. After seeing Li Mingxiu being comforted, Shunli showed a confident smile on her face and said to Huolong, now hurry back to the company to deal with the breach of contract order, otherwise. Wait a moment. Seeing Shun Li still talking to herself, Huolong suddenly said, I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said. You mean you need my help now, but the reward is to return to Shun's group and work as a clerk. Why, you don't like it? Shunli frowned and said coldly, Huolong, I still haven't forgiven you. Allowing you to return to Shun group is already my biggest concession. I advise you not to push your luck. Hearing what Shunli said, Huolong finally realized that the person who had not yet woken up was not himself, but Shunli. Huolong wanted to laugh, so he just laughed. Not only did he laugh, he also mocked in public. Look how funny it is. The company is in trouble and needs me. It would be fine if you didn't ask me for help, but you actually acted like you were giving me alms. Shunli, have you forgotten that we are divorced? If so, why should I keep your fingerprint lock in my villa? Also, I have resigned from Shun's group. Do you understand what resignation means? In that case, why should I help you? After hearing what Huolong said, Shun Li's heart trembled for a moment, and then she gritted her teeth and said, Huolong, what do you mean by this? Isn't the meaning very simple? Huolong smiled gently. I used to think you were very motivated, and your vision would improve as your worth increased. Now it seems that I overestimated Shunli after all. A frog in a well is always a frog in a well. Faced with Huolong's blatant sarcasm, Shunli took a long time to react, and then she was almost smoking with anger. Huolong, you dare talk to me like that? I tell you, you will never be able to enter the Shun group again. Shun group? Huolong sneered. Only you would regard the Shun group as a treasure. And since it has come to this, I might as well tell you. In my eyes, Shun group is nothing. Shunli had never expected Huolong to say these words to her, nor had she ever expected him to use this tone. From the day they met, although there had been frictions and quarrels of varying sizes between them, Huolong had never been sarcastic or mocking her. She had never seen this side of Huolong, and she had never thought that one day he would speak to her in this tone. How did he become like this? Is it really as people say on the internet, that men will become bad once they get divorced? It seems that he was hiding his true nature when he was with me before. Let's go, Huolong said to Xie Xiaoyu, then took one last look at Shunli and sneered. We should not disturb the newlyweds date. Okay, Mr. Hua. Seeing Huolong was about to leave, Shunli finally reacted and quickly shouted, No, you can't leave. A penalty of 2 billion is not a small amount. Not only that, there's also the financing needed for Shun Group after its listing. If Huolong left at this time, she would need to find a way to fill the hole herself. The price to pay for this is really too high. In addition, she had been calling Holong for half a month, but had not been able to get through. Now that she had finally met him, she would never let Holong leave easily. But before she could catch up, she was stopped by Xiaoyu. Mr. Shun, please respect yourself. Get out of the way. Shunley was in a bad mood at this time. She didn't care that Xiaoyu was from Shangyue Group and pushed her away. Just when Xiaoyu was about to fall to the ground, Huolong suddenly stood behind her and helped her up. Mr. Hua, Huolong. Shunley was about to say something when she saw Huolong's emotionless eyes falling on her. What kind of look is that? She had never seen this kind of look in Huolong before. It felt as if he saw through her completely. It's chilling. Shunley, we are done. My relationship with Shun Group is also over. No matter what happens to you or the Shun Group in the future, it has nothing to do with me. Besides, Huolong helped Xiaoyu steady herself and check that she was fine. Then he turned around and warned Shunley, "It was you who asked me to leave, and it was you who asked me to die. If I leave, isn't that the best thing for you and the two of you? And now you are throwing a tantrum again. Shunley, is this what you should do as the president of Shun Group? Shunley, don't let me look down on you." Huolong's voice was emotionless. In his eyes, Shunley was no longer the wife who had always been by his side, but a complete stranger. A stranger who was bossing me around and was furious with powerlessness. Chapter 35. Don't you trust my ability? Shunley saw this expression. It was like a sharp knife piercing her chest. How dare Huolong? Although they have divorced, she is in trouble now. Isn't it natural for Huolong to help her deal with it? Moreover, she has already given enough steps. I didn't expect Huolong to be so ungrateful. Let's go. This time, Huolong took Xiaoyu away. Shunley originally wanted to stop them and ask Huolong for an explanation, but he was blocked by Li Mingxiu. Okay, Shunley, Huolong has said such harsh words. Just tell them to get out of here. But Shunley bit her lips tightly. It's easy for Li Mingxiu to say, but it's an order worth 2 billion after all. She visited so many companies in person today, but everyone only recognized Huolong. Not only that, even Shichio Longjing chose to sanction the Shun Group. If the 2 billion hole cannot be solved, she can already see the true colors of those old foxes on the board of directors at the morning meeting. Okay, Shunley, isn't it just liquidated damages? It's not like our Shun Group can't pay it. Besides, don't you still have me? Li Mingxiu said unhappily. Shunley, do you mean you don't trust my ability at all? No, that's not what I meant. Li Mingxiu looked aggrieved. Shunley hurriedly explained a few words, and when she looked up again, Huolong and Xiaoyu had disappeared. Damn it! Shunley clenched her fists tightly, feeling a ball of anger in her chest, but having no place to vent it. Although she was basically sure that Huolong was not the president of Shangyue Group. But why is he so close to Xiaoyu? And he has clearly left the Shun Group. So logically speaking, he is nothing. Why does Xiaoyu still call him Mr. Hua? Could it be that? Shunley thought of a possibility, and her face suddenly turned ugly. No wonder you are so arrogant now. It turns out you have climbed up the ladder of Shangyue Group. I heard Shunley whispering with gritted teeth. Li Mingxiu seemed to have thought of something. Shunley, do you mean Holong has joined Shangyue Group now? Why else would he be so close to the personal secretary of Shangyue Group? Li Mingxiu seemed to have thought of something when he heard this, and hesitantly asked, "Tell me, is there a possibility that Holong is the mysterious president of Shangyue Group?" Impossible. As soon as Li Mingxiu finished speaking, Shunley directly refuted him. No one knows his character better than me. With his current condition, he still wants to be the president of Shangyue Group? Which CEO would go to work for another company for no reason? After listening to Shunley's analysis, Li Mingxiu's originally fearful look returned to normal, but soon turned into viciousness again. Damn Holong. He had already been stealing all the limelight in the Shun Group, which was already annoying enough for him. In the end, he was finally kicked out of Shun's group and turned around to enter Shangyue Group. Looking at the direction the two had left, Li Mingxiu gritted his teeth and said, "In my opinion, the way Huolong entered Shangyue Group is not glorious. Shunley is a person who doesn't like to hear others say bad things about others behind their back. But for some reason, when she heard Li Mingxiu talking about Huolong, she didn't feel disgusted, but frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Shunley, think about it. Huolong was kicked out of the company half a month ago, and then all the people in the executive department jumped ship. Plus, the personal secretary of the president of Shangyue Group defended Huolong so much today. Do you think there's a possibility that he was already with her before he left Shin's group? Hearing Li Mingqiu's analysis, Shunley's face became more and more ugly. Although she wanted to refute, it seemed that what Li Mingqiu said was extremely reasonable. As soon as Holong left, all the people in the executive department resigned. After leaving the job, as the personal secretary of the president of Shangyue Group, CS Xiaoyu, who is busy with many things, has always been following Holong. Holong had already hooked up with her before their divorce, and he had already poached her and was ready to take away all the people in the executive department. She really couldn't think of any other means Holong had to enter Shangyue Group. After all, she was very clear about the assessment requirements of Shangyue Group. The first one was that they would not accept employees who were dismissed without reason. This one point alone was enough to almost sentence Holong to death. And if he entered Shangyue Group now, that means he did use shameful means. Thinking of this, Shunley was so angry that she almost threw the sculpture in her hand to the ground. "You are so good, Holong. I felt a little guilty towards you because I had been at home for too short time. I didn't expect that you had already prepared a way out for yourself." Holong. Shunley, whose eyes were almost blazing with anger. Li Mingqiu looked worried, but he was already very happy in his heart. Yes, that's it. As long as Shunley keeps thinking about this, there will be no possibility for her and Holong to get back together. Although he was no match for CS Xiaoyu's conspiracy, but he was very good at fanning the flames in front of Shunley. It seemed that Shunley had blamed all the mistakes on Holong and had forgotten that she had stayed out all night and indulged in sensual pleasures outside. Li Mingqiu said at the right time, "Okay, Shunley, since you and he have already divorced, don't think about it anymore. Everyone has to look forward, right? Besides, you still have me by your side now. I will definitely accompany you through this difficult time." Shunley took a deep breath and calmed down. When she heard Li Mingqiu's timely concern, she felt a warm current flowing into her heart. "Thank you. Hey, why are you still saying thank you to me? Oh, this watch." Seeing Li Mingqiu's eyes full of love, Shunley took out a card from her pocket and handed it to the clerk who was watching the show and said indifferently, "Wrap it up." "Yes, ma'am." Shunley couldn't remember when she had ever given Holong a gift. But now, when she was spending money in revenge on Li Mingqiu, she just felt refreshed. "Holong, you started all this. If you hadn't hooked up with Shangyue Group in advance, why wouldn't I give you a gift?" At this time, Shunley had already forgotten that the two gifts Li Mingqiu gave her were worth just over 1,000 yuan in total, while the watch she gave to Li Mingqiu was worth more than 100,000 yuan. For Shunley, the only regret was that she was not able to buy it for Li Mingqiu on the spot in front of Holong when paying. When Shunley thought of Holong's jealous and envious expression, she felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure in her body. Looking at Li Mingqiu, who was wearing a new watch and showing it off to him happily, Shunley smiled coldly in her heart. "Holong, it's not my fault that I didn't buy you a gift. This is all your own fault." Chapter 36. She chose her own path. At the same time, from Shunley and Li Mingqiu, Holong accompanied Xie Xiaoyu to the supermarket below the shopping mall. When buying food, Xie Xiaoyu kept looking Holong up and down. Although she didn't say anything, Holong still felt uncomfortable with this kind of stare. He paused and said to Xie Xiaoyu, "Do you have anything to say?" Seeing Holong suddenly stop, Xie Xiaoyu was startled at first, patted his towering chest, and then said with a tangled look, "Nothing, it's just." Seeing that Xie Xiaoyu seemed to be hesitant to speak, Holong flicked her head gently and said, "Just say whatever you want to say. Don't hide anything in front of me. I don't like it." After hearing what Holong said, Xie Xiaoyu lowered his head and muttered softly, "Mr. Hua, I'm sorry." Saw the Holong thought he had heard wrongly. But seeing Xie Xiaoyu, who was usually vigorous and resolute, now looking like a wronged and bullied person, Holong couldn't help but find it a little funny. "Why are you apologizing to me?" Xie Xiaoyu bit her lip and said, "Just now I just couldn't stand their slander against you, Mr. Hua, and her bossy attitude. So I came out and said so many things without permission. I know this is your private matter, Mr. Hua. Logically, I shouldn't show up, but I couldn't help it." Xie Xiaoyu looked like he was blaming himself. "Boss Hua, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have acted on my own." When Holong heard the reason why Xie Xiaoyu apologized, he was stunned at first, and then he burst out laughing. "I thought it was something else. Why did you stare at me all the way because of this?" Xie Xiaoyu heard Holong's laughter, raised his head, and looked at him, puzzled. "Mr. Hua, why are you laughing? Aren't you angry?" "Angry? Why should I be angry?" Looking at Xie Xiaoyu's silly look, Holong smiled and said, "Are you angry because you stood up for me and defended me? In your eyes, am I this kind of person who can't tell right from wrong?" "No, Mr. Hua, that's not what I meant. Hearing what Holong said, Xiaoyu's face turned pale. Just as she was about to explain something, she heard Holong say again, "Don't worry, I don't mean to blame you, and I'm not angry at all now." Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously asked, "Really?" Of course it's true. Holong did not lie to Xiaoyu, because not only was he not angry, he was actually somewhat happy. And you know what? When you stood in front of me just now, you looked like the heroines in those martial arts novels. So cool. Xiaoyu had just breathed a sigh of relief, but after hearing the second half of Huolong's praise, her face suddenly turned red. "Mr. Hua," seeing Xiaoyu's blushing face, Huolong said with a smile, "If there's nothing else to say, can we go buy groceries now?" At this moment, Xiaoyu felt dizzy and was still immersed in Huolong's praise for her just now. But on the way back, Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask Huolong, "Boss Hua, are you really not going to send Li Mingqiu's information to Boss Shin?" "When I came out of the mall, it's getting dark." On the way back, there was only a hint of orange left in the sky. Huolong walked slowly in front, while Xiaoyu followed behind Huolong, carrying a plastic bag. I heard Xiaoyu's question. Huolong didn't look back, but asked calmly, "Why did you send it to her?" Huolong's tall figure under the residual light. Her vision was dazed for a moment, but soon became clear again. Xiaoyu thought about it for a while, and then gave his answer. Because if Mr. Shin knew that Li Mingqiu's past was fabricated, coupled with what he did abroad before, Mr. Shun would definitely regret. Hearing Huolong as two words for no reason, Xiaoyu paused, but finally nodded. "I believe that by then, Mr. Shun will definitely wake up." "She won't." Huolong stopped and looked up at the sky. The last trace of red in the sky was swallowed up by the night sky. The dim lights on the street lit up and shone on him. The scene in front of him made Xiaoyu inexplicably think of the male protagonist in the idol drama. "I know her too well. If I put this document on her desk, she will just say that I made up a fake document to deceive her because I was jealous of Li Mingqiu. And even if she believed all this was true, she would not apologize to me. Even if she apologized, we are destined not to be together again." Huolong said, pointing to the crossroads building not far away. "Little fish, look." Xiaoyu looked over as Huolong had directed him. The lights at the intersection were dim, and the pedestrians coming and going were like passers-by, walking through the intersection on the roads they needed to take. Life is like a crossroads, and the road is chosen by oneself. Shunley has made her decision. Even if she ends up with a bloody head, she will not admit that she chose the wrong path. She only complained that the person who showed her the way didn't persuade her, that the road was a dead end, and she must not continue forward. This is Shunley. Looking at the busy intersection, Huolong narrowed his eyes. "I know her too well." Xiaoyu walked to Huolong's side. The light shone on both of them, stretching their shadows very long. "But Mr. Hua, you really won't feel angry when you meet them again today? You've done so much for her." Xiaoyu still couldn't understand. Huolong laughed, stretched out his big hand, and rubbed her head hard. "Like I said just now, people choose their own paths, and I made the original decision myself. So why should I be angry and regretful? If we don't share the same ideals, we can't work together." Huolong stretched and said, "That's all." Hearing Huolong's words, Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with resentment. Huolong can let it go, but she couldn't let go. It wasn't because she liked Huolong that she was unwilling to accept what Huolong said, but she felt that Huolong shouldn't have gotten such a result. When she was most desperate, it was Huolong's appearance that gave her a glimmer of hope. Then she worked for Huolong. In this process, no one knows better than her how much sacrifice and price Huolong paid in order to meet Shun Li's requirements and dreams. Even if it weren't for Li Mingqiu's appearance, on the day when Shun Group went public, the entire Shangyue Group would have invested heavily to lift Shun Group to a height that no one would dare to imagine. And this is the last step Huolong is taking for Shun Li's dream. Only the last step is needed. Shun Li will stand in a position that is out of reach of everyone. But what did Holong get in return for all he did for Shunley? Chapter 37, Until the Building Collapses. While Holong was arranging a way out and subsequent development plans for the Shun Group, Shunley was drinking with Xiao Naigo in the bar and playing some despicable games. Holong manages two companies at the same time, just to help Shunley fulfill her dream one day. Shunley was on a date and shopping with her so-called white moonlight. Even at the most critical listing meeting, he stole the plan that Huolong had prepared for a long time and gave it to Li Mingqiu, just to help him, an outsider, gain a foothold in the company. Xiaoyu has seen all the efforts Holong has made over the years. She did not blame herself for the fact that the person Holong was paying attention to was not herself, but she felt unwilling that Holong's efforts were not rewarded. At least Holong has a pure heart and shouldn't be treated like this, Xiaoyu thought. Holong saw what Xiaoyu was thinking as he lowered his head. He smiled gently and said, "But don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who would swallow my anger when I'm wronged." Holong's vision was a little dazed. It seemed that he saw the girl who once held his hand and crossed the road with him. It's a pity that things and people have changed. And don't you think it would be interesting to see the company you built up and then destroyed by yourself? After hearing what Holong said, Xiaoyu raised his head. She seemed to understand what Holong said and asked doubtfully, "Boss Hua, do you want to see what kind of harm Li Mingqiu can do to the Shun group?" Yes and no. Holong didn't say much, but his eyes showed some disappointment. Shunley. After all, I overestimated her. He once thought that after Shunley became the president, both her vision and her thoughts would change, but in the end, she still couldn't get rid of her arrogance and vulgarity. Instead of becoming smarter, she became even dumber after being separated for half a month. The fact that she was dating someone else after divorcing herself. Holong has no control over it. But Li Mingqiu only spent a few hundred yuan, and in return Shunley gave him something worth hundreds of thousands, or even more. Nowadays, the Shun group is facing constant external turmoil. She also had time to spend on dates and buying gifts for Li Mingqiu. Shun group. Originally, Holong planned to completely destroy the business empire he had built with his own hands. But now he suddenly felt that this seemed meaningless. If, under Shun Li's leadership, the Shun group gradually declines, then she will know Li Mingqiu's past. When he thought of that scene, Holong couldn't help laughing out loud. Mr. Hua, Holong, who suddenly became happy and felt a little puzzled. But seeing that Mr. Hua's mood had improved, she felt infected and her mood also improved. As for Holong's final plans and arrangements, Xiaoyu did not ask any further questions, and there was no need to do so. She just needs to follow Holong's arrangements. Everything will have an outcome in the end. By the way, someone from Tianjin will be coming to cooperate with our Shanyue group soon. Please help me arrange the time, and I will go and handle this matter personally when the time comes. Hearing Holong's arrangements, Xiaoyu instantly returned to work mode and said seriously, "No problem, Mr. Hua. I will arrange the meeting time as soon as possible and send it to your mobile phone when the time comes." That's not necessary. Just say hello to me when the time comes. Hearing Hua Long's lazy tone, Xiaoyu was a little surprised. Even though Hua Long looked lazy in front of her, she had seen Hua Long at work with her own eyes. Not to mention meetings, even a small morning meeting within the company would be strictly enforced by Hua Long. During the meeting, no one dared to breathe. It was the first time she saw Mr. Hua being so casual in his work arrangements, as if he was talking about a trivial matter that was insignificant. However, Xiaoyu didn't ask any more questions and just replied with okay. Under the dim streetlights, two figures, one tall and one short, walked and talked. Hua Long arranged the work matters quickly, and the rest were the company's internal affairs. Actually, there is no need to thank Xiaoyu for saying anything more. Hua Long was well aware that during the time he was gone, some people might have started to get restless, and this was exactly what he wanted. After returning home, Xiaoyu first prepared cat food and freeze-dried fish for the black cat, then put on an apron and went straight into the kitchen to start working. Hua Long wanted to intervene, but was ruthlessly driven out. According to Xiaoyu, the kitchen is another battlefield for women and not a place where people like Hua Long should enter. After being kicked out of the kitchen, Hua Long came to the yard and lay down. After Xiao Yugan finished his meal, he jumped into Hua Long's arms. After yawning lazily, he snored comfortably in his arms. The evening breeze is gentle. Hua Long enjoyed the rare quietness, but it was soon broken. His cell phone rang. Looking at the number above, Hua Long pressed the answer button. "Hello, it's me." "Nonsense, of course I know it's you. I've already made arrangements at the company, and everything is in accordance with your requirements. I will go to Linhai in person next week, and you can pick me up then." There was a decisive female voice on the other end of the phone. She used when speaking to Hua Long did not sound like a conversation between friends, but more like an order from a superior to a subordinate. But Hua Long was not angry. It's just hard to connect her personality with her name. That's right, it was Wenru who called. "Good." Hua Long simply replied, followed by a long silence. No one spoke again, but no one hung up the phone. Until Xiaoyu's voice came from the living room. "Mr. Hua, the meal is ready. Let's get ready to eat." A gentle and sarcastic laugh came from the phone, Sure. Young master, what? You just got divorced and you're already finding a new lover? Not a lover, but a secretary. Secretary? Winru sneered. I didn't realize you also like the secretary's job when there's work to do and the secretary's job when there's nothing to do. Huolong turned his head to look at Xie Xiaoyu, who was busy in the house, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. You will know when you get there. As soon as Huolong finished speaking, the person on the other end of the phone hung up. Looking at the black screen of the phone, Huolong smiled, then stood up and stretched. My body is almost recovered, so next. Huolong turned and walked into the living room. Some things have been put aside for too long, so long that he almost forgot his past. Now that it's all over, some interest should be collected and cannot be delayed any longer. The night is dark. Some people slept soundly, while others were restless and did not close a wink all night. How could this happen? Why was my dad suddenly sent to the hospital? Chapter 38, My father-in-law's illness relapsed. Originally, after her date with Li Mingxiu, Shunley had no plans to move back home. Huolong changed the password lock of the villa. During this period, she could only find another house near the company and rent it temporarily. With Li Mingxiu's invitation, she originally planned to relax with Li Mingxiu in the bar, but suddenly she received a call from the hospital and Shunli's father was sent to the hospital. Shunli's father Shen Guozhong would only ask her for money on weekdays. He had raised Shunli for more than 20 years after all. No matter how reluctant she was, she drove to the hospital as soon as possible. When Li Mingxiu learned that Shunli's father was in trouble, although he was extremely reluctant, he had to let Shunli go. He called a group of friends to continue the party in the bar. Shunli hurried to the hospital and just saw the doctor coming out of her father's ward. Shunli is also acquaintance with the doctors in this hospital. Rather than saying they were acquaintances, it would be more accurate to say that Huolong would bring his family here on weekdays, and they would get their health checked here when they had nothing to do. Over time, Shunli became familiar with the doctors in the hospital. Dr. Zhao, what's wrong with my dad? Zhao Zhongshan saw Shun Li's nervous face, closed the case, and then said unhappily, Didn't I tell you that the patient is old, his heart, lungs, and blood pressure can't keep up, so he is not allowed to drink alcohol or do strenuous exercise on weekdays? Drinking strenuous exercise? Hearing what Zhao Zhongshan said, Shunli was stunned. What's going on? When she came here, she hadn't heard of such a thing. Oh, by the way, your father also had migraines before. Although our hospital can relieve them with painkillers, it is inevitable that antibodies will form in the patient's body over time. But your husband's technique is very good. It's been a long time since I saw your father being sent to the hospital because of migraine. But looking at his condition today, it seems that his illness has relapsed. You'd better be mentally prepared. Facing Zhao Zhongshan's puzzled questioning, Shunli looked very unnatural. He knew that Shen Guozhong had a migraine problem because it had caused a lot of trouble for his family. But later, after marrying Holong, after accompanying Shen Guozhong for a physical examination and learning that he suffered from migraines, he took the initiative to volunteer to take over the care of Shen Guozhong. I don't know where Holong learned the massage technique, but it is effective. Since the two got married, Shen Guozhong has never suffered from migraines again. Shunli has been busy with company matters and almost forgot about this. Okay, thank you, Dr. Zhao, I understand, but my father's illness. It's difficult. Zhao Zhongshan told Shunli the truth. Your father's migraine is caused by years of alcoholism, and it is all caused by drinking heavy industrial alcohol. It is a neurological disease. Although the hospital can prescribe medicine to temporarily relieve the patient's pain, your father has had a history of taking medicine for many years. Now he has developed antibodies to basic painkillers. Ordinary medicines don't have much effect on his condition. What should we do then? After hearing the doctor's analysis, Shunli was completely panicked. Because Huolong was there, she almost forgot the horrific scene when Shen Guo fell ill again. If the painkillers were ineffective, she didn't know what kind of crazy he would go because of the pain. Seeing Shun Li's panic-stricken face, Zhao Zhongshan turned his head to look beside her and then asked in surprise, Isn't your husband here with you today? My husband, Horan. Right. Does this matter have anything to do with him? Zhao Zhongshan's mind emerged the man who used to run to his office every day to ask if there was any best treatment method. Indeed, I don't know who he learned the massage technique from, but it is indeed very effective for your father's illness. If the patient is massaged once a week, his illness should not relapse. Shunli also heard Zhao Zhongshan's doubts. She pursed her lips and did not tell Zhao Zhongshan that she was divorced. She just smiled bitterly and said to him, I know. Thank you, Dr. Zhao. That's not necessary. Zhao Zhongshan waved his hand and said, This is my responsibility. I have arranged for your father to have a pain pump to temporarily relieve the pain, but this is not a long-term solution. If your husband were here, the patient's condition would probably be much better. Shunley ignored what Zhao Zhongshan said next. She pushed open the door of the ward and saw Shun Guozhong lying on the bed, covering his head, his eyes bloodshot and growling continuously. "Dad, how are you?" Shunley came in. Shun Guozhong on the bed seemed to have found savior. He jumped out of bed in a hurry, rushed to Shunley, grabbed her shoulders tightly, and growled in a low voice. "Where's Holong? Where is that little bastard Holong? Tell him to get over here. My head is about to hurt like hell. It's hurting like hell." Shun Guozhong was very strong, and Shunli's arm was pinched so hard that it hurt. Looking at Shun Guozhong in front of her, all the bad memories in the past instantly emerged in Shun Li's mind. Because of his migraine, every time it attacked, Shun Guozhong would act like a madman and smash everything in the house, as if only this could relieve his pain. When she was a child, she grew up in such a family. So, Shun Guozhong's illness left a huge shadow on her. She later told Holong about this. After Holong found out, he said that he would help Shunli deal with the matter. Also, since their marriage, it seemed that Shun Guozhong had never suffered from migraines again. She originally thought that if Holong pressed Shun Guozhong a few times, his illness would be cured. "I never thought that there would be a day when the disease would relapse." Looking at the furious Shun Guozhong in front of her, Shunli subconsciously pushed him away and then said coldly, "Dad, calm down." "Calm down? How do you want me to calm down? It hurts. I'm almost dying of pain." Shun Guozhong yelled while banging his head frantically. "Where is Holong? Where on earth is that little bastard? Why hasn't he come and give me a head massage in 2 weeks? Shunli, call him and ask him to come over. Otherwise, I will jump off the building right now." Seeing Shun Guozhong's crazy look now, in addition to the feeling of powerlessness, the feeling of despair that once existed came over me again. "Dad, you don't call me Dad. I want Holong. I want that little bastard Holong to come back right away." Shunli threw the things in her hand to the ground and shouted, "If you want to jump, then jump. Anyway, he and I are already divorced. There's no way he can come over." "What? You divorced him? When did it happen?" Chapter 39, You Have Brought Shame to the Shun Family. After hearing Shunli's words, the hostility on Shun Guozhong's face faded a lot. Shunli pursed her lips and finally said, "Half a month." In fact, she didn't want to tell Shun Guozhong about this. Although Shun Guozhong and Wong Shouan are Shun Li's parents, but their ideas are completely different. Holong, who is penniless and started his business with Shunli. In her eyes, Holong is just a gigolo who only wants Shunli's money. Shun Guozhong is not a snob, but a person who cares a lot about his reputation. For Shun Guozhong, face is more important than his life. If she had told Shun Guozhong at that time that she was divorcing Holong, Shun Guozhong would definitely rush over and give Shunli a severe beating. Then how would she be able to hold her head up in front of relatives and friends in the future? In his eyes, divorce is like a broken shoe. It brought shame to the Shun family. Just as Shunli expected, as soon as she said that, she heard Shun Guozhong yelling, "Such an important matter. Why didn't you discuss it with me in advance? Divorce if you say so. How can I hold my head up high in this family from now on? If your relatives knew about this, they would say bad things about me behind my back every day. Remarry, I don't care what method you use. Before they know it, go and remarry Holong." Shunli took a deep breath, suppressed her fear of Shun Guozhong, and said firmly, "This marriage cannot be restored." "Shunli, have you grown too independent? You don't even listen to me." Seeing that Shunli didn't listen to him, Shun Guozhong quickly walked up to Shunli, raised his head, and slapped her in the face. This slap stunned Shunli completely. How long has it been since she was beaten? Shunli grew up in this kind of environment, so she felt inferior and thought she was worse than others in everything she did. If he did not do what he was supposed to do, Shun Guozhong would beat and scold him. Since when did Shun Guozhong stop daring to touch him? Shunli remembered. It was when she brought Holong home for the first time. Shun Guozhong was planning to take this opportunity to have a couple of drinks, but because of his illness, Shunli stopped him. But her obstruction made Shun Guozhong angry. Just when she closed her eyes and waited desperately for the slap to come, it was Holong who protected her behind him. Shun Guozhong got angry and started smashing things and cursing. But with Holong there, she was not hurt at all. From that time on, whenever Holong was around, Shun Guozhong never lost his temper with her or slapped her. Now that she knew Shunley was divorced, she never expected that Shun Guozhong would slap her in the face again so soon. Feel the burning pain on your face. Shunley tried hard not to let her tears flow down. She raised her head stubbornly, sniffed, and gritted her teeth and said, "Hit me if you dare. Hit me to death today. I want to see who will give you money in the future after you kill me." You. Seeing that Shunley dared to talk back, Shun Guozhong raised his arm and was about to slap her again. At this moment, the nurse came in and quickly stopped him. I finally waited for the pain pump to take effect. Shun Guozhong's irritable mood was temporarily stabilized. Lying on the hospital bed, Shun Guozhong stared at Shunley and said angrily, "I don't care what method you use, you must reconcile this marriage for me, otherwise I will never be able to hold my head up in this life." Shunley said stubbornly, "Divorce is my own business. What does it have to do with you?" Shun Guozhong was so angry that he coughed several times, and then his chest rose and fell as he said, "Are you willing to make me angry to death? If it weren't for that little bastard Holong, who would treat me? I can't see you all day long. Your mother either plays cards or dances and drinks tea with those idiots. She doesn't take care of the family at all. Are you going to be happy if you watch me being tortured to death? Also, you can get married if you want and divorce if you want. Do you know that you have brought shame to our Shin family, who will want you in the future?" Facing Shun Guozhong's accusation, Shunley said with a sullen face, "Of course someone wants me. Okay, you have someone who wants you, right? Call that person over here now. I want to see who would want a slut like you." Shun Guozhong showed no regard for Shun Li's face and dignity and belittled her as worthless. This familiar feeling of suffocation made Shun Li's body tremble uncontrollably, but she is no longer the same person she once was. Facing Shun Guozhong's coercion, Shunli gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, don't you want to see it? I'll call someone over to you now." "Okay, call me over here. I want to see who will still want you." Shunli ever suffered such an injustice? She took out her cell phone and called Li Mingxiu directly, but she called 3 times in a row and no one answered. Just when she couldn't stand Shun Guozhong's teasing look anymore. The call was finally connected. There was a roar of sound coming from the other end of the phone. "Hello, what's wrong with Shunli? I didn't hear just now because I was outside." Shunli heard Li Mingxiu's voice. The grievance she had just endured instantly burst out. She choked up and said, "Nothing. I just want to see you now. Can you come over?" "Now." Li Mingxiu on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned. "Right. But isn't it too late to go there now?" Just when Shunli was about to say something, a charming female voice suddenly came from the other end of the phone. "Hey, brotherly, you've only drunk half of the wine. Why did you run away? The people inside are still waiting for you to continue." Hearing the voice on the phone, Shunli asked in a deep voice, "Who are you with?" Hearing this, Li Mingxiu quickly said, "It's nothing. After you left, a few friends came over. Don't think too much about it. I'll be back soon after I finish my drink. But I really need you now." "What? The noise over here is too loud. I can't hear you clearly." "Shunli, hello?" There was a huge sound wave coming from the phone, which even drowned out Li Mingxiu's voice, but even so, Shunli still vaguely heard some smacking sounds. Shunli felt as if a huge rock was pressing on her heart, and the depressing ward made her almost unable to breathe. Shunli Gong wanted to say something else. Then I heard Li Mingxiu shouting with a slight intake of breath. "Okay, Shunli, I know you miss me, but I really can't leave now. How about this? I'll rush over right away tomorrow morning." Li Mingxiu finished speaking without giving Shun Li a chance to refuse. "If there is nothing else, I will hang up first. It's too noisy here. I won't disturb you." "Don't hang up." Shunli finished shouting. There was a beeping sound from the phone, and the screen went black. Shunli stared blankly at the hung-up phone. Li Mingxiu actually hung up the phone? Chapter 40. Because she stood up the CEO. When she needed Li Mingxiu the most, he hung up the phone. It would be fine if Li Mingxiu had something important to do, but I clearly heard on the phone that he was still drinking. He would rather drink than come over? Shunli took a long time to recover. Shin Guizhong on the side had already asked sarcastically, "What? Where's your new lover? Didn't you say that someone would want you after the divorce? Why'd he hang up on you?" Facing his father's ridicule, Shunli gritted her teeth and said coldly, "He has something to do and can't come over now." "Yeah." Shun Guozhong snorted coldly. "Shunli, I think you've really grown wings. You said you wanted a divorce, and you divorced without even saying hello to me and your mother. I'm telling you, if you don't remarry that bastard Holong, you have to find a way to bring him here, even if you have to tie him up. Otherwise, you can just wait for me to jump off the building." After saying that, Shun Guozhong directly kicked Shunley out of the room. Late at night, in the empty hospital corridor, except for the patient's family members lying there, she was the only one standing there all alone, like a drowned dog. Until now, she has not recovered from Li Mingxiu hanging up the phone on her. How so? If it was Holong, no matter what time it was, as long as she called, Holong would appear in front of her immediately. Even if Holong had something important on his hands, he would put it aside. She even remembered that one time she was drunk in a bar and wanted to have a bowl of pork rib soup. At that time, Holong was working overtime in the company and having a meeting with his subordinates. After receiving her call, I rushed home to make pork rib soup for her and I took her home. No matter how urgent the matter was, Holong would rush to her side as soon as possible, etc. Shunley slapped her face fiercely. Her eyes gradually turned cold, and she murmured to herself, "Shunley, what are you thinking about? You're done with him, and it's not like you can't live without him." Li Mingxiu must have had something to do when he hung up the phone just now. She silently convinced herself, but she forgot that when Holong used to call her every day to ask her to go home, she hung up on him in the same way, again and again. I don't know if she forgot or subconsciously didn't let herself remember it. I arrived at the underground parking lot in a daze. She really needs someone to accompany her now. In the dim car, she called Li Mingxiu again and again. At the beginning, no one answered the call, but in the end, the other party was on the phone. Shunley touched her face, which had just been slapped by Shun Guozhong, and finally couldn't help crying in the car. No words were spoken that night. Holong woke up early the next morning. No matter how busy he is at work, he has the habit of getting up early to exercise. One reason is to restore his body, and the other is to enjoy his own time. Xiaoyu's house has 3 bedrooms and is located by the sea. Holong's body had just recovered and had not yet fully recovered, so he could not do strenuous exercise. However, basic physical recovery is still no problem. Running to the beach, Holong looked at the rising sun and shouted at the waves hitting the shore, as if he wanted to vent all the emotions in his heart. The rising sun illuminates Holong's way back, just like his true rebirth. When I got back, Xiaoyu had already woken up. "Morning, Mr. Hua." Xiaoyu came out in a daze in her pajamas. When she saw Holong coming back with breakfast, she casually greeted him. Holong raised his head and was about to respond, but when he saw Xiaoyu's pajamas, he coughed lightly and said, "Secretary Xia, do you want to change your clothes first?" Xiaoyu had just woken up and his brain was still in a short-circuit state. Hearing Holong's words, she was still confused, but when she looked down at her pajamas, her little face turned from fair to red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then she screamed, covered her chest, and hurriedly hid back in a room. Looking at Xiaoyu's hurriedly leaving back, Holong touched his nose awkwardly. Although I can see from my daily interactions with Xiaoyu that she has a good figure, but Holong didn't expect that he still underestimated Xiaoyu. Her figure had already reached the level of a supermodel. The delicate flowers are hidden in the boudoir, unknown to the world. Compared with Holong's embarrassment, Xiaoyu now wants to die. Because she has always lived alone, she usually wears clothes-fitting or skin-friendly pajamas when she sleeps at home. Because it had just passed August, she changed into her favorite cool pajamas. How cool is it? Holong had looked her over from head to toe just now. Xiaoyu hid himself in the quilt and did not come out for a long time until Holong knocked on the door. Xiaoyu panicked and quickly changed into work clothes. When she came out of the room, she lowered her head like a quail and didn't even dare to look at Holong's face. Holong saw her embarrassment, so he simply ignored what had happened. "This is the breakfast I bought on my way back. If you don't like it, you can throw it away." No need," Holong said. Xiaoyu quickly sat down, picked up a piece of oyster cake, and started eating it. Every bite was filled with the aroma of green onions. Her originally shy eyes then lit up. I saw that Xiaoyu's mood had calmed down a lot. Holong smiled slightly, picked up a cup of hot water, and took a sip, then sat opposite Xiaoyu and said, "After you go to work today, don't tell the board of directors about my return for the time being." Hearing Hua Long mention the business, Xiaoyu quickly swallowed the oyster cake in his mouth and replied, "Okay, Mr. Hua." She would not ask Hua Long for the reason, just as she had obeyed his arrangements unconditionally since she decided to follow Hua Long. Oh, and one more thing. Hua Long blew the hot air out of the teacup. "Secretary Xia, are you free this afternoon?" Xiaoyu thought about it seriously and replied, "I was supposed to meet with the president of Shiqiu Longjing this afternoon. If Mr. Hua needs it, I can postpone the meeting to tomorrow." "Shiqiu Longjing?" Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Holong put down his teacup and asked with a suspicious look on his face. Aren't they preparing for transformation? Logically speaking, the most popular group right now should be the Shun group. And this is also the best opportunity for Shichio Longjing to transform internally. Why did they choose Shangyue group? Seeing Huolong's confusion, Xiaoyu glanced at Huolong's expression. Seeing that he did not show much emotion when he mentioned Shun's group, he whispered, when President Xiao decided to impose sanctions on Shun's group, only Shichio Longjing was wavering. Just like what you said, President Hua, they wanted to pin their hopes for transformation on Shun's group. Originally, the directors of Shichio Longjing refused to agree, fearing that it would anger our Shangyue group. In the end, it took their president Wong Shouan a lot of effort to convince them. After listening to Xiaoyu's explanation, Holong rubbed his teacup with his fingers and chuckled. Wong Shouan has a good vision. If he can seize this opportunity at the critical juncture of Shun's group's listing, then even if Shun's group's stock price plummets after listing, they can dilute their equity and withdraw calmly. And by using the shell of Shun's group, they can smoothly transform themselves internally at the lowest cost. But since he has convinced the directors of Shichio Longjing, why did he contact us? Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment after hearing this, and then said carefully, because Shunley stood up Wu Shua yesterday. What? Chapter 41. You will suffer for your own sins. Holong, who had just taken a sip of water, choked and started coughing. Xiaoyu quickly stood up and patted him on the back. Holong recovered. He said in disbelief, so what you mean is that when Shun's group was about to go public, Shunley stood up the only person who could help him, President Shichio Longjing? Holong looked incredulous. Xiaoyu still nodded, yes. Not only that, Wu Shua was furious when he learned about this and directly cut off all cooperation and investment with Shun Group and also unilaterally sanctioned Shun Group. When exactly? Last night. Holong seemed to have suddenly thought of something and tried to suppress his smile. So yesterday, when Shunley learned that Shichio Longjing had imposed sanctions on the Shun Group, instead of going to personally resolve the misunderstanding, she went on a date with Li Mingxiu at the mall. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment and then responded with a feeling of disbelief. That should be the case. Holong leaned back in his chair, and after a while he began to laugh. I laughed so hard that tears came out. Shunley, I said before that I overestimated you. But now it seems that I underestimated you. You actually threw aside the cooperation that is related to the survival of the Shun Group for a date. Even I have to admit defeat. I was thinking of making you pay the price myself, but now it seems like you don't even need me. After hearing what Holong said, Xiaoyu was confused. So, Mr. Hua, you won't take revenge? Seeing Xiaoyu looking puzzled, Holong drank the hot water in one gulp, and the scalding heat spread throughout his limbs. He squinted his eyes comfortably and whispered, do you still remember the directors of Shun's group? When Xiaoyu heard Holong's unreasonable words, she seemed to have thought of something, and then gritted her teeth and said, Li Guchang. Holong nodded. When this name was mentioned, Xiaoyu, the secretary of Shangyue Group, had a look filled with fear and hatred. Li Guchang, an ordinary name, was also the old man who said at the meeting that he only cared about interests when Holong left Shun Group. As one of the directors of Shun Group, he looks harmless and like a businessman who only cares about money. But only those who truly understand his life know how terrifying he is. If I were to use one word to describe Li Guchang, it would be a vampire, a complete vampire with no bottom line. But in Holong's words, he is a successful businessman. But they have no morals and credibility. When Holong first arrived in Linhai, Li Guchang found him because of his special identity. That was the first time Holong dealt with this old fox. My first business venture was successful because of him. But in the end, it was because of him that he was doomed. After the news of Holong in Linhai spread like wildfire, due to the intervention of certain external factors, when Holong was in urgent need of funds, Li Guchang, one of Holong's financial backers, suddenly chose to withdraw his investment at this critical moment. With Li Guochang's withdrawal of investment and the betrayal of his former partners, overnight, Holong was left with nothing. It was also at this time that Holong met Shunley. For her, Holong chose to make a comeback, and if he wanted to help Shun Group get back on its feet quickly, he needed a strong financial chain support. It was also at this time that Li Guochang, who had betrayed him once, found Holong again. I'm a businessman, and they gave me an offer I couldn't refuse. This was Li Guochang's first opening remark when he met Holong again. Yes, Li Guochang is a businessman. In his eyes, there is only profit. He can do anything for the sake of profit. When higher interests appear, he will even give up his partners, and even his bottom line. He could betray Holong once, and he could also betray Holong twice. There's only one way to conquer such people, and that is interest. Use what he wants most to completely control him. So even though he knew he had been betrayed once, Holong still chose him this time. Li Guochang did not disappoint Holong. After tasting the sweetness of Holong the first time, this time he again gave Holong everything he needed to start a business. In contrast, Holong brought him terrifying profits. In just 5 years, based on his original investment, Holong increased his wealth tenfold. And those shareholders who were later lured over by Holong all chose to invest in Shun Group because they saw such terrifying returns from Li Guochang. This led to the subsequent rapid development of Shun Group. Now the Shun Group is at the critical juncture of going public. As long as the Shun Group can successfully go public, these old foxes will behave themselves as before. But what if Shun Group cannot go public? In a Linhai business circle, it was sanctioned by the Shangyue Group and Shiqiu Longjing, forced to terminate contracts with other companies, and was also burdened with 2 billion in default orders. If the listing fails, you can imagine that these old foxes will eat up Shunley and the entire Shun Group. At that time, Holong needed treatment, so the day after his divorce from Shunley, he left Linhai and flew to Norway. Because they left in a hurry, Holong did not wipe out the Shun Group. Even before he left, the PPT he left behind included a plan for the successful listing of Shun Group, a list of the best options for expanding the market and finding joint venture partners, as well as all follow-up arrangements in the event of a possible failure of the listing. As long as you follow the above arrangements step by step, there will be no problem in going public. But who could have expected that Shunley had her own ideas? Not only that, but he also ruined his last chance to turn things around before going public just for a date. Holong put down a cup of water and squinted out the window. In fact, if Shunley had not betrayed him, Holong had already paved the way for her to realize her dream. Holong's original intention in establishing Shangyue Group was not to target Tianjin, but it was for Shunley. Holong is well aware of the methods of old foxes like Li Guochang, so he founded Shangyue Group on the basis of completely breaking away from Shun Group and these old foxes. Holong's original intention was to merge the two companies after Shun's Group went public, with Shangyue Group as the main company and Shun's Group as the auxiliary company. After the company is completely merged, the shares held by Li Guochang and others will be completely diluted, and finally I will use some means to recover their shares. After all the shares were recovered, Holong personally came forward and handed over all the shares of the merged company to Shunley. At this point, Holong helped Shunley completely realize her dream. But unfortunately, she eventually forgot her original intention and betrayed Holong. Now Shunley has gotten herself into such a big mess. Holong didn't even have to say it. Even Xie Xiaoyu, who had followed Holong for many years and had dealt with Li Guochang many times. She could already foresee how Shunley would be manipulated by Li Guochang and those old foxes, which would eventually lead to the disintegration of the Shun Group. Mr. Hua. Holong turned around and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Xie Xiaoyu pursed her lips, looked worried, and whispered, "Aren't you going to help her?" Chapter 42. Some are happy, some are sad. Help her. Holong looked at Xie Xiaoyu deeply and asked, "Why should I help her? If I remember correctly, wasn't Secretary Xie helping me to speak up for me before?" "No, Mr. Hua. That's not what I meant." Xie Xiaoyu waved his hands quickly and then explained in a low voice, "I do think it's unfair to you, Mr. Hua, but you and Mr. Shun have been husband and wife for 5 years after all, and you've founded the Shun Group. If it is destroyed like this..." After hearing what Xie Xiaoyu said, Holong fell silent. Yes, he and Shunley have been married for 5 years. From the day they met, he has kept Shunley in his heart. But what about Shunley? Ever since the Shun Group became established, she never returned home and never considered Holong as her husband. Everything he gave was taken for granted in Shunley's eyes. He had also thought that Shunley was just blinded for a moment and would come to her senses later, but his persistence resulted in his identity being undermined, and everything he did for Shunley became a joke. Just like what Wenru said to him when she came to Norway. Wenru became a laughingstock in the whole Tianjin. And hasn't he become a laughingstock in the company? Go back and help her? Holong curled his lips and said, "I have divorced Shunley. Whether she is good or bad has nothing to do with me from now on. As for Shun's Group, although I founded it, I have done everything I should do. If it can be successfully listed, that's its ability. If I end up going bankrupt, it has nothing to do with me." Holong's cup was empty. Xiaoyu stood up and bent over to pour him another cup. She watched Holong's expression carefully, afraid that the other person is still angry. But her worries were ultimately unnecessary. 5 years, just as he said when he was diagnosed, he had already vented all the anger he needed to. His expectations, likes, and waiting have long been worn away by time. Now he has completely let it go. The meeting with Shichio Longjing can be postponed until tomorrow. Since Wu Shuo has found Shangyue Group, it means they are ready for transformation. In terms of the quotation, try to keep it as low as possible, but don't insist on it. Holong blew the white steam from the boiling water and said, Wu Shuo is an interesting person. We should not make our relationship too awkward. Okay, Mr. Hua. After hearing Holong's instructions, Xiaoyu took the matter to heart. While the two were chatting and enjoying breakfast, they were also arranging company matters. The atmosphere in Shun Group was terribly depressing. Because of the sanctions suddenly announced by Shichio Longjing, the entire Shun Group has been thrown into chaos. Previously, Shangyue Group severed cooperation with Shun's Group, but Shangyue Group did not have much cooperation with Shun's Group to begin with, and it was more that Shun's Group wanted to cling to the high branch of Shangyue Group. Moreover, Shangyue Group did not launch sanctions against Shun Group, so there was not much loss to Shun Group. But Shichio Longjing is different. Shichio Longjing went crazy and didn't give anyone any face. As long as they dare to cooperate with Shun Group, it would be equivalent to going against Shichio Longjing. Looking at the entire Linhai, apart from those old established companies, there is also Shangyue Group. Who dares to provoke the cash king of Linhai? As a result, the termination contracts piled up on Shunley's desk. Looking at the contract in front of me, Shunley, who had not slept all night, looked extremely bad. Why are there so many companies terminating contracts? Why do I support you? Who was standing opposite Shunley was also speechless at this moment. He had already informed Shunley in advance yesterday. It's not that he didn't make efforts to reconcile with Shichio Longjing, but the other party didn't give him any face at all, not even giving him a chance to meet. The only chance to save the situation was for Shunley to go to the president of Shichio Longjing in person to resolve the misunderstanding, but he waited for a whole night and didn't hear any news from Shunley. It was not until this morning, when the building collapsed, that Shunley remembered to blame him. If it weren't for the mortgage, he really wanted to quit his job. Boss Shun, I informed you in advance yesterday, and I went to the headquarters of Shichio Longjing in person. They said that unless you come in person, they will not give up. The business manager said with grievance, but you didn't take it to heart at all. So you're saying it's my fault? Now Shunley's eyes were so gloomy that she looked like she wanted to eat someone. Although the business manager felt very aggrieved, he did not dare to say a word in rebuttal. Have you contacted Shichio Longjing again today? Yes. The manager of the business department's Adam's apple moved, and then he said carefully, but the other party said that they no longer plan to continue cooperating with our company, and their president has contacted Shangyue Group. I guess. What? Shunley slammed the table and stood up. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? The manager of the business department wanted to cry, but had no tears. He forced a smile and explained, I just learned about the news this morning and came to report it to you, Mr. Shun, right away. I saw the business manager's expression full of grievance. Shunley knew that it was not his fault, so she had no choice but to let the other party leave first. Wait until the business manager leaves. She could no longer suppress her anger, so she swept all the documents on the table to the ground and then smashed everything on the table that could be smashed. Looking at the messy office, Shunley took a deep breath and her mood was temporarily relieved. Damn Shangyue Group. Damn Shichio Longjing. It is obvious that they are the ones who are in a hurry to transform, and it is obvious that they should wait for me. When they are at their wits' end, I should lend a helping hand, put forward conditions, and keep the initiative in my hands. But why did Shichio Longjing go to Shangyue Group? Don't they know that if they cooperate with Shangyue Group, they will lose at least 30% of their profits? Shunley couldn't understand why Wu Shuo did this. So after she calmed down, she called Wu Shuo herself. Instead of refusing or hanging up, the other party answered the call immediately. Hello, Mr. Shun. Shunley didn't waste any words and said directly, Boss Wu, the cooperation between our two companies has always been good. Why do you suddenly want to sanction Shin Group? Hearing Shunley's words, Wu Shuo on the opposite side said coldly, So Mr. Shin knows that there is cooperation between our two companies? What's the meaning? Facing Shunley's questioning, Wu Shuo's tone gradually became full of gunpowder. Boss Shun, you and the Shun Group are too contemptuous of others. Chapter 43. Mr. Shun, you are too arrogant. Mr. Wu, where do you get this from? Oh, since the relationship had already been torn apart, Wu Shua simply laid it out and said directly, the previous cooperation between our two companies was because Mr. Hua approached me for a month before he succeeded in convincing me. I originally thought that even if Mr. Hua left, the cooperation between our two families could continue. But I didn't expect that you would be so arrogant just after Mr. Hua left. First, this sent a man named Li to tell us that Shichio Longjing wanted to add 3 more points to the original cooperation, and threatened our company that if we didn't agree, they would cut off all cooperation with Shichio Longjing. After hearing what Wu Shua said, Shunley was dumbfounded. Your last name is Li? Could it be Li Mingxiu? But didn't she send Li Mingxiu there to stabilize these partners? When did this happen? And she had no idea about it. Holong was still here, no matter what the contract was. Even if he was just on a short errand, he would report the work results to him as soon as possible. This situation had never happened before. Moreover, she clearly said that she could make appropriate adjustments to reduce profits in order to stabilize the partners who had not terminated the contract. But why did Li Mingxiu ask for a 3-point price increase? Why didn't he tell himself? Without waiting for Shunli to explain, Wu Shua continued. Okay, Mr. Shun, your subordinates have good character, and we Shichio Longjing can bite the bullet and agree to the conditions proposed. But Mr. Shun, have you forgotten that the one in trouble now is not Shichio Longjing, but your Shin group? I know the difficulties of Shun's group, so even though all the directors disagreed, I still managed to convince them to continue cooperating with Shun's group and keep the investment plan unchanged. But Mr. Shun, how did you do it? You stood me up. As Wu Shua spoke, he even laughed out of anger. Boss Shun, I treat you as a partner, but you don't take me, Wu Shua, seriously at all. Shunli heard this. Her heart skipped a beat. She quickly said, Mr. Wu, things are not what you think. Yesterday, actually. Okay, Mr. Shun, you don't have to explain. Wu Shua didn't care about Shun Li's explanation at all. I waited in the company all night yesterday, just waiting for your call. As long as you come and explain in person, our cooperation can continue as before. But Mr. Shun, I waited for you all night, but didn't get your call. Since your Shun group looks down on our small company, Shichio Longjing, there is no need for us to continue cooperating with them. At this time, Shunli finally realized the seriousness of the matter. She hurriedly made a final struggle. Wait a minute, Mr. Wu. I know this is our Shun group's fault, but we still have a chance to save it. I have heard about Shichio Longjing's plan to cooperate with Shanyue Group. But Mr. Wu, you should know that if you choose Shanyue Group, you will lose at least 30% of your profits. Boss Wu, believe me, as long as you continue to cooperate with our Shun group, you won't have to pay such a high price. Mr. Shun, please wake up. Before Shunli finished speaking, Wu Shua interrupted and said, the reason why our two companies were able to cooperate in the past was because of Mr. Hua. But now that Mr. Hua is gone, I think your Shin group no longer has the credibility and contractual spirit it once had. We Shichio Longjing do need transformation, but it doesn't necessarily require your Shun group. Although our profits will be much less if we cooperate with Shanyue Group, at least they respect us, Shichio Longjing. But since you, Mr. Shun, call me personally, I might as well give you a reminder. Wu Shua showed no mercy to Shunli. Without Holong, Shun's group is nothing but shit in my eyes. After saying that, Wu Shua didn't even give Shunli a chance to refute and just hung up the phone. Shunli heard Wu Shua's last words. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. After Wu Shua hung up the phone, she was so furious that she threw the phone to the ground and said hysterically, Holong, Holong, Holong. Why do all of you have to mention Holong? Will the world stop turning without him? Shunli finished yelling. Her chest heaved violently. Half a day later, she slumped weakly in her office chair. Her dignity and pride did not allow her to call Wu Shua again. And what's the point of fighting again? The other party had said this, which showed that he had never thought about cooperating with Shun Group again. The reason why he answered my call was just to add insult to injury. Wait until you calm down. Shunli rested her arms on the table, her hands tightly clasped over her head, her eyes numb and lifeless. What should you do now? Shun's group is about to go public. First, there were 2 billion default orders. Then investors withdrew their capital. And now, even Shichio Longjing has given up cooperation with Shun's group. Not only that, at this critical juncture, she was forced to come up with a deposit of 1 billion to maintain the normal operation of the company. Although the company still has money on its books, It is not enough to gain a foothold in the stock market after its listing. And this is not the most troublesome thing. External threats are easy to solve. If they're not too big, we still have banks. But internal troubles are the biggest problem at the moment. The sanctions on Shichio Longjing will be another major blow to the Shun Group. Because of the problems of breach of orders and contract termination, the old foxes on the board of directors are almost unable to sit still. If Shichio Longjing's problem cannot be resolved, she has already seen the ugly faces of these people in the board of directors. Stay calm. Stay calm. Shunley frantically searched for a solution in her mind, and Wu Shua's words just now also reminded her. Holong. When she thought of this name, Shunley clenched her fists tightly. When she divorced, she vowed that even if she left Holong, everything would go on as usual, the company would operate normally, and then go public smoothly. But the current situation is completely contrary to her original idea. Everyone only recognizes Holong. Even Wu Shua, the president of Shichio Longjing, said that without Holong, Shun Group would be nothing. Damn it! Why can't everyone live without Holong? Will all of them die if they leave him? Shunley bit her lips tightly. She had not slept all night, and her face was as gloomy as a ghost. She gritted her teeth and said, Holong, is this also your plan? Chapter 44. Holong, I didn't expect you to be so despicable. In order to remarry me, I didn't expect you to resort to such a conspiracy. But do you think I will bow to you if you use such means? Shandy Kunanchit had feasts tightly. Ever since Holong left Shun's group, and the two met for the last time at the police station, he seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, and there's been no news of him since. But there was no news, which was the worst news for Shunley. Ever since he disappeared, everyone seemed to be targeting her. Partners terminated the contract, investors withdrew their capital, and those old foxes on the board of directors made things difficult for her. She just wanted to teach Holong a lesson and let him know his own problems. But I didn't expect that he not only didn't repent, but even used such despicable means to persecute me. All partners and investors only recognized Holong. It turned out that all these years, he had done everything himself, not for himself or for the Shun Group, but in order to one day control the lifeblood of the Shun Group, and then take the opportunity to threaten himself and make him bow his head. At this moment, Shunley had already become ruthless towards Holong again in her heart. Holong, do you think that you can make me bow my head and apologize by using this method? Beg you to get back together. I'm telling you, dream on. Shunley panted heavily for a few times, then gritted her teeth and said, You are nothing if you leave the Shun Group. Even if you can temporarily rely on the remaining power of the Shun Group to get them to help you, what does it matter? Once they see through your true face of having nothing, who will help you? Thinking of this, Shunley suddenly laughed. The laugh was particularly hearty. That's right. They help you because you used to work for Shun's group, but when they find out you're good for nothing, you'll be like a loser and beg me to come back again. Holong, you want me to bow to you, but I won't do as you wish. Shunley made up her mind and directly used the office phone to notify the executive department to ask Li Mingxiu to come up. But when I learned that Li Mingxiu was late and had not arrived at the company yet, Shen Li Fronat. Be late? How long has Li Mingxiu been working here? How many times has he been late? The HR manager had reported this matter before, but Shunley had convinced herself at the time that he had just returned from abroad and had not adjusted to the jet lag. But now Li Mingxiu has been working for almost a month. In just less than a month, according to complaints to the HR department, he was late 7 times. 7 times late. If the situation happened to anyone else in the company, Shunley would just fire that person. And the people in the previous company also had Holong as a role model. 365 days a year. As long as it is a working day, there is no record of lateness unless on a business trip. So the working atmosphere throughout the company is excellent. Now, there is the special case of Li Mingxiu. The HR manager also told Shunley that there seemed to be more people coming to work late and leaving early recently. Shunley frowned and was about to scold him, but she soon calmed down. When I think about what happened last night, maybe he really has something wrong. Shunley took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and then ordered, Notify Mr. Li immediately and ask him to rush back to the company as soon as possible. I have something important to ask him. Okay, Mr. Shun. After Shun Li's call, Li Mingxiu rushed back to the company. Arriving at Shun Li's office, the first thing he did was not to apologize to Shun Li, but to say unhappily, Shun Li, is there something serious going on in the company? Why are you calling me over so urgently? Looking at Li Mingxiu's appearance, Shun Li became furious. Li Mingxiu, do you know your current identity? You are the executive director of Shun Group. It's working hours now. Why aren't you in the company? Li Mingxiu was originally angry because he was woken up and his sweet dream was ruined. He didn't expect Shunli to be so angry right from the start today. But when I think of the phone call last night, Li Mingxiu understood what was going on immediately. So he quickly explained, Shunli, I know what's going on. You must be angry because you called me last night and asked me to come over, but I didn't come, right? Actually, you misunderstood. It wasn't because I didn't want to come to you, but because I really couldn't leave. Looking at Li Mingxiu's playful expression, Shunli wanted to scold him, but when she thought about what happened last night and the fact that Li Mingxiu actually took the initiative to explain to her, her resentment lessened a lot. But her complexion didn't look much better. So, you had something important to do last night? Weren't we supposed to go drinking together last night? After you left, a few friends came over and they drank too much. I was the only one who didn't drink, so I had to send them all home one by one. After listening to Li Mingqiu's explanation, Shun Li's eyebrows relaxed a lot. Who is the woman on the phone? You're talking about her. When Shun Li mentioned the woman who asked her to drink on the phone, Li Mingqiu's eyes flashed with panic, but he quickly calmed down. That was the girlfriend of a friend of mine. She drank too much and acted crazy, but she was immediately picked up by her boyfriend. Shunli, you don't think that I did anything to let you down, do you? After Li Mingxiu finished explaining, he suddenly showed an aggrieved expression, as if the person who was wrong last night was not him, but Shunli now. When Shunli heard this, she quickly explained, No, that's not what I meant. So what you just said wasn't doubting me. What did you mean? I just... Shunli was at a loss for words. She couldn't understand why the person who didn't appear in front of her last night, when she needed Li Mingxiu the most, was not Li Mingxiu. Wasn't it his fault? How come I'm the one doubting him now? Am I the one who is wrong? Shunli opened her mouth, but no sound came out for a long time. Li Mingxiu also noticed Shunli's increasingly ugly expression at this time, so he stopped and said with a curled lip, I know, Shunli, you may be in a bad mood recently because of the company's affairs, but I have never done anything to let you down. You must believe me. Yes, I understand. Shunli saw that Li Mingxiu did not continue to pester her. She inexplicably felt relieved. If it weren't for this incident, then I would go back to work first. Seeing that Li Mingxiu was about to leave the office, Shunli remembered the purpose of calling him over. So she quickly said, Wait a moment. Shunli in confusion. What's wrong? Shunli? Is there anything else? Shunli frowned, and then said in a cold voice, I just called the president of Shiqiu Longjing, and he told me on the phone that when you went to Shiqiu Longjing, you did not follow my instructions to reduce the benefits to maintain the previous cooperation between our two companies, but instead asked the other party to increase it by 3 points? Li Mingxiu's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he asked excitedly, How is it? Did they agree? I knew they would agree to my terms. Shunli, you don't have to thank me. This is what I should do as the executive director. Chapter 45, Why didn't you tell me in advance? Thanks. Looking at the complacent Li Mingxiu, Shunli raised her eyebrows unnaturally. Recalling Wu Shua's gritting teeth tone on the phone just now, Shunli felt a nameless anger rising in her heart again. Why didn't you tell me about this in advance? Li Mingxiu thought Shunli would praise him, but unexpectedly, instead of being happy, she looked like she was questioning him. Li Mingxiu suddenly became unhappy. Shunli, do I need to say hello to you for such a small matter? I am the director of the executive department now. Do you think I can't even do such a small thing? This is not a question of whether it is done well or not. I have already told you at the beginning that our company can temporarily make concessions, and everything is based on priority listing. At this critical juncture, why didn't you inform me in advance and directly let Shiqiu Longjing give up 3 points? Seeing Shun Li trying hard to suppress her anger, Li Mingxiu also lost his temper. Shunli, I'm the director of the executive department, right? Yes. Since I'm the director of the executive department, don't I even have the qualifications to negotiate terms with them? That's not what I meant. What do you mean? Li Mingxiu questioned Shunli. The decline of real estate and the need for transformation of Shiqiu Longjing are well known to everyone in Linhai. And we're the only one that Shiqiu Longjing can cooperate with now. They have no choice but to agree to my conditions. Li Mingxiu said firmly, just like yesterday when they threatened to sanction us. They were just trying to take the initiative in their own hands through this method. They don't dare to really break up with us. Otherwise, Shiqiu Longjing will definitely be eliminated by the market. I already analyzed this matter with you yesterday. Why don't you still believe me? Or do you also think that I'm not as good as Holong? Hearing Li Mingxiu's last words, Shun Li's heart began to beat violently. She subconsciously said, "This matter has nothing to do with Holong." Then why don't you believe me? It's okay that other people in the company have been comparing me to Holong, but now even you, Shunley, don't believe me. So what am I still doing in this company? Li Mingqiu had a disappointed expression on his face, which made Shunley feel a headache. But she still patiently said, "It's not that I don't trust you, nor do I mean to compare you with Holong. Besides, he and I have divorced, and he has left Shun's group. He has nothing to do with Shun's group at all. So what did you mean?" Li Mingqiu had an expression that refused to give up. Shunley rubbed her aching brows and then gritted her teeth and said, "I just called Wu Shua, the president of Shiqiu Longjing, and they clearly stated that it is impossible to cooperate with our Shun group anymore." "This is impossible," Li Mingqiu retorted without thinking. "If they don't cooperate with us, is there anyone else willing to cooperate with him?" Shunley stared at Li Mingqiu for a long time before she spoke with difficulty. "Shangyue Group." "What?" Hearing Shunley's Shangyue Group, Li Mingqiu almost lost his voice and said, "Is Shiqiu Longjing crazy? They actually dared to contact Shangyue Group on their own initiative. Don't they want to make money anymore? How dare they?" Yes, it's not just Li Mingqiu who thinks so. Even Shunley thought so. If Shiqiu Longjing takes the initiative to cooperate with Shangyue Group, it is equivalent to completely handing over the initiative to Shangyue Group. At that time, the success or failure will be decided by Shangyue Group. At that time, what is the difference between Shiqiu Longjing and the fish on the chopping board? Wu Shouan must be crazy to make such a choice. But they have forgotten that Wu Shouan had already given them one chance. It was Li Mingqiu's blind arrogance and Shunley's trust in him that made them miss the only chance. As for the cooperation with Shangyue Group, even if they don't make money, as long as they can break even, it will be enough for them. After all, for Shiqiu Longjing, the biggest problem now is not making money, but how to transform. As long as the transformation is smooth, they can accept it even if they don't make a penny. Cooperation is indeed about interests, but it is more about achieving one's own expectations and goals. As long as the final goal can be achieved, Shiqiu Longjing will have no loss even if they don't make a penny. After all, they're the biggest cash king in Linhai. No, I have to call them myself. I don't believe they will cooperate with Shangyue Group without making any money. Moreover, Shangyue Group has nothing to do with their Shiqiu Longjing transformation. They must be saying this to threaten us. Until now, Li Mingqiu is unwilling to believe it. Looking at Li Mingqiu's self-righteous look, Shunley felt a sense of powerlessness in her heart. If it were Holong, what would he do in the situation? He would probably deal with the matter immediately as soon as he got the news and go to Shiqiu Longjing to meet their person in person. If he didn't see him for one day, he would wait for one day. If he didn't see him for 3 days, he would wait for 3 days, until this matter is completely resolved. Instead of being like Li Mingqiu now, who can only make phone calls. Can a phone call solve the current problem? But she quickly killed this thought. Holong is gone. Why do you miss him? Isn't it because of him that the current situation has been created? Thinking of this, Shunley's hatred for Holong increased a little more. At the same time, just when Li Mingqiu was about to call the person in charge of Shiqiu Longjing in person, there was a knock on the door by the secretary. Gumein. When the secretary came in and saw the mess in the room, he was also shocked. But she still suppressed her fear and said carefully, "Boss Shun, all the shareholders of the board of directors suddenly came to the company just now. Now they're all sitting in the conference room, waiting for you to come over." Shunley's heart skipped a beat when she heard the secretary's words. What is coming will eventually come. Shunley forced herself to calm down, then ordered, "Okay, I got it. Go tell them first. I'll be there soon." "Okay, Mr. Shun." After the secretary left, Li Mingqiu hurriedly asked, "Shunley, what do those old foxes mean by coming here now? What's the meaning?" Shunley looked at Li Mingqiu deeply and forced herself to hold back the curse words she wanted to say. What else could the purpose of these people coming here other than to cause trouble for me? Is there any need to ask this? Shunley stood up and said, "You should handle this matter as soon as possible, and then come to the conference room to explain the details to them. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, even I may not be able to protect you." Chapter 46. Mr. Shun, are you going to give us an explanation? Shunley, wait a moment. Li Mingqiu still wanted to fight for it, but Shunley had already pushed the door and left. She didn't want to stay here any longer. Dealing with those old foxes was already difficult enough for her, and she really didn't want to waste her time here anymore. When we arrived at the conference room, all the shareholders of the Shun Group were there. Shunley came in. She looked at the full house and sat in the president's seat expressionlessly. Then she asked directly, Why do you all suddenly come to the company at this time? What do you want to do? Shunley, what do you mean by that? From what you mean, the company is in such a mess now, and if we come to ask for an explanation, it will be our fault. The atmosphere was not tense, but full of hostility. Holong resigned. They tried their best to keep him, but Shunley stubbornly opposed it. I thought that with the listing plan left by Holong, everything would not be too bad. But no one expected that Holong had been away for only half a month, and the entire Shin group had become a mess. This situation is unacceptable to anyone. Facing the director's attack, Shunley said expressionlessly, "Ask for an explanation? What do you want to ask me for an explanation?" Seeing Shunley's cold attitude, one of the company's directors could not sit still and stood up, slamming the table. Just as he was about to say something, Li Guochang gave him a look and pushed him back to his seat. Shunley also noticed Li Guochang at this time, so she said directly, "Tell me, Mr. Li, what do you want?" Seeing Shunley directly brought up the topic, Li Guochang didn't hesitate. He opened the teacup he brought and took a sip. Then he said slowly, "Boss Shun, we don't have any other purpose for coming here this time. You don't need to worry that we are here to force the emperor to abdicate. After all, the company doesn't belong to you alone, nor to us, but to everyone. Isn't that right, Mr. Shun?" Shunley heard Li Guochang's words. A hint of surprise flashed across her eyes. She thought that the shareholders came together to hold a board meeting this time to hold her accountable. She was already prepared to turn against these old foxes, and at the very least it would delay some time. But she didn't expect Li Guochang to be so easy to talk to. Shunley's originally nervous mood finally relaxed at this moment, and her ugly face finally managed to force a smile. Mr. Li is right. Shin's group does have some problems for now, but these problems can be solved, and the original plan to go public will not be affected. So all directors can rest assured. As long as I, Shunley, am here, Shun's group will never be in trouble. In response to Shunley's assurance, Li Guochang just raised his eyelids and then retracted his gaze. He stroked the teacup with his long, dry fingers and said calmly, "What Mr. Shin said makes sense, but we are not here to embarrass Mr. Shin today, but to hope that Mr. Shun will fulfill a small wish of ours. As long as this wish is fulfilled, we will leave immediately. Not only will we leave, but we are also willing to take the initiative to give you 3% of the shares." What? Shunley, who was originally relatively calm, could no longer sit still after hearing these words. 3% of the shares? Are these old foxes crazy? You know, Shunley originally did not hold all the shares, not even 50%. Later, after divorcing Holong, she took back the shares from Holong, and only then did she control more than half of the shares, and had all the say in Shun Group. But even so, her position was still not secure enough. After all, if all these shareholders turn against her and sell their shares, attracting a vicious wolf, she will definitely not be able to withstand it. This is also Shun Li's biggest concern besides the listing. She never expected that before she could find a way to dilute the shares held by these people, they would be willing to give them up on their own initiative. Even though this 3% stake is not much, it is worth tens of millions. Not only that, this also represents Shunley's voice in the Shun Group, and the possible reduction of risks when she falls out with them. At this moment, Shunley was ecstatic. Her whole heart was leaping with joy, and her face was filled with joy again. "Mr. Li, what are you talking about? I, Shunley, am not a villain who would forget my principles just for the sake of 3% equity. But as long as your requests are not too excessive, I will definitely satisfy you." Mr. Shun is joking. Seeing Shunley's confident look, Li Guochang smiled lightly. "But our request is really not a difficult task for Mr. Shun. Okay, Mr. Li, please speak." At this moment, Shunley seemed to have seen the scene of herself holding the 3% stake. Even just thinking about it made her happy. But Li Guochang's next words sent her straight from heaven to hell, and even the smile on her face froze. "We hope that Mr. Shun will recruit Mr. Hua back." Wait a moment. Shunley took a long time to recover, then looked at Li Guochang with a stiff expression. "Boss Li, what do you mean by this?" Facing Shun Li's murderous eyes, Li Guochang seemed not to see it. He just picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then he said slowly, just as Mr. Shun heard literally, "We all hope that Mr. Hua can come back and be responsible for the listing of Shun Group." That's right. We demand that Mr. Hua come back immediately. Mr. Hua must come back. Otherwise, I will sell my shares to our rivals right now. Boss Shun, please make sure to invite Boss Hua back. As Li Guochang finished speaking, the shareholder who had been holding back could no longer control his emotions and started yelling. For a moment, the quiet conference room became as noisy as a vegetable market. Shunley, who originally had a smiling face, now looked as ugly as possible. She looked at everyone in the conference room with an angry look in her eyes. Finally, she couldn't help but slam the table hard, and then shouted angrily, "Quiet!" The already hastily done makeup now looked extremely scary. "Have you forgotten that Holong has divorced me, and we are no longer husband and wife? And he was the one who took the initiative to resign and leave Shin's group. I didn't force him. He has nothing to do with our Shun group now. If that's the case, why should I invite him back?" Indeed, Shunley's words. But after he finished speaking, he continued, "That is why we hope that Mr. Hui can come back again." "Mr. Li." Shunley stared at Li Guochang and gritted her teeth and said, "Don't forget, I am the president of Shun Group." "Of course I know this, but I'd like to ask Mr. Shun to clarify. Although we hold less than half of the company's shares, I think there should be many people in Linhai who want to buy our shares. Mr. Shun, am I right?" Chapter 47. At the critical moment, Li Mingxiu ran away. "Are you threatening me?" Shunley thought about it. Their coming to force the emperor to abdicate today would definitely not be a good thing. But she never expected that the condition they put forward was to ask Holong to come back, and they were even willing to threaten her with shares. "It's not a threat. We are just making our own reasonable demands," Li Guochang said calmly. "Boss Shun, do you still remember the promise you made to us?" Seeing Li Guochang bringing up the past again, Shunli was so angry that her teeth itched, but she could do nothing but said, "Regarding the listing, I have already promised you that our Shun group will be successfully listed." "What Mr. Shen said sounds good, but what we see is completely different from what you said." Li Guochang had a fake smile on his face, and it seemed like he was talking about something that had nothing to do with them. But every word he said was like a knife piercing Shun Li's nerves. Since Mr. Hu left, the company's earnings report has dropped rapidly. Not only that, other partners have severed their cooperation with our Shun group. The penalty for breach of contract alone is as high as 2 billion. Aren't I already dealing with these issues? Facing Shun Li's explanation, Li Guochang looked up at her with a burning gaze and said, "But more than half a month has passed. Mr. Shun, have you dealt with it?" Shunli bit her lip, wanting to refute or put on her CEO attitude. But these people didn't buy her story. "In the beginning, we gave you enough trust, Mr. Shun. You believed in Li Mingxiu, who had returned from abroad, and we also gave you this opportunity. But what was the result?" Li Guochang continued to speak slowly. "Not only have these defaulted orders not been handled properly, but investors have also withdrawn their capital. At this critical juncture, we have also offended Shiqiu Longjing. I think Mr. Shun should know better than us what Shiqiu Longjing means to our Shun group, right?" Shunli heard this. She clenched her fists tightly. Holong was around. She never cared about these things. Whether it was Shiqiu Longjing or Shanyue Group, Holong would get almost any contract that was beneficial to the company's development. But now, let alone getting cooperation, she can't even handle the mess. Shiqiu Longjing is the cash king of Linhai, and it is also the only company that did not completely sever cooperation with Shun Group at the beginning. But now even Shiqiu Longjing has announced sanctions against Shun Group. What does that mean? There will no longer be any force in the entire Linhai that the Shun Group can rely on. The Shun Group was completely isolated. Although she can get a sky-high deposit of 1 billion to maintain the normal operation of Shun Group, in the long run, how long can the money on the books of Shun Group last? Regarding the matter of Shiqiu Longjing, I have asked Mr. Li to make arrangements. I believe Mr. Li will give you a satisfactory answer soon." "Oh, really?" Li Guochang didn't say anything after hearing this, but just said, "Then call him over and see how he solves the matter of Shiqiu Longjing." Shunli felt aggrieved by the attitude of these old foxes, but she couldn't get angry. After all, she is the one who can't solve the mess now. Falling out at this time would be a fatal blow to the entire Shun group. So even if she felt extremely aggrieved and annoyed, she could only swallow her anger. Holong was around. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Shunli forced herself to calm down and not think about Holong. She then arranged for her secretary to call Li Mingxiu over and asked him to report the current situation and his next plans to these old foxes. But not long after the secretary left, he immediately came back and whispered something in Shunli's ear. Shunli's already ugly face suddenly turned pale. These directors also noticed that something was wrong with Shunli. One of the directors asked directly, "Boss Hua, where is Boss Li? Could he have run away?" This sentence was like a knife, directly shattering Shun Li's last bit of strength. Because he actually guessed it right. The secretary just went out and originally wanted to call Li Mingxiu over, but after making several calls, Li Mingxiu didn't answer. She realized that something was wrong and quickly contacted the executive department and the security guard at the door. Only then did they learn that just as Shunley entered the meeting room, Li Mingxiu had left the Shun group. The moment she heard the news, Shunli's mind went blank and her whole body seemed to be hollowed out. She had not had a good night's rest and now felt dizzy and almost fell off her chair. What is Li Mingxiu doing? She had clearly reminded Li Mingxiu just now to deal with it quickly and then come to the conference room to solve the problem. How could he disappear at such a critical moment? But now, all the directors of the Shun group are here. She must not let down at such a critical moment. Facing the director's questions, Shunley forced herself to stay calm and said, "Just now the secretary told me that Mr. Li had just left the company and went to Shiqiu Longjing to discuss cooperation." "Oh, really?" Shun Li's words. "If I remember correctly, Shiqiu Longjing had already announced sanctions against the Shun group at dusk yesterday, and the manager of the Commerce Department also told you, Mr. Hua, in advance. I don't think Mr. Li is unaware of this, right?" Shunli said with a stiff upper lip, "I know. Since both of you know about this, why hasn't this matter been dealt with yet? Boss Shun, is this what you promised us? We are now deeply skeptical of your ability to work." Faced with the director's provocation, Shunli slammed the table hard and was about to get angry. Then Li Guchang said calmly, "Boss Shun, what you said was right. Is he angry out of shame?" Looking at these aggressive old foxes in front of me, Shunli felt a deep sense of powerlessness, and her clenched fists finally loosened. She slumped back in her seat and asked coldly, "So what exactly do you want to do this time?" "It's very simple." Seeing that Shunli had begun to compromise, Li Guchang smiled gently and then said, "We have just told you, Mr. Shun, what we want. We don't want anything. We just want Mr. Hua to come back. And the conditions we proposed just now are still retained. As long as President Hua can come back, we will immediately hand over 3% of the shares to you, President Shun." Looking at Li Guochang's face, Shunli resisted the urge to punch him and gritted her teeth and said, "Except for this condition. Then we have no choice but to ask Mr. Shun to voluntarily give up the position of president of Shun Group." "How dare you?" Li Guochang picked up the teacup and took a sip, then smiled at the shocked Shunli and said, "Boss Shun, do you think we were kidding you this time?" As he spoke, the smile on Li Guochang's face slowly faded, revealing his hidden true face. "We are businessmen, not idle fools who want to play house with you for money. If Shun's group can go public and bring us benefits, then we are naturally happy to see Mr. Shun sitting in the position of president. But if Mr. Shun can't do it, then please don't forget what I told you before. Anyone can take the position of president, not just you, Shunli." Chapter 48. The boundary of ambiguity is the most fascinating. Shunli was so angry that her teeth were itching. Although she really wanted to quit her job and turn against these people completely. But if such trouble arises at such a critical moment, then forget about going public. The problems within the Shun group alone are enough to give her a headache, not to mention that the Shun group is now in a precarious situation. If it is not careful, it will lose everything. Shunli was silent for a moment, then said coldly, "I roughly understand your needs. But think about it from another perspective. The reason you all came here is not entirely for Holong. The most important thing is the 2 billion yuan in breach of contract payment, right? Shunli cannot be as meticulous as Holong in dealing with business matters. But after all, he has been the president for several years, so he can still see the crux of the problem." Li Guochang nodded calmly after hearing this. "Mr. Shun is right. After all, the company needs money to go public. We cannot accept a loss of 2 billion. That's easy." After figuring out the key to the problem, Shunli felt a lot less pressure and then continued, "Then I will give you a guarantee here. Within a month, I will fill this 2 billion hole. If I can't do it by then, I won't argue with you if you still have any objections. How do you think?" Hearing the promise made by Shunli, although the meeting room was very quiet, one could still hear the directors whispering below. After several discussions, in the end, these people gave Li Guochang a unified reply. Li Guochang closed the teacup and gave Shun Li a harmless smile. "It's settled then. 1 month. Mr. Shun, you only have 1 month. In 1 month, in addition to clearing the 2 billion yuan in liquidated damages, we must also attract new investors. As long as Mr. Shun can do this, we will never have any objections to Mr. Shun's decisions from now on." After hearing Li Guochang's words, Shunli forced a smile. But after Li Guochang finished speaking, he continued. But then again, what if Mr. Shun can't do it in a month? Seeing that everyone's eyes were on her, Shunley gritted her teeth and said directly, if I can't do it within a month, I will invite Holong back. Not enough. Li Guochang shook his head, then smiled and said, if Mr. Shun can't do it in a month, Mr. Hua must be invited back. Not only that, but all rights and decision-making power must be handed over to Mr. Hua. Hearing this, Shunley widened her eyes and looked at Li Guochang in disbelief. Sometimes, she really couldn't figure out who was the president of Shin Group. If she hands over the power and decision-making authority, then what relationship does this company have to her still? Are these people crazy? Holong had clearly left. Why do these people still miss him? Could it be that, in their eyes, Holong is the president of Shun Group? It is obvious that without himself, and without Shun Group, he is nothing. Shunley clenched her fists again, but in the end she did not refute, but said coldly, okay, no problem. Okay then. Getting Shunley's assurance, Li Guochang stood up and took the lead in leaving the meeting room. Boss Shun, we will wait for your good news. Wait until everyone leaves. Shunley sat alone in the conference room, her face gloomy and unclear, making it impossible to see her expression. But the blood stains flowing from her fingers revealed her mood at the moment. These old foxes. And Holong. Shunley's eyes were bloodshot and her lips were bitten, but she didn't seem to feel it. There was only resentment in her heart at this moment. I clearly made amends immediately. Why couldn't anyone see it and still go against her? She has even condescended to discuss cooperation and make amends in person. Why do those people only recognize Holong and don't even give themselves a little face? Even the old foxes in the company, knowing that she had divorced Holong, still forced her to let Holong come back and even wanted to take away her power. Why is everyone surrounding Holong? He had clearly already kicked out of the Shun Group and should have had nothing, but in the end he was like a hooligan dog, rolling back to beg for forgiveness. Why is everyone forcing her to bow to Holong? Holong, this name that she had been repeating for 5 years, came out of her mouth again at this moment, without any emotion, only resentment. If it weren't for him, why would I be ignored by these people? If you want to use them to force me to get back together with you, and then plan to snatch the Shun Group from me, I tell you, you are making a wrong calculation. Shun Group will definitely be successfully listed, and you will never be forgiven by me in your life. Mr. Shun. Just as Shunley was thinking about how to get through this difficult time, the secretary suddenly pushed the door open. When she saw Shunley was injured, she exclaimed, Boss Shun, you are injured. It was not until she heard the secretary's words that Shunley realized that she had not only scratched her palms, but also bitten her lips without realizing it. Shunley licked her lips, and the salty smell of blood calmed her down temporarily. I'll take you to the hospital now. Need not. Shunley waved her hand, indicating that this was not a big problem, and then asked the secretary, what's wrong? What happened? No, it's just that Mr. Li is back. Mr. Li? Li Mingqiu. Right. Shunley, who had finally calmed down, heard the secretary mention Li Mingqiu. She felt a sharp pain in her heart, and even her breathing became rapid. Shunley couldn't understand why he did this. When she learned that Li Mingqiu was returning to China, she found Li Mingqiu's friends in the former school group and learned that he was planning to come back to work. So she immediately arranged for him to work in the company. Shunley saw him again. Her heart, which had been silent for many years, began beating again. Yes, this was the feeling she wanted. So she made an exception and recruited Li Mingqiu to the company, and even had some ambiguous actions with him. Although she did not cross the line, it was this ambiguous pull that made her extremely obsessed. For this purpose, she even went so far as to make an exception and took the important position of executive director from Holong and gave it to him. In Shunley's plan, even if Holong was kicked out of the company by her, as long as he left behind the plan, the company would be able to go public smoothly. But Li Mingqiu couldn't even handle basic problems. This was completely different from what was mentioned in his resume. Not only that, he even disappeared mysteriously twice in a row when she needed Li Mingqiu the most. Damn it! Shunley's breathing became heavier, and then she said coldly, let him come to my office. Yes, Mr. Shun. Chapter 49. It's not just the Shun Group that is being targeted. Shunley, are they all gone? Shunley returned to the office. Li Mingqiu pushed the door open with a smile on his face. Seeing Li Mingqiu in front of her, Shunley's original uneasiness and restlessness in her heart slowly subsided. But there was a lot more anger out of nowhere. She got angry at Li Mingqiu and said, Didn't I ask you to come to the conference room and report to them about the situation and the preparations in progress for the subsequent listing after you call Shichiu Longjing? Where were you at the critical moment? Seeing Shunley's ugly face, Li Mingqiu was timid and his tone was unclear. Finally, he explained, I didn't run away. I talked to Shichiu Longjing's people on the phone, and they said we could talk in person, so I hurried out. Oh, really? Shunley stared straight at Li Mingqiu, as if she wanted to see through him. Li Mingqiu was a little restless, but his face showed an aggrieved expression. Shunley, are you still doubting me? The company is having problems now, and I've been running around nonstop. Now I've finally contacted Shichiu Longjing, and they've agreed to meet with me. Now, not only do you not believe me, but you look at me like this. If you don't trust me, I'll just quit now. Seeing Li Mingqiu starting to make trouble, Shunley did not try to coax him this time, but said in a cold voice, Have a Shichiu Longjing agreed to see you? That's right. Li Mingqiu wiped away the non-existent tears and then said stubbornly, I just called them, and they said they could meet with me to discuss the future cooperation between our two companies. Really? Then what time is the appointment? I'll go with you then. After hearing that Shunley wanted to go with him, Li Mingqiu suddenly panika. Because what he just said to Shunley were all lies. He was simply afraid to face those old foxes on the board of directors, fearing that they would fire him. So after calling Shichiu Longjing several times, but no one answered, he gritted his teeth and ran away from the company. Until I saw Li Guchong and others come out. Only then did he return to the company. Shunley, I won't bother you to come with me for such a small matter. I can handle it by myself. A small matter? Li Mingqiu's words directly stimulated Shunley. She picked up the document and slammed it on the table. Then she gritted her teeth and said, Do you know what those old foxes said to me today? They want me to pay 2 billion yuan in liquidated damages within 1 month. Otherwise, they want me to call Holong back and hand over the management of the company. Do you still think this is a trivial matter now? What? Hearing what Shunley said, Li Mingqiu was dumbfounded, but then he also said angrily, Holong obviously left the company on his own. What do they mean by asking Holong to come back now? They are forcing the emperor like this. Do they still have you as the president in their eyes? Shunley, you must not agree to them, and you must not let Holong come back. Then tell me, besides calling Holong back, is there any other way to fill this 2 billion hole? Are you going to take it out? Or am I going to take it out? Fussing Shunley, Isanje, Li Mingqiu said with a wronged look on his face. So Shunley, you still think I'm not as good as Holong, and I messed up all these things, right? Shunley didn't answer, but her eyes gave the answer. Seeing this, Li Mingqiu said with red eyes, Okay, then go find Holong. Just pretend I've never been here. After saying that, Li Mingqiu threw his work badge directly on the table and quickly left the office. Looking at Li Mingqiu's back, Shunley opened her mouth and wanted to ask him to stay. But in the end, I didn't say it. Shunley looked confused. Why did things turn out like this? Not long ago, everything was fine. How come such big problems arose in the company so quickly? Although the company can afford the 2 billion yuan penalty for breach of contract from its account, if those old foxes get to know about it, they will skin us alive. As for the position of president, she would have to give up the Shun Group. Otherwise, they could really replace the president. She has also seen Li Mingqiu's efforts over the past few days. Although he didn't achieve any great results, he never had any time to rest. Plus the tone he just used. Is it really because I'm too harsh on him? Shunley collapsed exhausted on the sofa. Forget it. I'll apologize to him when I feel better. 2 billion, 2 billion. How are we going to deal with this money? Almost all enterprises in Linhai have severed cooperation with Shun Group. Now the basic production lines are all outsourced, and the money is spent like water every day. There are no investors, no cooperation, and finally we lost Shichiu Longjing, our biggest support. Is it possible that she can only go to the bank for a loan? Just when Shunley was having a headache. In the Maybach outside the Shun Group, in addition to Li Guchong, there are 3 other important shareholders. Old Li, are we really just going to let this matter go? Li Guchong sat in the back row, poured himself a cup of hot tea, took a sip, and then said calmly, What else do you want to do? Damn it, Shunley is now completely bewitched by that pretty boy Li Mingqiu. When Holong was here, the entire Shun Group was booming. We only listened to you and chose the Shun Group after seeing this. But look at her now. Can the Shun Group really be successfully listed? Facing the doubts from his old friend, Li Guchong put down the teacup. In the dim back seat, his eyes were unclear. I didn't expect Shunley to be so stupid as to drive Holong away. I thought that with Holong's plan, even if Shunley was stupid, she could still ensure the smooth listing of Shun Group. But I didn't expect that she would cause so many problems so quickly. After hearing what Li Guichang said, one of them said, "Old Li, why don't you ask through your connections what's going on with those people? Why did they all suddenly terminate their contracts with our Shun Group?" Hearing what the old friend beside him said, Li Guichang's face turned rather ugly. It's not like he didn't ask through his connections. But these people's answers were surprisingly consistent, all of them saying that this was a decision made by the company's top management, and they could not disclose the reason. Even if he found some power relationships, he still couldn't find the key to the problem. It was as if these people were targeting not only the Shun Group, but all of them. Li Guichang closed his eyes and said in a gloomy tone, "I asked, but there was no result. So what can we do?" Compared to Li Guichang's steadiness, the others seemed extremely impetuous. Are we really going to let Shunley continue to do whatever she wants? Chapter 50, Private Residence. No visitors allowed. If we continue like this, we won't make any money, and we'll probably lose everything. Facing the dissatisfaction of his old friend, Li Guichang's thoughts drifted away. Why was he willing to invest in Shun Group in the first place? It's not because of Shunley, nor because of the importance of Shun Group, but because of Holong. Holong first came to Linhai. He got the gossip and knew Holong's identity. But because Holong was a discarded pawn at the time, no one would choose him. But Li Guichang believed his hunch. He still chose Holong, and the final result proved that he was right, driving a tiger to devour a wolf. Although he did not want to give up Holong in the end, those people gave him too much. And Holong made him a fortune. That's why when Holong wanted to establish Shun Group, he took the initiative to find Holong and planned to invest again. He didn't care that he had betrayed Holong. He is a businessman after all. In his eyes, profit is above everything else. He believed that Holong was also a businessman and he would definitely agree to his request. The result was just as he expected. In fact, he knew very well that since the first lesson, although Holong agreed to his investment, he was wary of him in everything, so that until now, he has not been able to completely control the right to speak in the Shun Group. That's why when Shunley drove Holong out, he didn't try to stop her. At that time, he felt that the Shun Group was about to go public, and the fruits of his hard work could finally be harvested. But even he did not expect that Shunley could mess up such a small matter, even though she was just one step away from success. And even a disaster like Li Mingqiu appeared. Although Holong is gone, he can still control Shunley at will. But now the Shun Group has left behind a huge mess. Not to mention that Shunley is difficult to deal with. Even if the current situation is handed over to Li Guichang, he may not be able to resolve it. The only person who can stabilize the Shun Group again is Holong. That's how we have the board of directors we have today. The 3% stake is real. And this was actually just a test on their part. After all, in their eyes, Holong's value is far more than just 3% of the shares. If Shunley is smart, this 3% stake is just an appetizer. Holong holds the lifeblood of these old foxes in his hands. But Shunley didn't understand Holong's value at all. Madness. Make an evaluation of Shunley at this time. But what if I scold her now? Everything is irreversible now, and they only have two options left. First, they cut their own flesh and blood to get Holong back. Second, find a way to sell the shares as quickly as possible to minimize the losses. But now that the listing is imminent, none of them is willing to give up this piece of cake. Old Li, what's the point of you cursing now? We want to see the money. Yes, only real money is what we want to see. What do you think we should do now? By the way, have you contacted Holong after he left? At this time, someone suddenly mentioned it. Several people looked at each other. I called, but no one answered. Me too. What about you, Lao Li? Li Guichang pondered for a moment, then narrowed his eyes and said, Me too. Yes, before coming to Shun Group, they had tried to contact Holong. Although Shunley and Holong are divorced, this is a company after all, not their personal property. So as long as they jointly sponsor it, even Shunley can't do anything to Holong. But no matter who contacted Holong, the call could not be connected. It was as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth, with no news of him since. This is also the reason why they try to ask Shunley to call Holong over today. Because in their eyes, only Shunley could contact Holong, but what they didn't know was that Shunley had actually been blocked by Holong a long time ago. That bastardly Mingqiu is a waste. I think he should be kicked out now. At this time, someone pointed the finger at Li Mingqiu again. After all, if it wasn't him, Shunley would not divorce Holong, and Holong would not leave the company because he was sidelined. At this moment, Everyone put the blame on Li Mingxiu. But only Li Guchang remained silent. He turned his head to look out the car window and happened to see Li Mingxiu, who was leaving Shun Group in anger. An ugly and sinister smile suddenly appeared on his originally gloomy face. Didn't you just say that you wanted to make up for the losses? After hearing Li Guochang's inexplicable words, someone replied, Nonsense, don't you want it, old Li? Yes, I really want to. Li Guochang didn't know why, but he was suddenly in a good mood and even lit a cigar for the first time in a long time. I saw Li Guochang looking leisurely. Someone couldn't help but ask, Old Li, what did you mean by that? Have you thought of a solution? Almost. Li Guochang picked up the toasted cigar, took a puff, and then grinned and said, Don't worry, the Shin Group won't let Shunley suffer for too long. If Holong can't come back, someone will pay for him. Everyone looked at each other in confusion at Li Guochang's inexplicable remarks. Okay, Laoli, I know you're smart, but the most important thing right now is to find Holong first. Li Guochang nodded to this plan, then took out his cell phone and called Holong again. Dark back seat. Li Guochang's eyes were like those of a poisonous snake. Holong, you'd better answer the phone, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless to the Shun Group that you worked so hard to build. At the same time, Linhai, Fengling Street. This is an old street, and the buildings on both sides are relatively old-fashioned. However, due to previous government planning and investment, the originally dilapidated old houses have been renovated. At the end of Fengling Street is an intersection, and across the intersection is the Ocean Forest Park by the sea. Therefore, the housing prices here have risen from being ignored to the current sky-high prices. It's just that there are many houses listed, but not many are sold. But today, the most expensive private residence on Fengling Street, with a Chinese-style courtyard and a sign saying "No visitors allowed," was bought by someone. Xiaoyu followed behind Holong. Looking dazedly at the signature, he asked her to sign on the house purchase contract and didn't react for a long time. What's wrong? You don't like this house? Hearing Holong's words, Xiaoyu waved his hands quickly and then said sincerely, No, I like this house very much, but I still can't accept it. Chapter 51. You are still the same as before, shameless. In the morning, Holong asked me to accompany him to do something in the afternoon. I originally thought it was a major event related to the development of Shunley Group, but unexpectedly, Holong brought me directly to the sales office and bought a Chinese-style villa right away. Yes, a Chinese-style courtyard. It still says, private residence, no visitors allowed. It would be fine if it was just buying. What Xiaoyu never expected was that Holong would actually put Xiaoyu's name on the house. Xiaoyu was confused. She still hasn't recovered. It's just a house, not something valuable. Holong spoke in a nonchalant tone, which made the female salesperson next to him stare at him. But when Xiaoyu saw the house purchase contract worth 27 million yuan in front of him, he was dumbfounded. Isn't this valuable? So what is precious? Holong saw Xiaoyu's concerns, so he smiled and asked, How many years have you been with me? After hearing Holong's words, Xiaoyu thought for a moment, then said dully, 7 years. Yes, 7 years. Holong's eyes also showed some reminiscence. When he first came to Linhai, he had nothing due to some special reasons. Then he started from scratch and built the company up single-handedly. It was at that time that Xiaoyu met Holong and worked for him. That year, Xiaoyu had just graduated from college and was only 23 years old. 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. Although Xiaoyu takes very good care of herself when she walks on the street, many people would probably think she is still a little girl. But time is time after all. Now that I think about it, she is actually already 30 years old. During these 7 years, she has been working hard for Holong's career. She has never been in a relationship or had any scandals. It seems that all her attention is focused on her career. But as the secretary to the president of Shunley Group, her salary has always been just over 10,000 yuan. Because Holong once did her a favor. She has followed Holong until now and has never asked for a salary increase or complained. Over the years, I have wasted too much of your time and even affected your private life. I know you will definitely say that this is your own will and has nothing to do with me, but that is not the truth. You should get something in return for your efforts, and you're not a child anymore. I have been married for 5 years and divorced again. It is time for you to consider your own major life events. I haven't been able to personally manage the Shunley Group over the years, and you've been working hard, so you have to accept this gift. Xiaoyu originally wanted to refuse, but Holong didn't give her any chance to refuse. This courtyard is a gift from me to you, But of course, it's not given to you for nothing. Hear this. Xie Xiaoyu's face turned red as if she had thought of something. Even the female salesperson next to her seemed to have thought of something and looked at Xie Xiaoyu with envy. Although she can take away 80,000 yuan as commission for this house, it is nothing compared to this house worth 27 million yuan. To have a yard worth 27 million, let alone her body. Even if Holong asked her to pose in 108 postures, she would try her best to learn it. Boss, what is sigh? Xie Xiaoyu stuttered and was about to say something when suddenly a terrifying engine noise was heard in front of the agency's door. Then a red Ferrari stopped in front of the agency. A tall woman wearing a tight red dress, curly hair, and high heels got out of the car and walked straight in. She then said impatiently to the agent, "Where is she? Where's the house I liked before? I plan to buy it. Someone come and sign a contract for me." When this woman walked in, the agency, which had been relatively quiet, suddenly became chaotic. Some people came forward to serve tea and water, while others knelt down and fawned. Only the saleswoman sitting in front of Holong had a frozen expression and became extremely unnatural. "Mrs. Jiang, someone has already signed for the house you've chosen, and the contract is about to be completed." "What?" After hearing this, the woman with big waves immediately became unhappy, and then she said in a sharp voice, "What I said before, you all turned a deaf ear to it, right? You know that the house is my favorite, and you still dare to sell it? I think you all don't want to do it anymore." The woman had a bad temper, but no one in the agency dared to contradict her, because she really has the ability. "Forget it, take me there now. I want to see who dares to snatch the house from me." After saying that, the woman, led by others, came in front of Holong and Xie Xiaoyu. "Jiang, Mrs. Jiang, why are you here today?" The female salesperson obviously knew her, so when she saw her coming, she stood up immediately with a look of panic on her face. After hearing what the saleswoman said, the woman didn't give her any face at all and directly scolded her. "You little bitch, you're planning to sell my house? I see you really don't want to do this anymore, so just quit now and get out. Otherwise," just when the female salesperson's face turned pale and she didn't know what to do, a gentle male voice sounded from behind her. "What else?" After hearing Holong's voice, the woman took off her sunglasses and saw Holong's appearance clearly. She, who originally had an overwhelming aura, seemed to have seen a ghost, and her tone became confused. "You?" Looking at the woman's panicked expression, Holong smiled slightly. "Why, in just 5 years, you've forgotten me? Or have you been so happy after betraying me that you've forgotten who we used to be?" Xie Xiaoyu, who was standing by, was originally curious about the woman's identity. After hearing what Holong said, she watched the woman's face slowly overlap with a figure in her mind, and for a moment, a nameless anger rushed into her heart. "Jiang Churen, it's you." Jiang Churen took off his sunglasses and noticed Xie Xiaoyu sitting with Holong. There was a hint of jealousy and strangeness in his already flustered eyes. "Do you two know each other?" The saleswoman noticed that the atmosphere was a bit awkward and was about to say something. But Jiang Churen directly scolded him. "Get out." The saleswoman was at a loss for a moment and was almost in tears. Fortunately, the manager came over and quickly pulled the saleswoman away, thus avoiding a dispute. But the atmosphere between Jiang Churen and Holong was not very good at this time. After a brief panic, Jiang Churen suppressed her emotions and sat directly opposite Holong and Xie Xiaoyu, with their long thighs folded together. She looked straight at Holong and said sarcastically, "I thought I would never see you again in this life, but I didn't expect you to have enough money to buy a house here. I thought you would be too embarrassed to stay in Linhai and would have fled abroad with your money. I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned that you would still stay in Linhai." Facing Holong's ridicule, Jiang Churen's expression, which he had managed to suppress with great difficulty, turned ugly again. She almost gritted her teeth and said word by word, "Holong, you are still as sharp-tongued as before." "Same here. You're still the same as before." Holong paused, thought for a moment, and then said firmly, "Shameless." Chapter 52. The Past Betrayal, Jiang Churen and Chuyuan Group. "Holong, you." Jiang Churen didn't expect Holong to be so direct. Her pretty face suddenly turned ugly. She stood up and was about to slap Holong. Unexpectedly, Xie Xiaoyu was faster than her. Not only did she stand in front of Holong, she also slapped Jiang Churen in the face with her backhand. Jiang Churen's delicate white face instantly turned red and swollen. Compared to the pain, Jiang Churen was more stunned and shocked. She didn't expect that Xie Xiaoyu, who was always gentle and soft-spoken, would actually fight with her? How dare you appear in front of me? Before Jiang Chun could speak, Xie Xiaoyu's eyes were already red. His chest rose and fell with anger. Jiang Chun covered his face and looked at Xie Xiaoyu in disbelief, saying, Xie Xiaoyu, you are crazy. Am I crazy? Xie Xiaoyu's eyes were red with tears, but she tried hard not to let them fall. Jiang Chun, check your conscience. Who of us is crazy? We trusted you so much in the beginning. We lived in the basement together, ate boxed lunches together, and endured the most difficult time together until we succeeded. We treated you as our elder sister and the person we trusted the most. But what did you do in the end? Facing Xie Xiaoyu's questioning, Jiang Chun, who was originally angry and embarrassed, suddenly became silent. I was speechless for a moment. Holong looked at Jiang Chun, who seemed a little guilty but still proud, and closed his eyes silently. Yeah, when did they change? Jiang Chun was the first person Holong met who helped him after he came to Linhai, and also his first partner later. Holong came to Linhai was called Chuyuan Group, and that word, Chu, came from Jiang Chun. At that time, Jiang Chun seemed to have infinite energy and was full of vitality. After Holong proposed his idea to her, Jiang Chun didn't even think twice and just pulled Holong to start working. In the process, they met many people, including Xie Xiaoyu, Wang Dajiao, Shami, and the monk. At that time, Jiang Chun was like the big sister in the underworld, leading this group of brothers to conquer the world, and Holong was the one responsible for covering their rear. They went from being poor to huddling together in the basement, cooking hot pot with instant noodles. Later, he bought a building and established Chuyuan Group, and he was chatting and laughing while standing in the CBD office building. They succeeded. At that time, everyone had 100% trust in Jiang Chun. But the joy from success did not last long, because the people in Tianjin discovered Holong's whereabouts and followed the clues to find the Chuyuan Group. They did not reveal their identities, but contacted Jiang Chun directly. No one knows exactly what happened. The very next day, Chuyuan Group's secrets were leaked, and internal corruption and bribery were investigated by relevant agencies. At the critical moment when the company was about to go public, Jiang Chun transferred the money out early. Faced with the huge hole, Holong could have filled it up and kept Chuyuan Group alive. Li Guichan's withdrawal of investment dealt the most fatal blow to Chuyuan Group. Holong wanted to ask Jiang Chun for an explanation, but instead of getting one, he was ruthlessly kicked out of the company by her. It was also that day that Holong lost everything. Holong later that he knew who was the mastermind behind all this. But so what? Even if it were those people, if Jiang Chun hadn't betrayed him, Holong would still have the confidence to confront them head-on. It was also because of Jiang Chun's betrayal that Chuyuan Group finally disappeared from Linhai. The companions who had walked out of the basement together, some left, some disappeared. Only Xie Xiaoyu insisted on following Holong and walked all the way to the present. After Chuyuan Group announced its acquisition, Jiang Chun seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, and no news about her was heard in Linhai anymore. Holong thought she left the country out of guilt, but unexpectedly, she still stayed in Linhai. Linhai is very small, with a population of only 7 million. But it is also very big, so big that people we know will only meet again after 5 years. Facing Xie Xiaoyu's anger, Jiang Chun smiled disapprovingly, then sat up straight again and gave Xie Xiaoyu a contemptuous smile. Xiaoyu, you are still as naive as before. At this moment, Jiang Chun restrained her arrogance and looked very calm. She didn't care about Xie Xiaoyu's slap, but said calmly, in your eyes, Chuyuan Group has been successful, but do you know how big this world is? Jiang Chun pointed at the ceiling and grinned. Do you think that Chuyuan Group's listing is a success? Do you think that once you make money, you can keep it? Xiaoyu, don't be silly. This world is so big that some people can crush you with just one word. Jiang Chun's words were full of sarcasm, and then she pointed at herself. In your eyes, I betrayed you, but I didn't treat any of you unfairly. Besides, I just don't want to go back to the days when I used to live in a basement in a rented house and had to be asked by the landlord to pay rent every day. What did I do wrong? Xie Xiaoyu didn't understand what Jiang Chun said, but Holong understood. Xie Xiaoyu originally wanted to say something, but he was pulled back by Holong. He looked at Jiang Chun and said calmly, did the whole family tell you something? That's right. Jiang Chun looked at Holong and said in a sarcastic tone, if you really said something wrong, Xiaoyu, you shouldn't put the blame on me. If you want to blame someone, you should blame Holong. You farted. When Xiao saw that Jiang Charan was planning to throw dirty water on Holong, he immediately became angry and embarrassed. But Jiang Charan didn't get angry, but laughed. Did I say anything wrong? Her beautiful peach blossom eyes fell on Holong. If you hadn't hidden your identity in the beginning, if you had told us from the beginning that you were from the Hua family in Tianjin, how could things have turned out the way they did later? When Xiaoyu heard what Jiang Charan said, his angry expression instantly froze. At this moment, she no longer cared about whether Jiang Charan was right or wrong, because there are only 4 words in her mind now. Tianjin Hua family? Facing Jiang Charan's ridicule, Holong chuckled and said, "Since they told you that I'm from the Hua family in Tianjin, they should know that I have no relationship with the Hua family anymore, right?" "No problem." Holong said. Jiang Charan was stunned for a moment, then sneered. If they had no relationship, why would they make a special trip from Tianjin to a small place like Linhai and even spend a sky-high price to acquire Chuyuan Group to force you to go back? Force yourself to go back? Hearing Jiang Charan's words, Holong laughed, but he said self-deprecatingly, "How do you know that their purpose is not to force me to go back, but to completely destroy me?" Chapter 53 Holong. Don't blame me for betraying you a second time. How was that possible? Jiang Charan retorted without even thinking. If they want to destroy someone, they don't need to do it themselves. Unless... Jiang Charan's face froze, as if he had thought of something. "You..." Jiang Charan stared at Holong in shock. Holong just smiled coldly. "Jiang Charan, why do you think they came to Linhai in person? If I didn't have the capital to fight against them, would I be alive now? You said you didn't want to go back to the basement, but have you forgotten that without me, you'd have to live in a rented house and eat instant noodles for $3 a bucket for the rest of your life? Do you think it was your hard work that made Chuyuan Group almost go public? No, it was me. It was the result of my hard work at all costs. And you just betrayed all of us for your own selfish desires. Did you know that the monk's wife was pregnant at that time and needed a lot of money to support the family? Did you know that Xiaomi was planning to get married and had even arranged a wedding, but it ended up being canceled? Jiang Charan, you betrayed us first, but now you want to put the blame on me? Do you think you could be completely at peace by turning black into white with a few words?" Facing Holong's accusations, Jiang Charan's face turned blue and purple, and he was speechless. But she soon calmed down and then snorted. "So what even if I betrayed you? I still won in the end. I sold Chuyuan Group at a high price. Not only did I become financially independent, but I also opened my own small company and lived a carefree life. But what about you?" Looking at Holong and Xiaoyu's ordinary attire, she said disdainfully, "Aren't they still 2 poor fellows?" Seeing that Jiang Charan had no regrets about what he had done, he even looked complacent. Holong smiled and said, "I thought you left Linhai, so I didn't pay attention to you these years. But now that you've popped up, do you think I will let you go? Why? Do you still want to cause trouble for me?" Jiang Charan sneered, "Just you?" Holong, I admit that you had some abilities before, but without the Chuyuan Group, what are you? Do you still think you are who you once were? I'm telling you, if I want to crush you to death right now, it's as easy as crushing an ant. Yeah." Just when the atmosphere between the two sides was tense, Holong's cell phone rang. Seeing the number above, Holong did not hang up this time, but answered it directly. At the same time, in the car downstairs of Shun Group, Li Guochang thought that this call would fall on deaf ears like the previous ones. He didn't expect that the call would actually be answered this time. Before he could even open his mouth, he heard Holong ask on the phone, "What is the name of Jiang Charan's current company?" Jiang Charan? Originally, Li Guochang wanted to talk to Holong and ask him to return to Shin Group. But upon hearing his name mentioned, Holong, his former partner, also appeared in his mind. Li Guochang asked, "Why are you asking her?" "Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me what her current company is called." Li Guochang hesitated for a moment, then replied, Ping and International mainly deals in beauty products and medical beauty. Holong asked Li Guochang. This is because Li Guochang, this old fox, is a real veteran in the Linhai business circle. In his eyes, he will be wary of anyone with whom he has conflicts of interest. Jiang Charan, who once betrayed Holong with him. There is no way he didn't know Jiang Charan's whereabouts. But Holong didn't expect it. Over the years, Jiang Charan has been staying in Linhai. But because she had done something wrong once, she became extremely low-key and never appeared at various banquets in the business circle, which is why she was not discovered by Holong. If Li Guochang hadn't told him, I'm afraid Holong still doesn't know that Jiang Charan actually has his own new business in Linhai. Okay, I understand. Seeing Holong was about to hang up the phone, Li Guocheng hurriedly said, By the way, Holong, when are you going back to Shun's group? We have jointly guaranteed you at the board meeting today. As long as you say the word, even Shunli can't stop you. Return to Shin group? Holong heard this and said calmly, I won't go back. I have nothing to do with Shun's group anymore. You don't need to contact me anymore. After saying that, Holong hung up the phone and then blocked Li Guocheng. Since you're leaving, you must completely cut off all ties with the people in Shun Group. In the past half month, they have harassed me a lot. Instead of avoiding me all the time, I might as well talk to them directly and draw a clear line between them so that they don't harass me every day. I heard a beep from my phone. Li Guocheng's face darkened instantly, and the others in the car quickly asked, Old Li, what did Holong say? He said he wasn't coming back. What? Everyone panicked when they heard this. If Holong didn't come back, what would happen to the Shun Group's listing? Lao Li, call him again and explain our conditions to him clearly. Yeah, he'll definitely change his mind after hearing this. Shin Group was founded by him. He can't just stand by and watch it die. Li Guocheng looked unhappy, but as they said, although he already had other plans in mind, if Holong could come back, then the price he paid would be reduced to a minimum. He is a businessman who only cares about profits. He doesn't care about face or anything like that. So he called Holong again. But this time he was directly blocked. Seeing that no one answered the phone after it rang several times, Li Guocheng's eyes became as fierce as a poisonous snake. Old Li, what should we do about this? Seeing that Holong didn't answer, everyone panicked. However, Li Guocheng let out a long breath, looked outside the window in the direction where Li Mingxiu had just left, and a cunning smile like a fox appeared on his face. Don't worry, I have plenty of ways to help you make your money back. Really, Lao Li? When have I ever lied to you? That's good. That's good. Old Li, we have followed you all our lives. Please don't cheat us at the most critical moment. Rest assured. Li Guocheng turned off his phone, leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and said, I will do what I say. Drive or drive. Okay, Mr. Li. The noise in the car came to an end because of Li Guocheng, but he still had something to say in his mind. That is, Holong, don't blame me for betraying you a second time. After all, I've already given you a chance. It's you who don't want to come back. Then don't blame me for being rude. Let's turn our attention back to the intermediary. Jiang Chern saw Holong suddenly answer the phone and asked about his company in front of him. She suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart, but she soon calmed down. After all, she is no longer the person she was 5 years ago. With the capital obtained from selling Chu Yuan Group, she not only married a good husband, but also founded a beauty company. Although her husband is not from the business circle, but it was precisely because he was not from the business circle that Jiang Chern had enough confidence. After all, there's an old saying that goes, wealth does not suppress power. Seeing Holong hung up the phone, Jiang Chern sneered. Are you done with the call? Chapter 54. Spending a ton of money? No, tens of millions. I thought you were useless in the past few years, but I didn't expect you to be able to get close to the Shen Group. Holong and Li Guocheng just now, she heard about Shen's group, so she subconsciously thought that Holong was hooking up with Shen's group. Although she rarely appeared at the banquets held in those business circles, and because of what happened in the past, she became a rat that everyone wanted to kill in the Linhai business circle, and she no longer dealt with those people in the business circle since then. But she had also heard of the Shun Group, which had managed to go public in just 5 years, and its momentum was not much worse than that of the former Chu Yuan Group. Even her husband expressed high praise when he mentioned Shun Group, but she didn't know that Shun Group was actually founded by Holong. Holong simply said calmly, It doesn't matter who I rely on, but I know the name of your current company. That's enough. Hear this. Jiang Chern had a bad feeling for some reason, but when she thought about the current situation, she couldn't help but smile and said, So what if you knew? Do you have another way to bankrupt me? Holong did not answer the question, but said indifferently, 5 years ago, you betrayed me. This time, it's your turn. Holong's tone was very light, but for some reason, Jiang Chern subconsciously felt scared. Holong, what on earth do you want to do? Facing Jiang Chern's sudden anger, Holong smiled instead, and his smile was particularly happy. You will know soon. After saying that, he ignored Jiang Chern and called a female salesperson over. Can you prepare a new contract? I want to sign it now. The saleswoman secretly glanced at Jiang Chern, who looked grim. Although she was worried about her revenge, she gritted her teeth and said, Okay, sir. I'll prepare a new contract for you right away. Holong said. Jiang Chern seemed to have thought of something and sneered. Are you the one who is planning to snatch the house from me? Holong, I'm not looking down on you, but do you have the money now? Do you think that you could be the same as before just by relying on the support of Shun's group? But Holong didn't even look at her. When the saleswoman brought the contract back, Jiang Churin finally couldn't bear it anymore and yelled at her. Do you have any brains? You dare to sell him a house worth 27 million without even verifying the capital? Besides, I was the one who saw this yard first. Why should I sell it to him? Faced with Jiang Churin's sudden challenge, the female salesperson looked embarrassed. Although Jiang Churin's words were harsh, but what she said was indeed the truth. She was indeed the one who saw the house first, but she has not signed a contract until now. As for the reason, it was entirely because Jiang Churin wanted to push the price down further. After all, 27 million is not a small amount for her. Over time, everyone in the agency became familiar with Jiang Churin, and everyone knew how difficult she was to deal with. Now, Jiang Churin was making things difficult for her again, and she didn't know how to respond for a moment. At the critical moment, Holong directly put a card on the table, then smiled at the saleswoman and said, "Swipe the card." "Yes, sir." The female salesperson was still in a dilemma, but she didn't expect Holong to be so quick and efficient and to directly swipe the card to sign. When Jiang Churin saw this, he smiled sarcastically again. "Holong, you know how much this house costs and you dare swipe your card. Don't let the money run out and make a fool of yourself in public." While she was mocking Holong, the saleswoman had already respectfully returned the card to Holong, and then said respectfully, "Sir, the money has been paid. Should I still sign this lady's name on the contract?" Jiang Churin, who originally had an arrogant look on his face, froze after hearing what the saleswoman said. She turned to look at the saleswoman and said in a bad tone, "Did you deliberately team up with him to cheat me? How could he have so much money?" The saleswoman, who had been under pressure from the beginning, finally couldn't help but retort, "Mrs. Jiang, please be more respectful to my customers. We have all the transfer records, including contract monitoring, open to the public. There is absolutely no false or deceptive situation. And this gentleman has already paid the original price for this house with a credit card. If you continue to make trouble here, I will really call the police." The commission from a 27 million yuan courtyard was enough for her to muster up all her courage to confront Jiang Churin. Even the entire agency was shocked when they learned that Shouan had actually paid for it with a credit card. Even the manager who had been servile to Jiang Churin came to Holong and served him personally, and said that if Jiang Churin had any questions, she could come to him, and she had no right to cause trouble for Holong. Seeing the agent's changed face in front of him, Jiang Churin was so angry that he couldn't speak. But she was more shocked and incredulous. It is obvious that Holong has nothing left. Although he is very capable, there are restrictions in Tianjin. How could he have so much money to buy a yard? Even if he had the support of the Shun group, he couldn't be so rich. But from beginning to end, Holong did not say a word to Jiang Churin. He just said to Xie Xiaoyu, who had been silent for a long time, "Sign it." After hearing what Holong said, Xie Xiaoyu originally wanted to refuse. But seeing Holong's unyielding look and Jiang Chu's grim expression, she finally picked up the pen and signed her name on the house purchase contract and pressed her fingerprint at the same time. From now on, this Chinese-style courtyard worth 27 million yuan belongs to Xie Xiaoyu. And when Jiang Churin saw Xie Xiaoyu press his fingerprint, her whole world collapsed. "Holong, you bought this yard just to get it to her?" At this moment, Jiang Churin was going crazy. This Chinese-style courtyard is worth 27 million and is also the most expensive building in this area. She has been eyeing this yard for 2 years, but because the price was too high, she had been on the sidelines and took the opportunity to lower the price. The reason she came here to sign the contract today was because the owner of the house agreed to reduce the price by 1 million yesterday. But she never expected that Holong would buy the yard at the original price without blinking an eye. That's all. He didn't write his own name on the contract, but wrote Xie Xiaoyu's name instead. This means that Holong just spent 27 million to buy a yard for Xie Xiaoyu. It's okay to just steal someone else's love. Holong spent tens of millions on Xie Xiaoyu. How could she not go crazy? But facing the nearly frantic Jiang Churin, Holong just glanced at her and said lightly, "What does it have to do with you whose name I put on the yard?" After saying that, Holong stood up and stretched. "The contract has been signed. I'm a little hungry now. Please go have a meal with me." "Okay, Mr. Hua." "Mr. Hua?" After hearing what Xie Xiaoyu said, Jiang Churin was stunned at first. Before she could react, Holong and Xie Xiaoyu had already walked to the door of the agency. But just as he was about to leave, Holong suddenly stopped again, then turned his back to Jiang Churan and said, "By the way, there is something I forgot to tell you." "What?" Before Jiang Churan recovered from the shock and anger, Holong continued, "I will settle all the debts you owe me and them, and get them all back one by one. You'd better prepare in advance, and don't let me down." Chapter 55. Mr. Hua, I will fight with you in this fight. Windchime Street. Swallow Fishball Shop. After eating a bowl of fish balls, warmth spread throughout his body, and Holong breathed out a breath of hot air with satisfaction. After leaving the agency, the two went to the fishball restaurant to eat. Holong ate very comfortably, but Xiaoyu, who was sitting opposite him, couldn't eat anything. "What's wrong?" Holong noticed her absent-mindedness. Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment before she pursed her lips and replied, "Boss Hua, are you really from the Hua family in Tianjin?" I heard Xiaoyu's question. Holong was silent for a while, then smiled and said, "Are you curious?" "No." Xiaoyu quickly shook his head, then lowered his head and said in a low voice, I just. Holong could see her uneasiness. But Holong did not comfort him. He just said calmly, "I am Holong." After hearing Holong's unreasonable words, Xiaoyu didn't react for a moment. He raised his head with a confused look in his eyes. But Holong didn't care and just continued, "No matter what you think, I am Holong, and I have nothing to do with the Tianjin Hua family. And even if it does matter." Holong paused. His originally gentle eyes suddenly turned gloomy, like a wolf hiding in the darkness. It's a life-and-death situation. Seeing Holong's eyes now, Xiaoyu was shocked. Fortunately, after saying this, Holong suddenly grinned at Xiaoyu. "How about it? Now that you know the relationship between me and the Hua family, are you scared?" Holong, who was smiling like a spring breeze. The fear and uneasiness in Xiaoyu's heart disappeared at the same time. Xiaoyu shook his head, then said softly, "Don't be afraid. No matter who you are, Mr. Hua, I only recognize you as Mr. Hua." "That's right." Seeing that Xiaoyu quickly let go of her worries, Holong smiled with satisfaction. But Xiaoyu continued, "But Mr. Hua, the courtyard you gave me is too expensive. Jiang Churan was here just now, so I signed it. But Mr. Hua, I can't take this courtyard no matter what. Please take it back." When Xiaoyu said this, his eyes were extremely determined. She wasn't kidding. No matter who she is given such overwhelming wealth, I'm afraid she would jump for excitement. But this person happened to be Xiaoyu. You can say she is stupid. You can say she is stupid. She is such a person, grateful and repaying kindness, and she knows very well what belongs to her and what does not belong to her. If Holong gave her a 20 yuan bracelet, she would be very happy. But if Holong gave her a private courtyard worth 27 million yuan, she would not be able to sleep well that night. Holong slowly explained, "Who said this is a gift from me to you?" Xiaoyu was confused. Her name was written on the contract, and her fingerprint was also on it. How could it not be hers? Holong continued, "First of all, I bought this house for myself to live in. Plus, you now know that I have a special identity. If those people knew that this house was in my name, they would definitely come to my house again. For safety reasons, I will temporarily put it in your name. Besides, you don't need to have any mental burden regarding this courtyard." Holong reached out and ordered another basket of shrimp dumplings. After eating two, he continued, "You have helped me manage Shunley Group for a few years. You should be very clear about the current situation of Shunley Group, right?" Hearing this, Xiaoyu nodded. As Holong said, since the establishment of Shunley Group, Holong has been hiding behind the scenes because he is busy helping Shun Group. No one knows the internal situation of Shunley Group better than Xiaoyu. Holong poured a cup of tea and smoothed his throat. "Let me ask you, do you think that with the current scale of the Shunley Group, it can compete with the Tianjin Hua family?" Hearing what Holong said, Xiaoyu shook his head without even thinking about it. The Hua family of Tianjin, the influence of this name is not limited to Tianjin or even limited to the country. Longway Technology, owned by the Hua family, has already had influence all over the world. Looking across the country, no matter men, women, young or old, every household, when it comes to the Hua family of Tianjin, they are all familiar with it. The development speed of Shunley Group is indeed terrifying. In just less than 5 years, it has become the leader in Linhai. But Linhai and Tianjin are two completely different concepts. Taking the current Shunley Group to compete head-on with Tianjin Hua's Longway Technology is like an egg hitting a stone. Seeing Xiaoyu shaking his head, Holong put down his teacup and squinted his eyes. What if I told you that I want you to fight with the whole family in Tianjin? Would you be afraid? Fight with the whole family in Tianjin? Holong blankly and said with rapid breathing, Mr. Hua, are you serious? When have I ever lied to you? Xiaoyu looked at Holong's confident expression and her heart beat wildly. When Holong saw that Xiaoyu didn't say anything, he smiled and asked, Are you scared? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu quickly shook his head. Her originally nervous expression slowly calmed down, and her eyes changed from the initial disbelief to firmness and determination. No, what about this one? Xiaoyu said seriously. Boss Hua, I will fight with you. Looking at Xiaoyu's pretty face, Holong couldn't help but laugh heartily. This is the Xiaoyu I know. Since you're fighting with me, how can I not give you a gift, right? Hearing what Holong said, Xiaoyu finally understood what Holong meant. She looked down at the purchase contract in her hand. After a moment's hesitation, she said with a firm look in her eyes, I'll take this yard. This is my little fish. After hearing Holong's words, Xiaoyu, whose face was originally tense, inexplicably turned red at the tips of her ears. But this time, she did not reject Holong as kindness. Her previous refusal was because she felt that Holong gave her this house for no reason and she could not accept it. But now she knew Holong's purpose. He wanted to challenge the Hui family of Tianjin, but given the current situation, it was like an egg hitting a stone. Win? Impossible. I'm afraid that in the end, Holong will be left with nothing. By then, this courtyard of his own would become Holong's last retreat. This is the yard Holong gave her. But in Xiaoyu's eyes, this was what Holong entrusted to her. It is a retreat and also hope. I understand, Mr. Hua. I will keep this yard well. Seeing that Xiaoyu was finally willing to accept this courtyard, Holong smiled with satisfaction. But if he knew what Xiaoyu was thinking, he would probably correct her little head on the spot. Because what he thought was really not as complicated as Xiaoyu's. The reason why I bought this yard for Xiaoyu was because I felt that I owed Xiaoyu something and wanted to give her some compensation. That's all. Xiaoyu has been following him since graduation. She put all her energy into the development of the company. Over the years, she has never been in a relationship, rarely spent time with her family, and devoted all her attention to Shunley Group. Holong felt more guilty about the girl in front of him. He understood Xiaoyu's feelings, but he could not respond. Because he has too much on his shoulders, he chooses to use the most vulgar thing to express his apology. Fortunately, Xiaoyu accepted it in the end. This made Holong feel much better. The matter regarding the yard has come to an end here, and now it's time to settle the accounts. Jiang Churen's current company is called Ping and International. Chapter 56, Linhai Chamber of Commerce President, Dong Mao. Ping International? Xiaoyu was a little surprised when he heard about this company. Do you know this company? Xiaoyu explained to Holong. Ping and International is engaged in the production of beauty products on a daily basis, and it also has its own independent medical beauty company. Although Ping and International does not interact with people in the business community, she is still quite well known in the female community. I just didn't expect that the person behind her was Jiang Churen. When the name Jiang Churen was mentioned again, Xiaoyu still couldn't hide his hatred. After all, if she hadn't betrayed them, Chu Yuan Group wouldn't have gone bankrupt and been acquired, and her former partners would have left or been scattered, and now there is no news of them at all. The person they trusted the most was Jiang Churen, but later it was still Jiang Churen who hurt them the most. How could Xiaoyu not hate her? Now that you know the company, it's easy. Holong turned his head and looked outside the store, his eyes no longer showing any emotion. She betrayed me back then. Now I want her to pay back all the debts she owed me. After hearing what Holong said, Xiaoyu said without hesitation, Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Holong doesn't even need to explain this matter. She will definitely make Jiang Churen feel better. By the way, Mr. Hua, Xiaoyu seemed to have thought of something and said to Holong, When the company was in a meeting this morning, I received an invitation to a banquet from the Linhai Chamber of Commerce. Are you going to show up this time? Before Hua long left Shin Group, such business banquets were attended by Xiaoyu or Qiumingshan. But now that Holong is back, he is in charge of the situation personally. Then Xiaoyu felt that Holong needed to step forward in person and tell those people who was the president of Shunley Group. Is this the business banquet of Linhai Chamber of Commerce? After hearing this, Holong couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. It was like a pillow being sent to someone when he was sleepy He just needed to have a good deal with these people from Linhai. What time exactly? About a week later. Okay, I'll participate. Okay, Mr. Hua. After a brief chat, the two left the fishball shop. After all, the yard has been bought, and it will take a lot of effort to clean it up. Even if Xie Xiaoyu and Holong alone clean it up for a week, they may not be able to finish it. So Holong simply called in an entire housekeeping company, and in just one afternoon, they cleaned up the entire yard. I have to say, expensive things are expensive for a reason. Because this courtyard is located deep in Fengling Street, the courtyard is particularly quiet. Apart from the occasional bird calls, the only sound is the gurgling water in the small pond in the courtyard. After Xie Xiaoyu cleaned up the yard, he planned to leave. However, because he was worried that Huolong had just recovered from serious illness and needed someone to take care of him, he hesitated for a long time and finally expressed his desire to stay here for the time being. Huolong naturally had no objection to Xie Xiaoyu's idea of staying in the yard for a while. After all, this yard was originally a gift he gave to Xie Xiaoyu. If she didn't want to live in it, then he would need to worry. Not to mention, in fact, Huolong didn't tell Xie Xiaoyu some things. For example, after he has fully recovered, he will leave Linhai, and this yard will eventually be left to her. In this yard, it seems as if we are completely isolated from the outside world. Huolong likes this quiet atmosphere very much. But this silence did not last long. Soon Xie Xiaoyu came to him and told Huolong the results and conclusions of the investigation into Jiang Churen and Ping and International. Boss Hua, Jiang Churen can't move for the time being. When Xie Xiaoyu said this, his eyes were full of unwillingness. Huolong rarely heard Xie Xiaoyu say, "Don't move." It seems that Jiang Churen is not as simple as he thought this time. So Huolong asked, "Why? Does she have a strong backing now?" Xie Xiaoyu nodded, then said unwillingly, "I just informed and investigated about Jiang Churen's affairs in recent years, as well as the current situation of Ping and International. When Jiang Churen sold the Chuan Group, everyone thought she had fled abroad, but in fact, she stayed in Linhai for 2 years and got married." Oh, hearing this, Huolong seemed to have realized something. "So the reason you said you couldn't move wasn't because of Jiang Churen, but because of her husband?" "That's right." Xie Xiaoyu's face turned ugly. Her current husband is the president of Linhai Chamber of Commerce, Dong Mao, whom you're going to meet in a week, Mr. Hua. Dong Mao. When he heard the name, Huolong was not flustered, but a little surprised, because he has had a lot of dealings with Dong Mao over the years. Linhai Chamber of Commerce is a business alliance specially approved by the Linhai municipal government. As the president of the Linhai Chamber of Commerce, the power he holds is naturally not small. When Shun's group was developing, Dong Mao had contacted Huolong, hoping that he could let Shun's group serve as an example to drive the economic development of Linhai. But because Huolong was too busy at the time, he finally declined the proposal. Later, due to some problems at work, the two of them have dealt with each other a lot. But Huolong never expected that Jiang Churen's husband would be Dong Mao. However, this would also explain why Jiang Churen is so rich, but so low-key. Not showing off your wealth is one aspect. If people found out that he and Jiang Churen were husband and wife, and if there was a financial dispute between them, he would have to step down from his current position. Now it seems that this matter is indeed a bit troublesome. But Huolong didn't take it to heart. He just said calmly, "What about the rest of the investigation results about Ping and International?" Chapter 57, Lawyer's Notice. Minimum sentence of 10 years.